Good morning to all of you guys. You know, I am a man of a dream. I'm Volt, first of all. Got Charlotte here next to me. How you doing, Charlotte?
Good, I'm doing good. I'm doing very well. I'm excited. Stage 2 it's well and truly underway, and I can't wait to jump into this game, Volt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be a cracking game anyways. But as I was saying, you know, I'm a man with a dream. I don't know if you guys have seen it. You know, I was a big XLG believer, but let's just say their performance in Toronto left a lot to be desired. But you know, we have, I guess, another intriguing enigma on the other side. You know, like, I'm a man of the fantasy. Unfortunately for the organization of the side of Chengdu All Gamers, they have a beautiful dark twisted one. As you know, it's not all the lights, but it is all the gamers started. And like, is it actually all the gamers, or are they messing with you?
Is right. They've got I think at this point in time about 10 players signed to their team. So kind of, I guess, taking the sort of EG 2023 approach, maybe AG are gonna win champs. Who knows? But they do kind of have, like I said, all of the gamers. So really, it kind of brings us up with the question of who is actually going to be on the starting 5. But I think the general expectation is that we're going to have a 5 of Delby, Spitfires, Kira, GEG, and Shrimp. That's my guess of the roster that we're going to have. However, again, they do kind of have. I do have all of the gamers, and yeah, there you go. So that is your that's your starting 5 there for AG. But they do have a bunch of other players also signed to them. Already. You know, sort of like Player, who we saw in action last split as well. So they've got a bunch of experience there, especially with, like, you know, Evil Geniuses did it in the year that they won champs. They had sort of a reserve roster they were able to scrim against and copy people's comps like that. Maybe that could work out for them, but they didn't win a single game back in Stage 1, so looking for their first ever win here, it is going to be against a very tough opposition, though.
You know, that winless streak has gone quite a way. You know, it's December in general, but if you're talking about VCT itself, it's June of last year. That was the last time that all gamers have actually found the win in the regular stage. On the other side, though, you know, there's definitely a story to be told here by Shilai. YOU disappearing from the team. They filled it up with Midi, who, honestly, I'm just gonna have to be blunt about this one. He really wasn't cut out for the team. Communication was an apparent issue in their performance internationally, but maybe that's why they bring No Name. Sure, he's not an initiator player by nature, but he has indeed, you know, he's played in Polaris a few times. His English communication is probably good enough. And they're already highlighting No Man because he can definitely bring an intriguing switch up to the team. You know, we've seen, for example, with EDG last split, it was Gianni that actually played the double duelist comp. That is something that is also available to XLG, but I feel like it is just going to be a question of how much do we trust Rarga to actually recover his normal domestic form here in Stage 2.
I mean, and let's face it as well, he wasn't playing terribly in Toronto either. He was still, you know, I mean, thinking back to the ace clip that he got as well on an eco round. Yeah. That's what we came to expect from Rarga. But like you said, yeah, about No Man, he's Welsh Hong Kong nationality, I believe. So has the English speaking that's required to sort of play in this roster, especially when you're playing that initiator role. You need to be able to accurately communicate and time things and sync things with your duelist, which, let's face it, at Toronto was severely lacking for XLG because, I mean, Midi couldn't speak English. He was purely speaking Mandarin there. So it was a little, yeah, like you said, problems like that. But XLG, they do speak English up until there's like 2 or 3 people alive, and one of the dead people is Rarga, and then they will switch to Mandarin sometimes. So there is that sort of balancing act, but it seemed to work quite well in Stage 1. And with No Man coming in, like we saw on the screen there, he had some impressive stats and should be able to gel into this team a lot more. And I'm still hopeful for XLG Volt. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. No Man did actually play Initiator a few times, but primarily on those flex initiators. You know, when you see a KO for example, being picked, he's not shying away from that. But it's mainly really that what No Man was known for wasn't really the capacity of the fragment that he provides. It was much more of the opening impact, which is something that I feel like won't be that necessary for XLG, but it could definitely add an additional flavor to a team that is already pretty well known for a lot of dangerous simple setups, you know, like the simple util dumps that they had for stage 1, playing around the Yoru. If you have another initiator player that can play around the extremities, for example, or be in the entry pack and can provide the extra entry power, suddenly Sheila gains a new dimension where they can just brute force their way into sites.
Yeah, exactly. It sort of adds a second tip to the spear, really, and it means that, you know, Raga could even maybe go on the lurk or something like that, because you still have that aggressiveness to be able to get you into a site elsewhere. So let's sort of jump back to talking about all gamers then, because we have some stats about Spitfires apparently, but the player walkouts have started, so we shall see. But yeah, Happyway is the first player to come out here for XLG, and let's sort of break this down, because both of these players, Happyway and Coconut, have been that sort of dependable backline for this squad, Volt.
Absolutely, they've been the backbone. Especially Happyway has been one of the players in Toronto that was actually able to have a consistent fragging impact. Viva was the one that, at least in a game against Sentinels, he was the one that got completely missing off the rails. And, you know, as he said, you know, credit where it's due to Raga, he's definitely very competent mechanically, but I feel like the Neon pick and them adding MIDI and trying to switch to that really came to their own detriment at the end of the day. And here comes a new boy, No Man, finally setting stage on the Chinese VCT.
And he pulls out the Sue as well, just to really set the stage there. I just love how in China now we've got No Man, we've got Nobody, we've got 9body. At this point, you know, we need something to come over to this region as well, and then we can really just make a team of ridiculous names. So then here comes Raga as well. This guy is the superstar. He is the one that we're looking for to sort of set this stage on fire.
Yeah, statistically speaking, Raga was by far the best player in the league in stage 1. If XLG will have any hopes of repeating their victory in stage 1, that will need to be the case again. Thankfully enough for Raga, he's still got Voya, who definitely has a lot of faith in Raga individually. You know, he's been with the team for quite a while, and he's definitely found form ever since the Euro meta became a thing. I feel like a part of that has definitely been the calling from Coconut and YU as well in stage 1, but we'll have to wait and see if they're actually able to translate that into stage 2. Of course, for the other side of all gamers, only 5 of those gamers are going to be walking out here. But Spitfires, as we said, you know, he's one of the more important additions. He also knows how to play Yoru, so that also in itself can be another factor for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to set themselves up in a way that hopefully makes a lot more sense, as we saw Kira come out there, and DG as well. So all gamers, as much as we've been, you know, trying to big them up, and when Spitfires comes out, who the broadcast has decided is a key player, Delby as well is another very strong player. I'm not expecting them to win here, Volt, right? Like, I mean, this is certainly going to be a very tough start for them, for their stage 2. But, you know, if they can have a good showing here against XLG, you know, maybe take a map, I think that shows some really positive signs.
Yeah, absolutely. But Spitfires, the man of the hour here on the other end, well, he has a big shoes to fill, because he's going to head-to-head against Raga, which is usually a pretty difficult stat line to go for. Well, the good thing for Spitfires, you know, 1.1 KD, 1.18 KD to be precise, 143 ADR, a pretty good ACS, so stats all around the board are good, but you gotta remember, like, the main thing for me is, unfortunately, from what we've seen in stage 1, the all-gamer system is nowhere near as, I guess, fluid as XLG's, which is something that is going to be pivotal to change with ED101 actually being a part of the team now. You know, they've made a coaching staff change, but that hasn't had the longest of time to actually probably influenced the way that the team is going to play with how the IG ending has been. So I expect to see that down the line, maybe in weeks 2, 3, and 4. But for this week, we'll have to see if they're able to just come up with something on the fly and to be able to beat the defending champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, these two teams did play each other back in Stage 1. It was a 2-0 to XLG, probably unsurprisingly there. A 13-10 on Fracture and a 13-7 on Lotus. Now, obviously, Fracture no longer in the pool. We don't need to worry about that. But a Bind and perhaps a Corrode could sneak their way in. I was saying to you, Volt, before this stream that maybe a Corrode pick from AG might make sense. Because they're maybe the underdogs here, if XLG don't ban it, it could make sense to pick into that map where maybe, you know, XLG haven't been able to scrim as much. You might be able to sneak out a win there, but it does get banned away by XLG straight away. So we start off with a Sunset. AG pick Lotus like they did back in Stage 1. And we're going to finish off on an Ascent should we require all 3 maps. So that's certainly quite interesting. Obviously, the Sunset coming in. Not a map that we were able to see in Stage 1. But Lotus, you know, AG, they lost here before. What do we reckon the chances are of a success? Maybe not on Sunset, but at least getting to that Ascent.
I mean, the main thing about just playing the Lotus then, if you're just going to basically abandon the Sunset, is going to be to play around the rotations. You know, I guess Sentinel play is going to be very valuable, and especially Spitfires on the attack is going to have a lot of that weight of maybe alleviating some of the pressure with the quick entries. It's pretty proficient on the Neon. That's something that they can rely upon. But I'll be interested seeing what actually XLG will be popping out in this Sunset, because, well, usually they have been playing the Yoru. I feel like this is basically Rarga's best pick in a similar way to, I don't know if you watch EMEA, you know, it's been quite a while, but Martin has been one of those players that, you know,
yes,
on the Yoru, he's extremely proficient and is a nuisance to deal with. But now with the changes, maybe they got a lot more options. I think that maybe you can just play it safe, put No Man in the KO. And speaking of No Man, actually, he was in TNV's chat saying, hey, can I convert you to the side of XLG? Unfortunately for him, I think you can very hardly move an Englishman away from his love of a football club, even if it isn't his hometowns, but, you know, like, it's somewhere there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's look at this agent select then. I'm going to focus on XLG because this comp of the Cypher, Omen, Sova, Breach, and Neon is exactly what XLG played at Masters Toronto on this map. They played against Sentinels, they lost it 13-6. Obviously, slightly different roster. We had Midi in that game instead of No Man. However, you know, the roles seem to be lining up pretty similar to what they tried at that event. And yeah, Midi was the one playing the Breach. So it seems like, at least from their Masters Toronto stuff, it has been a 1-for-1 swap. And I'm pretty sure we're seeing the same comp on the other side from All Gamers as well, Volt.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty intriguing. Of course, you know, before this map kicks off, I just want to remind you, we still got a second game. That'll be later on today. That is going to be Wolves, the third place team in Toronto. Pretty big showing, of course. You know, TMV gotta be like absolutely over the moon with that one. But they'll be taking on FPX, which, you know, much like a team like JDG, for example, they can be a pretty big dark horse. But now we are back in the play. On defense is All Gamers, and they'll be hoping to kick things off with a bang on the pistol.
Absolutely will. Sheriff being brought up, some ghosts as well for both of these sides, actually. And right now, XLG, they're quickly getting some of that A main control, the Cypher Cam as well, to give some information in the tags as well. And Rug's just going in for it. Doesn't clear the player on the site, though. Shrimp is there, and Spitfires as well. All Gamers, they're doing a decent job right now of just shutting everything down. No Man, the new kid on the block, is going to have to clutch a 1v4 if XLG want this pistol.
Oh, he's been bringing the hype. He's been bringing the heat. Let's see if he can actually walk the walk, though. No, that flash got no value. He got a minute on the time, and he got the spike on their back, so perhaps the rotation can be in order, but be a difficult one to make. Still, plenty of time. Not a lot of aggression on the other side, and instead, you know, man, to bring the peak, got the fault line this time around. That's a one-man stun, but couldn't even walk past the orb on a single point of health. will make it pretty easy for Kira to find that connection, and XLG. Apparently, their international woes are going to catch up to them here domestically.
Yeah, I mean, it is only one round, so, you know, maybe hold your horses for a little bit, but it certainly isn't what we want to see. It seemed like quite disjointed, if I'm going to be honest, from the side of XLG. Raga sort of went in by himself. They didn't clear the close corner. Everything was just a little bit out of place, which isn't what we're used to seeing from XLG. This is much more of a Masters Toronto look, which does worry me slightly, and immediately Raga's running in again. The support network is just a bit too far behind him. Now the rest of the team catches up.
The end of the world, you know, it's the second round, and as he said, like, sure, it's only the pistol. But as he said, you know, worrying signs are showing again. The deadlock, though, is something that we haven't talked about, and the amount of value that Delve can actually have is going to be pretty severe if they do not respect the sonic sensors. Fortunately enough, they would have seemed to understand that Deadlock has been playing B for the past few rounds, so that can be an answer for them. Spitfire, it's already pretty aggressive. It's all classic, just a single ghost, so should not be expecting Raga to do that much on the angle anyways, but they'll be detected, they'll be stunned. They're trying to just pinch on them on the timing, but the stun fades in the right time. And all gamers keep hold of the map. Nowhere really for XLG to go, perhaps, but to go back and try to go for be a second line basket.
Yeah, the rotations will be heard though, so perhaps a look up through top mid. Raga has been able to bypass that cross by virtue of the smoke being provided there, but the spam through the smoke from Kira does get one. The second player coming through. It's a cleanup here from the side of all gamers. Kira gets 4 to set them on their way.
Yeah, constellation kill. At least there for Happy Way, but that's exactly why you want to pick the deadlock. You know, the seeding trips, they are absolutely demoralizing, especially on places where you just need to pop, like Market. That trip can actually cause a lot of worries for the other side, and as he said, you know, should have been an easy round anyways. They only got the classics, so this is where we need to see the XLG of Stage 1 just show back up, because the main reason that I've said, like, their international woes is because it has been the same case, you know? Like, the team looks disjointed, Raga's just walking too far forward, they're not looking as comfortable with Raga on the Neon as they have been when he was in the Jet or when he was in the Yoru. It's looking a lot more, as you've said, like, basically about a VCL level team where the Neon walks in ahead, and unless Raga comes up with something out the hat, it's just gonna be pretty difficult for the rest of the team to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, slowing things down a little bit again, looking through mid, and you've got a lurk from Happy Way as well in through B main, but Raga's been found again. Not quite able to take down Spitfires through the box. The superior Neon right now is the one on the side of all gamers. That smoke is going to force Kira into a slightly more aggressive position as the stack from XLG is heading towards A. EG could be in a little bit of danger here, and is going to realize that fact as well, dipping away from the site, giving that space to XLG, and they're hoping they can get something done on the retake as Happy Way is on the lurk here on B, potentially trying to draw some of these rotations, but that utility should be the signal, but it's an A hit for XLG.
Yeah, and they need to make it work. At least they're gonna get the spike down. Those mid duels, though, are pretty dangerous. Happy Way all on their lonesome. And they could barely afford another loss now. 3 on 5 on the retake, and a bonus conversion would be heartbreaking for XLG. They try to be proactive, try to take the fight through them, but Spitfire is ready. Del with another kill, and it's gonna be a clean conversion. All 5 lives. And it seems like all the gamers are ready to bring the heat to the champions.
What is happening, XLG? Come on now. Just so many gunfights not going their way. I mean, for one, you know, the fight from Happy Way up through mid was particularly rough. This one as well. But then they're just playing ahead of the utility a little bit, not quite timing things correctly. Again, it's that slight delay between these players that's causing a bunch of problems. So, XLG, their economy's shot, they're back down to an eco, and the only thing they have going for them is that Raga has a Bucky. still only happy way to find kills in this game as well. All 5 of these players looking to head towards the A site, and Raga with that Bucky is going to be the tip of the spear yet again.
Yeah.
Shrimp is on the site and will be the one that has to bear the brunt of this attack.
Yeah, and the big stack towards mid is still present, so they have quick rotations towards short. That is the case. Back to tiles they go, and XLG might unironically have a chance for a multi-kill. They just piece their utility right. All about taking that initial engagement, dark cover. To dissuade some of the information for all gamers, but that's another kill for Kira to the smoke. Talk about some heat seekers here that's putting XLG again in another tough spot. They need at least a single opener there. Not even the dink from Happy Way is going to be enough. Just no man and Raga trying to pick up the scraps. Go to the A side again. Plant would be a big boon to their economy, but realistically, Grim should have that one on lockdown.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, a dink from Happy Way, but Delby still alive on 5 HP. So, for XLG, what can they do? Got to try and do something. The stun is not going to work out. No man does get one for his trouble. But again, it's not great, and Shrimp giving it large on the stage there. And for good reason, really. You're 4-0 up against the reigning champions on their own match pick. Nice opening kill from Kira there. Just reading the timing perfectly. And the rest of XLG just couldn't really get anything done. So the timeout is going to come through. It's expected, really. I'm glad it's coming through this early because there are quite a few problems, Volt, with this XLG attack.
Yeah, that pretty much is just gonna be the case. You know, we talked about this. I feel like I've been convinced now. Take Raga out of the Neon. Just take that agent, delete him from his pool, and let him play anything else. It was amazing when he was on the Yoru. He was good when he was on the Jet. The Neon is not working for the team.
Give me some Raga Phoenix. Why not? Let's go for it. Let's go.
Like that is the biggest part. It's like, look, sure, there have been Neon nerfs. There have been a lot of adjustment to the agent, but it's just very clear that not only is Raga playing too far ahead of the team, but even the calls on like the plays that they want to hit with the Neon, they're not really that, I guess, layered. Because that's what you expected of a team that should be playing something like that to the highest magnitude, is that you got the breach instantly hitting the right timing, another relay bolt on top, you got an extra pieces of utility, whether of course you're talking about the paranoia or the reveal, but it hasn't really been that well layered, and that is going to be another problem for them. At least they take away some utility, but at the end of the day, that grab net is just going to come back into 40 seconds, so it's no real problem for all gamers.
At the very least, Raga is still alive for XLG. That's the positive they can take away from that. And they've noticed, hey, the deadlock's over towards A, guys. They're going. Looks like they want to try and re-hit into this. The barrier mesh in the way for now gets cleared, but that's more information towards the side of all gamers. It could be a little bit of a fake, leaving this avenue open, leaving AG aware that this could be the possibility, when instead the rest of the team is looking to head towards B, but Spitfires with this operator has the angle all the way into tiles, and Raga just slowly clearing the angle. The dry peak as well. It means that he's going to get felled. Spitfires is forced away by the utility, so there is market control for the attack. They still need to try and find a way to fight into this site.
Well, nothing really found. Kira holding his life pretty well. 8 kills on the Viper. Could actually find double digits here if he finds both of those kills. At least his spike plant is going to be secured by no man. Never mind. Instantly walking into that line.
Why is he peeking?
Yeah, I don't know why they're peeking. They at least, sure, you want to get a frag, you want to take the hold, and maybe Viva can bring up something out of this one. Almost finding the call kill. But that is the extent of their danger, always out of reach, apparently, for XLG here in this game.
Yeah, again, it's disjointed. It feels like XLG, they're not quite playing together in the way that they should be. And I really, as much as we were bigging him up, I do not understand that peak from No Man. because you're the player with the spike. You're the one that can't go down, and yet 3 nice kills from Viva in the end of it, but in the end just shut down by the players on the other side. We go again into another XLG eco round. Raga ahead of the pack once more, and he just gets caught there. At least Coconut gets a follow-up, and Hunter's Fury is doing some work. Okay, XLG, this is what we like to see. 3 ultimates being invested, and despite the neural theft information, Delby plays ahead of it. That's the intelligence of an IGL right there. 3 versus 3, a couple of upgrades being found for this attacking side. And Spitfires is low, so with the plant down, perhaps there is an opportunity for XLG to do something. Yeah, thought the paranoia caught onto 2 of them, but it wasn't to be the case, Volt.
Now, he's probably thinking about that one twice. They got the recon bowl. They're both trying to play for the elbow position. The reveal is going to detect Coconut, but they line up for the Omen, and finally the XLG are on the board.
Yeah, it's a thrifty round win as well for them. They didn't have much going into it, but a couple of ultimates being used there. Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury gets the job done. Somehow that's the round that they win. You know, it just feels slightly unreasonable, but you know, it is what it is. And finally, XLG are on the board. That's the most important thing for them. They've stopped the losing streak, but it is only 1 round so far.
Look, maybe eventually they'll find some success, but not to be the case for the time being. You know, we're just still slowing things down. That's only a single round for XLG, and their market takes. Maybe they'll be able to find Shrimp. He's detected now, trying to go down. The paranoia might slow them down. Instead, Raga fully accelerating. There's a crossfire established in that end, and they take down Coconut as well. Nothing really given to XLG. They're gonna have to scramble back with the Viper Spit on the A main position. They have no other options but to keep pressing on that B side, so they will have to rely on Nomad perhaps to find an opener here in B main.
Yeah, all 3 players grouped up in B main. The market pop just really didn't work. They had the moves there. That's an interesting one though from Spitfires. Turned to flash, maybe ran out of mousepad, I guess. Didn't really turn back. Hunter's Fury being invested from the other side. It's going to get 1 tag, and Shrimp just mows down 2. No man, he's got to do it all, and it all he will not. A 4K from Shrimp, and again, giving it large out on the stage. He's absolutely popping off in the server and in real life as well. XLG, they're still only on 1 round, Vol.
It's getting really rough, especially in them doing those executes like right there. What is the real value that they've gotten out of that one? That's the one part that really caught me off guard. And we got the confirmation it is Delby actually the IGN for the team. And honestly, All Gamers looks a lot better, but at the same time, like, very clearly for XLG, those breach comps are not working, but they're still trying to butt heads with the other side. I'm not a big fan of this. These are just both flashes used for no real value. Raga once again goes in, tries to find a kill. There is no trade protocol on the other end, so it's easy for the rest of All Gamers. Just hold everything down under lock, and really nothing that XLG can do as they fall 1 by 1, meet on the table with those pistols. But All Gamers are making a mockery out of the champions, even on stage, by the way. They're not shying away from bringing the heat.
Nearly falling over though is a little bit of an aura loss, but you know, we move on. Yeah, not great. Spitfires had a brilliant round there, spot on the shoulder, and then this kill is just a little bit absurd. 7-1. Calamity, disaster, however you want to call it, for XLG. But what happened to the Stage 1 champions? Because this is not the same squad that we're seeing. Like, yeah, obviously you've got 1 player different, but everyone is playing at a different level than what we saw. And this is the stage where it really matters. XLG, they need to make it out of groups to at least have a chance to stay in the VCT for next year. And right now, they're just getting absolutely annihilated by Delby. That's ridiculous. Sprays through. At least no man's able to get the 1. Tagged up by the Gravnet. slips away. As I was saying, the stakes on this match, Vault. XLG, they have to get out of groups here, otherwise they are immediately relegated to Tier 2. And if they don't make it to champs, then, well, they're going to struggle to have to make it through Ascension, right? They have to play that tournament again, whereas if you make it to champs and I guess Dragon Ranger don't, you're guaranteed that spot for next year. There's a lot on the line, and yeah, sure, they do have a fair number of champs points already in the bag. I just feel like you can't be risking it, especially as every win here in the group stage gets you 1 extra champs point. This does
I think
matter.
2 this stage, actually, not just 1.
No, it's
like
still 1. It's still 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, I still think that what is happening with the XLG is that YOU just sold them on the snake oil. They still think that Breach is good. I think that's the major problem. It's like, sure, Breach is good if you're YOU, but if you're anybody else on XLG, it is not working. Raga individually struggling. Happy Way is really having to put a lot of pressure on the Lurks. Raga is still without a kill in 9 rounds. How many times have we seen that? I think, like, honestly, 2024 been leading the scoreboard, so it is pretty crazy to see him on that kind of form. But perhaps this might be a twist of fate. Got the overdrive, they cleared off market, and maybe this BXQ can be it for them.
Maybe, but again, weapons aren't in their favor. Does pop the overdrive though. Raga gets his first kill of the game. Is quickly deleted by Kira the Viper on the other side. Happy Way's been tagged as well by the Owl Drone, so needs to dip away at least a little bit. Viva and Coconut, that's ridiculous with the Sheriff. And again, XLG, their best round right now, it's looking like it's gonna be an eco. The 2 rounds that they've won have been eco rounds, Vault. What is going on?
I mean, that's what I call the VCL special right there, you know? Because when you get the guns, when you're trying to overcook things, especially at the lower levels of things, like, things can get out of hand if not everybody seems to be on the same page, and it has been happening for XLG, unfortunately. They're supposed to be the second best oiled machine in the league behind Wolves, but right now it's just all about individual play. Raga finally found something on the board. And hopefully for XLG, this is the beginning of something bigger than just finding a single round and being a mere bump in the road for L Gamers, because now they're taking the timeout. And this is going to pose a question of, well, what the hell are you supposed to do to put Raga back on form?
Yeah, that is the question. I feel like All Gamers maybe being a little bit generous there with calling a timeout, giving XLG a chance to talk, considering over this half it still hasn't really clicked for them. So I'm guessing there's maybe a more comms issue or something like that that has forced All Gamers' hand here. Because, you know, you're still 8-2 up. I feel like an 8-4 half is still pretty good heading into your attacking side here on this map. So, you know, there's got to be something internally that we aren't seeing on the server. Because, again, it's been the occasional round here or there for XLG. They haven't really been able to gain any momentum from it. So yeah, the calling of the timeout is a little bit interesting to me, but again, there's got to be something that they were feeling like they absolutely needed to fix immediately. We head into round 11.
It's very clear they respect XLG. They understand the pedigree of the team. They don't want them to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, Raga's finally got a kill. Quick, pump the brakes.
Yeah, well, apparently the brakes are not going to be there for the op. Spitfires finds yet another one. Poison Orb is up, but XLG are trying to make up for that by attacking middle. And that can be the option for Raga. He's on the op of their own.
He's lurking through mid with an operator. And the smoke behind him is going to fall. It doesn't even matter. Because he's just been fouled. I don't get it. I don't understand the idea behind that. Because now you've lost the operator. That's pretty much unrecoverable. Raga was on his own through mid. It seems like a bizarre decision. Spitfires, he dodges the flash here on B and is able to take down Coconut. Overdrive being popped as well, just to completely melt any chance that XLG had inside of this one. I guess the timeout worked for AG, but I still, again, don't really think that they needed it, as Delby's the one to deal the final blow. This is worrying signs right now, but XLG, they could still get a 3-9 half. At 9-3 curse, do we believe in the 9-3 curse fault? What are you thinking?
The problem is, as much as I would love to believe in superstition, I think the reality of the situation is that XLG just shot themselves, not even in the foot, at this point, right in the melon. When they picked that composition, even looking at Havoya, he's just absolutely disparaged at the display that they're showing, and he's got every right to be. The team not looking good. And while on defense, things might be a bit easier because you don't actually have to execute in the same way that things work on the other side. But they will at least, they will at least need to find a third, because 10-2, if they lose the pistol, the game is immediately over.
Absolutely is. Hunter's Fury coming out from the attack inside, and Delby here on the A site uses the Annihilation. It's not going to catch on to one. Raga finds a kill, Happy Way as well. 3 versus 3 now. This is the opportunity. With No Man with the Stinger, brings XLG into the fold and into the advantage, but that's a nice swing from Kira to answer back. And the flank from Happy Way, it's been red. Still able to get one. Now the 1 versus 1. No Man gets out of dodge. But Kira, he's going to be able to read into this, and he's been able to find the kill. 10-2. XLG are getting dominated here on the first half of Sunset.
Oh, they're definitely getting slapped. The morale is absolutely through the roof. All gamers are elated, and they have every right to be. And unfortunately, I feel like if you guys are not following the Project Horizon Twitter, 1, I do encourage you to do so. 2, the
you were right.
Raga meme is still going on. He absolutely goes missing on Neon, and I think that's the reality of the case. Take him off the Neon, he's a real superstar. Put him on the Neon, like he's beyond, like he's not even beyond, I'm sorry, he's below a mediocre duelist.
Yeah, get him back on the Yoru, please, because I'm now looking at Masters Toronto again, Volt. Lotus is our next map, and that was also the two. So basically, these first 2 maps, we're getting a repeat of XLG Sen. Except against Sentinels, they were able to win 4 rounds on the defense and then 2 rounds on the attack. So it was a 13-6. They did win 2 rounds on the attack here. We might be seeing a little bit of a repeat of history. But the thing that worries me as well is on Lotus, they were playing the exact same composition of the Neon, Cypher, Omen, Sova, Breach.
Yeah, and that
it's clearly still not working.
Yeah, and that has been the problem though. Like here's the thing. There are linchpins to different compositions, right? When you're playing the Neon, you need a lot of the setup. That's why you barely see a Neon actually outside of Haven with the Recon Initiator. You usually see 2 setup ones, at least like a flasher and another stun or something. Like Sova doesn't really provide that much value. If it was a Fade, there would have been a different case, because you provide the Prowlers, you provide the Seas, you take away a lot of the space, you also help the Breach with things like the Aftershock and attack and executes. But yeah, like this one, not looking too good. And a pistol win is a must, because if they lose it, they risk immediately being put through match point.
We'll find out. Do XLG win the pistol? They're certainly hoping that they do. All gamers, though, in the way. And they've put on a good start so far. It was, I think, a 5-0 start to this map as well. In the driver's seat for this one. Stacked up towards B. Bit of a lurk throughout the map though, and they're expecting this mid push as well. Happy Way has gone down. No Man has just about dodged the paranoia, falling back. But again, early advantage, a 5v4 for all gamers.
Yeah, on the early kill, Happy Way there, taking a big liberty of that swing, and that itself will be punished. XLG taking the wrong bet as well, so if all gamers just pivot back towards the A side, it's only Coconut. And it might be easy to take him off as he doesn't really have any other bits of util, just a dark cover that just regenerated right now. And that classic, I don't know if it's going to bring up miracles. Kira is there and he has been firing some real heat.
Check it.
He'll be shut down. Actually, no, Spitfires. Walk in, find the frag, find the site, and this might be game over here. It's a 3-on-5 retake. Sure, Kira's on health, but I doubt that they actually got what it takes to do it.
Yeah, we need to see a ridiculous fight back now from XLG. The good news is that Kira's on 2 HP. So, you know, there's one player that's low, but they're just going to be sitting themselves inside of elbow. Not really presenting much of an opportunity. Raga goes in. It's just immediately cut down. No man does find 1, but it's Delby to find 3. There goes the pistol. And there goes any hope, I would say, for XLG in this map. Eli Gaming in the dirt, really. 11-2 now the score vault.
Yeah, man. It might be tough to do. I feel like XLG definitely has got towards this next round. But even then, you know, that's a downfall to be studied. You know, to go from besting teams like EDG, Wolves, Billy to losing what could be an 13-2 against all gamers. Sure, you know, I'll definitely say Spitfires seems like a great addition, but XLG are losing to themselves first before they are losing to AG right now.
Air of quiet around the map as all gamers again expecting the aggressive push out from XLG. This time though, they're not giving that opportunity over to the other side. Just the one pulse of the recon as well. Not much information being given over. All gamers, they're forcing XLG to guess. They're forcing them to sort of panic a little bit. And I guess hoping that that draws them out of their safer positions. But that isn't to be the case as Yaldrine now comes on in on B. This is the weaker site. Just the one player sort of around this area. He's not even on the site itself. Happy way. But like, he can't afford to give up the site, but he also can't afford to take this fight on his own because he's going to fall. And then it leaves the rest of XLG in a difficult pit situation. 4 versus 5, and Kira, again, on the lurk, on the flank. He's actually expecting the players to rotate a little bit slower than they have done, but that just means that the dagger in the back is going to be that much more deadly if it even gets the chance to come on through, because right now they're all falling to Delby. Again, it's No Man to find the constellation. But there's Kira. The snake in the grass is able to find one, and No Man, the last one left. He's not long for this world either. Map point goes the way of all gamers.
Mad Scientist just putting her poison there as an insurance policy for AG, and right now XLG, well, they're just gonna be put in what is the worst situation possible. A massive loss on their own map pick, no less. Lotus is AG's map pick, and if they're looking this disciplined and this structured on this first map, you know, you definitely have got to say they've done a lot of work. Apparently the 10-man roster works.
Yeah,
and
10-man roster,
right now, yeah, XLG feel like
champs.
they've been bleeding. They definitely feel the loss of YOU, not just from the fact that he's like a very good breach and he allowed Raga to do a lot of things, but also in the fact that the team really is trying ideas from the previous core and it's clearly not working. And whether it is the stubbornness of the system, they think, hey, it worked for us before, we can definitely iterate on it and fix it, or if it's just a coaching decision right now, it is something that XLG should deeply regret, and they should completely rethink the way that they approach maps like Sunset, for example.
Eli Gaming have not won a map in the VCT since YOU left the squad. Kill from Coconut caught by the Annihilation. Right now, they haven't even gone to double digits on a map since XLG left the squad, since YOU left the squad either. They'd need 8 more rounds to get to that point, and right now, well, this one is in a 3 versus 3. The Spitfires goes down, that could be big. The happy way. Oh, he's got the steady hands required. So it's not going to be a 13-2. But still 12-3 is a difficult scoreline. They need 6 rounds now in a row, 6 more rounds, I should say, to have their best showing on a map since the departure of YOU.
Yeah.
That
even then
shows the sort of the ditch that they're in.
Yeah, but even then still, you know, the setup that they had there, Orga immediately dying, they weren't ready for the contact play, and that is something that you barely used to see out of Raga individually. I don't know what's wrong with Raga recently, but his individual level has just hit a stump that, you know, there are definitely fall-offs, you know, in the history of Valorant, whether you're talking EA, Demon 1, but nothing to this extent. This is just going from one of the best duelists in the world to, do you even belong on the VCT level kind of fall-off?
Yeah. It truly, truly is. It is unfortunate, really, that we're seeing this, because XLG, they looked so promising, perhaps peaking in the wrong stage. Because stage 2 is where survival really starts to matter, and Happy Weight doesn't survive in this round. Spitfires immediately takes him down. 20-6, by the way, and we're only in round 16. Been putting in a massive performance for the side of AG. And Shrimp has been has now planted the spike.
You know, at least one of them is known to be one of the GOATs, but now maybe one of the gamers can actually bring one of the biggest upsets coming into stage 2. We all thought that XLG will be reeling, but to that extent, that is the thing that we did not feel. The Paranoia did amazing work to stun that retake. Now they need to find their shots. Raga finally finding his footing for a kill, but that won't be for long. All gamers are setting this round up, and they will beat XLG in a 13-3 showing on XLG's map pick, and this is just looking scary. This is, like, I'm gonna be very honest with you. Not even in my wildest dream did I think that XLG will win, let alone 13-3 on one of those maps.
Yeah. Hey, listen, we'll talk about the cast predictions in a second, but right now Snow might have just made the biggest brain play that anyone will ever make. It is unfortunate for the side of AG, not AG, for XLG, just how dominant this win was. We can see the map highlights here. Kira was doing well, Shrimp was also doing incredibly, and then obviously the main man Spitfires got, you know, at least 20 kills in that map. I'm not actually entirely sure what the number was at the end of it. You can just see a handful of moments there. It was a combination of the individual moments from AG and just the really nice setups that they had that enabled them to win this game. And I just absolutely love this play from Shrimp as well. Just TP past, completely break the ankles there. It was, I don't really know what else to say, because it was just a complete outclassing and probably not in the direction that most people would have expected before the start of this game, VOL.
Once again, you know, you gotta give credit where it's due. All gamers are definitely looking clean and crisp, not just individually, but also in terms of the way that they approach the map. I just wanna quiet down, hear their comms.
这还有我看不到，
中路呀！我操，不会我炸钢吧？我开飞机。没事，我在中路了，我很快。来，憋机开飞机。哦，你开了。
中夹了，
夹了，
加了，我们下。
我去我们家机上来，走我们家机。
我就走中路。我们加一个。我们走。来。我们加一个。
中路摸了一个。
没事。我们加一个龙哥。elbow。杀了。
完了，我死了。
elbow 一个，两个 elbow，一个 Allen。elbow 一个 ，Allen 一个。在后面打，
这个一个。
来 elbow。别急。
他是把狙打一，你去绕中路。
Yeah, so apparently, we got a few big pieces here. Del B speaking Mandarin. That is a big part. Communication was there on point the whole time. It was very apparent that they had the idea of where everybody's going to be playing in that game. I did not have that idea that Spitfire is just going to come out of the gate banging 377 ACS.
Wild.
On the operator. He's definitely shut down XLG, and that is something to talk about because the operator will be prevalent in Lotus as well.
Oh yeah, it absolutely will be, and the KDA of 4.2 as well. Like, truly an unreal performance from him. 22 and 6 was the final KD there. You look at the other side for XLG. Top fragger was Viva, the IGL, with 10 and 15. Just please
92.
Just stop playing Neon, please, XLG. It's not working. And this has me very concerned for Lotus, because if they do a similar thing, you know, like we saw at Toronto, this could be a very clean 2-0 for all gamers. Which, again, you go into today, most people probably expect a very quick, very dominant XLG win. We are seeing the complete opposite here, Volt.
Absolutely. And well, you know, 15 first bloods out of those 16 rounds. And as he said, 2 of those 3 rounds for XLG being thrifties. It's just a showing of, unfortunately for them, how bad this game has been. It's just looking that it's gone all wrong for them, unfortunately. And especially, you know, when you consider that, you know, when they played the Sunset, they had different iterations. Like, sure, they did actually, for the most part, play this Neon comp on Sunset. But at one point, they had one iteration with the Phoenix ISO, but that was quite a while ago. Of course, you know, on the Lotus is the part that I'm intrigued about. Their most played comp as well is the Neon one, but their second most played one is the Yoru, and that's what I maybe would have been intrigued to see, but with the death of Tejo, it really changes the way that the map is approached. I mean, you can still pick Tejo, by the way, but he's just much less powerful and much less useful than he was initially.
Yeah, for sure. And but for all gamers, though, again, I feel like we saw a massive step up in the discipline, right? They played really smart. I especially liked on their attacking side when they sort of held back, expected XLG to be the ones to get aggressive, and sort of just held those angles, didn't let XLG get the picks that they were looking for. It shows that the squad has really been working over, you know, when we had Toronto and through all of the break that we had since they were eliminated in Stage 2, because remember, they didn't even have to play in the playoffs due to being in the bottom of the group. Now, I feel like Champions is still quite a way away, because, you know, they're not going to qualify in points, probably. They're probably going to have to get to the grand final in order to qualify. But if there's one person who might be predicting them to go all the way, it might be Snow, because let's get our talent predictions up right now. He said that
he's a prophet. Yeah, he's gonna be a prophet. That's what he said. I'm gonna predict.
Hold on, I'm trying to find the message.
I remember clearly. He said, "I'll pick AG every single time. That when the one time they actually win, everybody will hail me as a prophet."
Yeah, that's what he said. So I mean, hey, it's working. It is
working.
The rest of us are looking fairly silly right now with our XLG pick, but obviously that was only map 1. Lotus is still to come up, and we'll have to see, can XLG turn it around on map number 2? Stick around to find out.
It has been a one-sided battering on the first map, and not in the way that I think anyone would have ever expected. All gamers 13-3 on XLG's map pick. It's definitely not the way that XLG wanted to start the season, but credit where it is due. Well, the Chengdu team are cracking things up in and out of the server, and that is one of the things that maybe will actually be a factor that, you know, for example, No Man was walking into the walkouts, very energetic, high energy. XLG right now, they look to be locked in the game, but it's not really helping, is it?
Yeah, no, the vibes have been high for all gamers. They've been jumping out, popping off, doing all the, you know, sit down sort of stuff that if I ever played in Pro League, I'd probably never get to do because I'm like bronze. So yeah, no, they've been giving it large on the stage, which again, it's probably quite a good opportunity for them to I know this sounds a bit mean, but like experience winning in a way, because oh my God. They went 0-5 last stage. You said, like we said, the last time that they won in VCT was June last year. It's been over a year since we've had an official circuit win for this squad. So, you know, getting back into the winning ways could be pretty massive. And look at these compositions.
What the hell is going on?
The no sentinel double duelist with No Man on the raise from XLG. Meanwhile, we've got a Vice coming through from All Gamers, which I really like Vice, you know, in general, but especially on this map. I feel like in terms of the comps, AG are looking pretty good, but I'm excited to see what Raga and No Man can do as a duelist pairing.
You know, the Viper is pretty usual. Usually see the double controllers, but the double duelist is a thing that is very different, and that is going to be the scary part of this composition. You got the Yoru. He's going to probably function much more of an initiator role with the blind slides, trying to basically, you know, flash TP in, use the fake out, buy some time in the space, be the distraction for No Man. And they definitely got some components of what made Tejo good. Like the area denial of the raids is going to try to make up for the lack of the Tejo. It's never going to be the same. But at least, you know, it brings some different element to the team. I'm not a believer of that comp. I'm just going to be honest here. I think it might be a 2-0 for AG, just the basis of the agent selection. But that is definitely not for us to decide. It's going to be XLG starting on the attack side. So hopefully both of their duelists are going to be able to provide something on this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And for XLG, you know, they've still got the Fade there as well. So Seasonade combo is always very strong on this map for taking control of Rubble or Mound, especially on the defense side. So, you know, plenty of opportunities for that sort of thing to come on through as we head into map number 2 of Lotus.
LG, you'll be walking into the Lion's Den there, thankfully for No Man. And they backed up, but they can hear the steps walking away back toward the C slide that is actually incurring all gamers to try to spring early on for reaction. So Happy Way might be left stranded for that. It's a beautiful position for Spitfires. He's gonna cut down that line. Meanwhile, Kira is already dinked, and they might have an actual chance here on the side of XLG to work their way into that C side, but they'll need to make it quickly, because if they don't, those players at B will definitely make a movement. Too little too late for them, but the paranoia comes at the right time. Unfortunately for Shrimp, it's not going to be enough to save his life. It's going to be a sight and a trade found by all gamers, so they definitely still got a chance. The high low is not to be broken this time, not the second, and not even the third. Kira on another triple kill. And that leaves just Happy Way, no spike, and probably no chance. They seem to have him on lock.
Yet again, it's Raga going it alone, facing into too many players. The rest of the team, then they abandoned the plant to try and salvage some sort of trade, but then they just walk into the mall. It's a nice start from No Man, but then Raga, he just goes alone, no utility to back him up, and then you've still got that double face heading in. Yeah, sure, the players, they try to double up the XLG players, but it's not quite at the same time. and they gift the round to AG. That could have been such a nice setup. You had 4 players left alive, all 4 on the site. You could plant the spike, get into a good post-plant position, but instead, Raga goes it solo, pushing into CT when there was really no need for it. They need to rein him in, because otherwise we're going to see similar problems that we saw on Sunset, where he gets caught out by himself, he doesn't have the opportunity for the kills, and XLG just can't get anything going.
We'll see though if there's something to be had here for XLG. We're talking about how Raga has been having an abysmal display, if I'm going to be completely honest. On the first map, things could be a little bit different, but they still walk up. Easy work for Spitfires with the paint shells as well. Just Viva left. At least it's on the other side of that shooting, but doubt that Sheriff is going to do much. Already down to 39. It's looking pretty easy for all gamers, and it might continue in the same vein. XLG, perhaps we have seen the end of them at stage 1, because this is nowhere near the team. Not even their shadow. Hell, where are XLG?
Raga's just not using that utility. We said, you know, he's going to be acting like the flash initiator, but he's not been flashing. We need to see him actually use that usage. He's only got 1 flash right now, just bought all the way up. Doesn't even have the clone either. So, you know, Fake Out can't come in either. It's obviously a scrappy buy, but that's a good start from Happyway. Being able to find the opening pick, and crucially that's Spitfires, who had 22 kills in the last map, going down.
Definitely another factor, this one. On the Sunset, it has primarily been Wei and Viva trying their best to carry the team. Viva was the MVP of XLG on that first map, so definitely a lot more of the weight now is on the, I guess, 2 veterans. These are the players that are definitely looking like they've maintained their form for earlier on in the year, but right now, the executives towards B. C's not really finding much value. They just need to get into the site without losing too much, and it doesn't seem that there are going to be a lot of casualties, but a ton of utilities invested. Thankfully, they keep the paint shells for the right timing, because they will need it for the post-plant.
And thankfully, they've been able to actually plant the spike this time around and not given any of their lives away. AG just waiting for their players to get into the right position. Prowler comes out. The double swing is only good for 1. No man with 2 as well. And leaves Shrimp all alone. Just the Bulldog in his hand. And XLG, they get the other round. No man, he's standing up. He's on his feet. It was a nice triple kill. And finally, something going well for Gilai Gaming. An opportunity for them to, like I said for the first map, give it large. An opportunity for them to actually start building up the hype and the energy within the squad, because they won the round they were supposed to win. It's not like it was a 5-0 start this time around.
Yeah, it definitely feels much more healthy. But I have to wait and see if that is going to change in the long term, because it was a big round for No Man there. Still to see the real Raga. Has been such an entertaining player for the entirety of stage 1, and they will definitely need to find some value right now. They got the blind slice, they got the utility, but they're testing Mound, and it is a pretty good position for Shrimp to find a kill and escape. That's why they're using the utility well. Shrimp also able to evict back into the site itself, and he got some thorns to be used, of course, from the other side. They'll be not really making the rotation yet. There is definitely the option to pivot back towards B for XLG, but they seem to be pretty invested here on the C site.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good choice for them as well. Just the 1 player over here. Haunt spots that out, but Greater Vine's in the way. And Shrimp has been able to take down the first. Now reinforcements arriving with Kira, but it's Shrimp who finds the second as well. The follow-up, Coconut, answering back here on the site, but 4 versus 3, all gamers still with the advantage. There's the flash coming through from Raga, blindsided get his team entrenched into a better position on the site, and the wallbangs just don't quite land in time. The spike going down means a bit more parity between the positions of these two sides, but it's still AG that have that man up, that have that player up. Not anymore. 2 versus 2, and XLG, the guns come alive.
Oh, welcome back, XLG. Hopefully, they're going to be bringing the heat for the rest of the map. This is looking much better, much more normal than what we've seen. And for them, they best believe that this sunset was just nothing but a mere mistake into what has happened in this previous game. For now, honestly, it has been a good hold for Shrimp to find the initial pair. I was scared at that point. But again, you know, you rely on those veterans, whether it is Coconut or Warga coming big there with that double kill. That probably was the most crucial one of the rounds. And they're looking a lot more alive. There is some ultimates already on the board. Kira got the Viper Spit, and they can use it wherever they want to. They choose to play on the B side. That means that their Gambit, leaving that C side empty, could be exploited by XLG. They got the mobility, they got the setup, and it's going to be pretty easy for them to discover the site itself is empty and put the spike down.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate satchel movement there from No Man, but it's fine. And yeah, you know, from all gamers, I don't necessarily mind this as much as they're, you know, walking into the kind of happy way there. You're on the eco round, you stack up on one side of the map as much as possible, you know, take that gamble. And XLG, they read it effectively. All gamers are now just probably going to hope for some exits here, waiting for the XLG players to leave the site upon the detonation of the spike. But XLG, I think they're probably just, if they're smart, they'll just back off towards CT. Let these all gamers players go down to the spike.
Well, they're going to pick up the Vandal at least, so at least Shrimp is going to remain alive. The other two going down to the spike as we've predicted, and this is going to put a very peculiar scenario here for the players of all gamers. They still got the pit. They can definitely use it, but clearly, unlike the Sunset, the Gambits are not finding the right reads. And, you know, credit where it's due. Sheila seems to be still pretty good in reading the flow of the map on Lotus, which is something that hasn't been the case of Sunset. They tried to brute force a lot. That didn't work out for them. Here, they look a lot more measured, and they are definitely making all gamers look like a normal team once again, instead of a superstar powerhouse that they were on the Sunset.
Oh yeah, for sure. They've come down to size a little bit here. Obviously, you know, you're attacking on Lotus. Couple of those rounds, it can start to snowball a little bit. So that's why all gamers have called the tactical timeout here. They're trying to put a stop to that momentum that XLG have found themselves with. And they just need to put up a more of a fight, because I feel like as soon as XLG get the read on you, it's then very difficult to get out of that. I feel like that's one of the strengths of Viva as an IGL, and we saw it all throughout Stage 1. And I mean, it does go down to the coach work of Voya as well. When they have a read on a team, they are able to shut them down so effectively. And I have to say, giving some credit to No Man here as well, where Raga maybe isn't quite performing where we'd expect. You now have that second explosive player to pick up the kills, to play that duelist role. Seems to be working out for them.
Well, could it work out this time around? It seems like that they're set up pretty good to take control of the A site this time. The remaining part of the setup is actually towards that C site, which makes a lot more sense. The B site is the one that he can make the pinch on, and that is what they relied upon. A door opened and a fake out that will actually pop this year, so no more Vice Wall, and that is something that they can be happy with. They can definitely go back, slow the pace down, and if they want to hit the B side again, that will be much easier now.
They can hit A too. You just got to worry about Shrimp on top of Rubble. Who could be the only one where that problem can be found, and No Man using the showstopper to try and clear out the C site again, baiting them in to thinking that C is the position of the execute. From the shadows from Coconut, clears a close angle. No Man just caught on the lurk, but Shrimp falling means the A site is clear. Kira is also going to be felled by Coconut. A 4 versus 3 now. XLG once again in command.
Blessed be Coconut there, keeping the round alive for XLG. Gotta be very careful. 2 players working their way to the stairs. They're not looking at the angle yet. Raga turns around, but Viva needs no support, as he will take down Delby as well. Just Shiyi left for Raga to find, and XLG back to the winning ways.
That was fairly brutal for the side of AG, and right now we're seeing the XLG that we used to know back in stage 1. I mean, this is a ballsy play from Coconut, and yeah, that just some ridiculous moments there. But again, they're not scared to make those plays, and when they're hitting, it does work. These nade combination thrown out onto the ultimate orb. Now this control for Coconut, but he got caught with the blind there and found in space. Delby's been able to get that kill.
We'll see if that kill will mean much. They still, of course, got Happy Way, got the wall. They can try to use it to play towards the A side. The door is open, but instead, all of them pivoting back towards C, where the pit is present, but they got the tools to try to dispatch Kira as far away as they can from the pit itself, not to be dissuaded fully from dropping the pit yet. They open the door, back towards B they go, and that could be the pinch for XLG, but they will need to find that kill, a crucial death here. That could actually open up a lot more ways for all gamers. Thankfully for XLG, both of, whether it is Spitfires or Shiyi, are still present on the A side, so the B side itself is empty. Now they know that the presence is going to be towards B, but at least the spike plant is guaranteed.
Well, you'd like to think so. But again, XLG not content with the space they have. Pushing forwards ahead of this. It's risky, but I guess against the pistols, you can maybe guarantee that play a little bit more. The wide swing from Kira is so damn good, backed up by the teammates. Spitfires is also going to fall to Happy Way. He's been doing so much work, and Viva on the site. Leaves Shrimp in a 1 versus 2. Baits the sound of the TP. Poison Cloud comes up yet again, pushing his way through and is being watched. 4 kills for Happy Way. XLG, some worrying signs there, but they do keep the round in their grasp.
They hold around, all thanks to Happy Way there with the clock kill, because it got kind of risky. But not just Coconut went down, but Raga as well towards the A site. Because those were 2 crucial casualties.
In that moment when Happy Way's pushing up towards heaven, I had flashbacks to the pistol round, where Raga just pushes CT and dies immediately. But this time he got the kill, so I guess it's fine. But yeah, gave me the heebie-jeebies, Volt.
Well, we'll see if that makes any difference though in the long run, because for now, XLG got the lead. The operator is back in play. It's in the hands of Spitfires towards the B site, where they can definitely try to find a few connections if they actually decide to open the door at the other end, but not the case for now. That Kira taking down the clone, and that is going to prompt XLG to fall back. They got the wall again, and these are the kind of victories that I feel like they usually relied upon. You know, burning the utility, playing the game down smartly. That is a traditional XLG.
Feels like they weren't really able to get those kinds of victories on Sunset. Here on Lotus, they're understanding the map very, very well. And while yes, it is a bit more of a flowchart than a lot of other maps that we have, we've seen them thrive here quite a lot. You know, they did beat EDG on this map back in stage 1. Let's not forget, as the dimensional drift comes on out from Raga. Gets so much information. Does so well. Kira still left on the site, not for long. Raga still there, still firing on all cylinders. 3 kills. Now the spike being tapped. The rest of all gamers are dipping away and saving here, Volt. 6 rounds for XLG.
Oh, makes a lot of sense, Charlotte. You know, there's no way back for them into this one. Sure, they might got the 2 ultimates, but if XLG are setting up well, which, you know, in a sense they are not actually in this one, but you know, usually you would never expect to win that one. Just the numbers are pretty much against you. Economy also is going to be a problem. So
Save the op.
that's something that is absolutely pivotal for them to save, as you said. You know, the operator has been a big part of them playing the Sunset. They put a lot of pressure in playing around the A site, which is something that I feel like I want to touch on. Like, a lot of pressure, a lot of focus into getting control of A main, but even with that, the C retakes haven't been the best. At least one of the guns are going to be the drop, but it is not the op. It is still going to be there in their hands. And that is going to be a big factor coming into the next one. I don't know if they even know that the op is in play.
Yeah, I don't think we heard it at all in that previous round. And, I mean, it's such lovely kills from Raga. Reading the game perfectly, but, you know, it's rough for GG to get taken down there. You know, nearly won out the fight, but doesn't in the end. That's another weapon dropped for them. And it's another one where they're just going to have to take a little bit of a step back in terms of the guns in this round. So, knock-on effects could be massive, especially with him buying up a Phantom here anyway.
Well, they evaded the presence of the op. It's just going to be a question of whether or not they can execute on the A side fast enough. A massive opener from Coconut. Happy Way not missing a beat, but the op is in play. Went down the drop. Almost found the collateral. And they got the pain shells, not just that. They got the ultimate as well. The show will not be stopped.
What?
A Spitfire will just have to back off. Yeah, that rocket launcher is broken. And it was almost a massive mistake from FIBA. Thankfully enough, saved by No Man. And this should be the round now. They got a numbers advantage. They know where Spitfires is, but still never ceases to be a scary situation for XLG in this game. Now, finally, some stability found. Just the Sheriff in the hands of Shrimp, but he got 2 smokes, 2 TPs. Make the impossible happen.
Well. Be very low, the IGL from XLG. The ominous beeps continue. The only sound being made right now here on the A site. Switch to the rifle. Fever up on Heaven, watching for this. I don't think his position is being expected or anticipated. And it doesn't even matter because Raga's been able to find the kill. XLG, again, it gets close. But they win things out, and I believe that is now 7 rounds in a row as well. All gamers still yet to stop the rot here. Nice kill though.
Like, even then, like, the one scary part was in the final duel. You know, when Shrimp had that one-on-one, that was a clear one-on-one with no trade potential from the other end. So to see that happening multiple times from XLG, not really the thing that we're used to. A pretty late time after all gamers, but I feel like it's taken still in a time that is not too late to have an impact on the half.
Yeah. Second timeout being burnt as well. So, and like you said, Vol, they need it. They need this timeout. And maybe we were being a bit too doom and gloom about XLG after the first map. Because all gamers right now, they are struggling. And while yes, they certainly played it closer than they did in the first stage. You know, they didn't win a map against XLG in that one. I just worry that they are starting to run out of steam here, and you know, maybe they can bounce back for Ascent. But right now, Spitfires has kind of been they've kind of put a leash on him of XLG. Only 4 and 6 compared to the 22 and 6 showing that we saw in the previous round. The Sea's nade, oh, it's very nearly going to catch out Happy Way, just about being able to survive. But all this utility is being sent in and spent to try and clear him out of this position. Does eventually leave with most of his health as well.
Yeah, but they're still horned here. They just need to make something happen. B-side for them feels like a much more likely possibility, especially with them sending both of their duelists. That kind of range. It will work out pretty well. Coconut holds. The trades are good for XLG. And as long as Shrimp does not find a retaliation kill, then things should be good now that he has. Problem strikes for the XLG camp. They need to get on a site quick. It's a 3-on-3. Yes, the numbers are even, but if they don't find a plant, all gamers are eventually just gonna corral their numbers on, and the pincer might already be present. They are aware of the back and forth movements, but I feel like Happyway is in a position to win the round right on their lonesome there. The pit in a powerful spot on the C site. That's a spike planted as well, and No Man probably having a free drop on Shrimp in Mount.
I love what No Man's doing in this round. He was making a lot of noise on B, try and make AG think that that's the site where things were ending. And now he's on the lurk. Gets caught by Shrimp, though. There's still Garden being ripped as well. Shorty's in the Viper's pit, can still be so deadly. They need to be wary of this, and Delby does fall, but it's Shrimp with 3 kills in the round to get all gamers back on the board.
They just went too fast. They could have been patient. They could have waited out the round. Instead, they take that quick duel. No Man tried to spring into action a bit too early. Same thing can be said about Happyway there in that spot, and it did start out well for XLG, but it was Shrimp here. A massive second kill to find as well in the Mount rotation. Those 2 kills probably changed the complexion of the round in its entirety, and now XLG lose a round off the back of the timeout. Despite a lot of investments, and honestly, the better macro initially was just that minute decision for No Man to activate himself as that too early. It actually caught XLG off guard.
For sure, and maybe was expecting Shrimp to be a little bit further up. He heard the footsteps being made. In the end, you know, I don't want to say it cost them the round, because that feels like I'm just blaming one player. But Shrimp certainly did win AG the round with his plays inside of that one.
Okay.
What a shot from No Man to take down Spitfires. Who's the better raise? I think it might be No Man right now. That was nasty.
Absolutely filthy from their side, and she's not gonna fare any better. Happyway catching a drop of him. That's an open A site. Should be an easy one for XLG. An 8th on the board, perhaps, but massive investment still. I don't know if they thought there were multiple players there on the A site. Perhaps they thought the rotation would have been made off the back of the initial kill. So that's why they invested the Nightfall. But for now, it seems like all gamers are going to be saving again. And like, you look at the economy, not in the best of cases. So it does make sense that they still actually want to save at the end of the day.
An 8th on the board for Gili Gaming. Potential for that 9-3 half. Whether you're superstitious or not, still would certainly like that look for XLG. Especially after what we saw on map 1, where they didn't have a good showing at all. Actually pretty terrible, and we can see now the confidence is back. They're not scared to hunt down those remaining rifles either in the saves. We saw it in the save round before as well. Gili, they want to deal as much damage as possible. Heading into the last round of the half, AG, they've got a broken purchase. Just the Sheriff in the hands of GEG. Rifles for the rest of everyone else. Still not fantastic though.
Good enough though for the start for Sheila. Shrimp found a massive double kill. He's gonna hold Mount for the time being. The hold has been cancelled, and Sheila probably are gonna reorganize their card. Happyway back with the operator in hand, but that dark cover probably gonna stun the round. Look at the rotations of all gamers. They're still gonna pull the trigger onto that one. The headshot is not good enough. Delb still finding the kill, and Delby's gonna go down in the trade. Shrimp still alive, looking for the quad kill, as he is coming up huge once again for all gamers. Now 1 on 2. Viva not anticipating the player in B, and all gamers will still find the 4th to keep the game competitive.
And Shrimp is up on his feet again. I have to say, I'm loving the energy that he's been bringing to the stage here for all gamers. But XLG stunted a little bit in those last 2 rounds. Oh, nice shot from Happy Way, but yeah. Really nice work from Shrimp inside a mound there to get 3. So we head into the halftime with an 8-4 score here on Lotus. What can XLG do on their defense sides to lock up this game, to send us to Ascent? In a match where, you know, we came into it thinking this should be a clean 2-0 for XLG. They shouldn't really be pressured that much by the side of all gamers. Then map 1 happens and we think, oh, are XLG still in the dumps? Are we going to see a clean 2-0 for all gamers right now? XLG, they're looking set to send us to that map number 3 of Ascent. And really, at that point, anything could happen.
Yeah, but I'm just happy enough for the time being that nothing really problematic is happening for XLG. You know, they just haven't really bursted in flames completely and eviscerated through that one. So, you know, still some hope. And that hope could actually be delivered in this second half. I believe that the graphic that was shown in the halftime was just how to deal with flashes. Maybe it's just like, oh, do you just, you know, hide in the corner or turn around? I guess everybody's just like, nope, don't want to deal with that. I'm gonna stay behind the walls. I'm happy enough as is.
Oh.
It's gonna be a different wall to crack here for all gamers. Sure, they might have caught ourselves and XLG by surprise on the sunset, but now it should be pretty different. All gamers also did pick the Lotus last time around when they faced in stage 1.
Yeah, that
right now,
is for sure. And that was a 13-7 with an 8-4 first half attacking for XLG. Could history repeat itself here? If we get a 13-7 right now, that would be a bit of a history repeat from stage 1. An interesting stat, but not that consequential for the outcome of the series. Pistol round win though for AG is kind of necessary, especially as they won the pistol in the first half and still only have 4 rounds.
You say that, I think it's necessary for XLG actually, just to keep their wits about them. Right now, defense seems pretty solid and assured. It's all about holding that 3 position, not letting him overwhelmed. Instead, Kira walks around, Sheriff in hand, looking for another headshot. Viva, no man, both inside. A great opener. They're trying to line up for Kira. Goodness me! All gamers flying the side that way.
And you can see the yellow ring there around Kira's name means that he's on for the ace. The 4th kill in the health bar turns yellow as well, or turns golden, and we're yet to see an ace in the stage. I've been told, I hear on the grapevine, that if that happens, then the player card bursts into flame, and Spitfires rips that opportunity away for them. But in the end, the ace isn't what's important. What is important is that the round win goes the way of all gamers, with Spitfires getting the last 2. Shut things down.
Oh, that it is Charlotte is supposed to be the pivotal round here for Chandu. If they have any hope of coming back into this game, 13-7. He said that was the last time around, and it was XLG to win both pistols, so clearly a deviation in the timeline.
That's true.
And even Voya, yeah, he's just, at this point, not satisfied with the team. Fortunately enough, this is their first matchup, so they definitely got quite some time until they head into playoffs. But some really gaping problems here, and more than going pains, it just feels like their limbs are being cut off.
I do kind of understand for XLG maybe not playing at 100%. You know, it's the first week of the group stage. You've got, I was going to say you've got a break until the 2nd week, but they've got the EWC to play as well. So maybe there's a little bit of saving strats perhaps for that. Obviously, I don't really believe in that, as Shrimp gets another double. And GG as well to double down. So, yeah, XLG, as I was saying, I think maybe they won't be playing 100%, perhaps focusing all of their efforts onto that tournament in Saudi Arabia. And maybe letting things slip a little bit here. But at the end of the day, a win is a win, and they need to confirm themselves for playoffs. They need to confirm themselves for champs as well to stay in the VCT. Happyway 1 on 5 does get the first, but really that's only going to be a consolation for XLG. All gamers, the deficit is now 2, Volt.
Yeah, and it's very doable. We have seen AG win the bonus in the first half of the sunset. Could happen again, especially with both Shrimp looking that sharp and Kira as well. Both of them has been instrumental to their win in the first map, and right now things are looking pretty harsh. You know, on defense, those double duelists will definitely have to fire on a lot of higher cinders. You know, All Gamers as an organization, they have a team in League of Legends. It's called Anyone's Legend, and they're pretty much like best or second best team in the world. XLG, off the back of stage 1, they had the same kind of, I guess, reputation, but right now really struggling to find their form. Hopefully that's gonna happen. They almost lined up, and it is gonna be both kills found. Just Viva is the one that's gonna chime in for Shrimp's death. And that is exactly the kind of round you need as XLG. You know, you establish your footing, momentum is strong, not a single casualty yet, but maybe overstepping here, Happyway, and they're gonna be pretty careful. Thankfully enough, just a single casualty, an easy round for XLG.
Yeah, nice and solid there from Gilai Gaming. Obviously winning the bonus, but it was a decent buy coming in from AG, so stemming the bleeding there, not letting things get out of hand. A nice double hold here from Viva and Happyway as well. And they combine for a full house in the kills for that round. So 6 rounds to 9. XLG extend their lead to 3 yet again. Round number 16 gets underway. A full buy for both teams here, Volt.
I'm intrigued to see if things are actually going to progress much for All Gamers, because XLG are very aggressive in this one. 2 players that were initially aggressive on Mao, now backing off to be more defensive as Jump spotting Coconut, and the rest of XLG in the spotlight. Akira cannot find that much, and thankfully the LB is not gonna really find that much either on the other end. Coconut is able to back off safely, but he's gotta hold on for dear life. Spitfires actually cancels Thatching in. He calls it off, and maybe fortunately enough for All Gamers, because they get to keep the majority of their numbers. If they walked in there, it would have been just a coin toss of whether or not they can get Coconut, because the utility was not ready. But not a lot of the time left. Only 50 seconds on the board now, 45, and they have made the call to rotate back towards the B site.
Yeah, we're about halfway through the round, so still plenty of time to rotate and play with things a little bit more, but like you said, the execute, they want it to come through fairly sharpish, and, well, Beaver's pretty sharp with his aim, gets a 3rd kill there. Shrimp is the last alive. 1 on 4, made into a 1 on 3 with a kill on Taraga. But it's still a difficult situation for him. Heading back towards the C site, we head into red time. Now just 10 seconds left. This one should be a save of the Vandal. XLG get themselves 2 double digits. Shrimp, maybe just looking for a couple of exits here. Coconut through the smoke. Won't find him either.
You'd expect XLG to be the team that is like grinding the rounds against an EDG, against maybe a Bilibili, but this is not looking the best. But credit where credit is due, All Gamers are definitely making this a very difficult matchup for them here.
They're looking good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe not quite as much on this map, but I mean, especially on Sunset, it looks like a pretty decent team actually. And you know, they've been playing pretty well here. It's just they've been outclassed a little bit.
Time for them to put on a masterclass if they want to have a chance here in this A side. Oh, a little bit labored from Coconut, but it still worked out at the end. Adequate enough to find that kill. They break over the connector. and it leaves room for XLG to back up, but all gamers getting up intensely. They'll be trying to work with the rest of the team. It is going to be Spitfires early on. An excellent entry on Coconut. Spotted by Nomans. Tries to go for the showstopper. Both of them aerial, but it's going to be Spitfire to find the net. As he catches the kill on Noman at the end. 3-on-4 on the retake. And Viva really fishing for that kill. Trying to bring back a numbers advantage where they start the retake.
Rifle coming in as well as Spitfires finds a third in the round. All gamers looking to sit themselves up pretty. Viva, though, does at least have that catch. A flash comes on in. Delby dealing with Raga, and Viva's going to fall as well. All gamers around it, they should not have won with 2 pistols in the bank, but it doesn't matter, and they come out on top.
Oh, to play just the call to scale things up quickly. That was probably the right one. As they caught XLG off guard, they thought that they're gonna slow it down because that's what they've been conditioning them on them doing that. But Spitfires finding the entry, that there was just a little bit rough. I guess maybe No Man should have held the satchel until the rocket was fired. That would have probably kept him alive, or at least gave him a better chance at survival. Not the case for now. Again, a quicker pace for all gamers, as they just think that maybe pace is the option. Speed could kill, and right now it has put him in an excellent position in that B side, but the flood should be ready. 3 players at Link. Raga late from the C side as well. They need to find those kills. They're blinded, and it's No Man to come up big. 2 kills from him. Delby will not survive for long, as Raga as well has found his answer. Only Spitfire and Kira. Just a single kill from the Raze, and the Viper. Well, maybe not having the real campaign here, as Kira just called it back. No Man should stick it easily, and it will be 11 for XLG.
Well, like that, maybe there was a possibility to go for that there from Kira, but to keep the weapon alive gives Shilai Gaming that 4-round lead yet again. Tough spot, and for all gamers, they've used both of their timeouts as well. They've got to try and come up with an answer all by themselves. XLG aren't going to give them that timeout opportunity when they're still in the lead here. Things would have to go a bit more drastically wrong for the timeout call to come into effect. So AG, what can they do here? What answers have they come up with? At the very least, clearing Raga out of Mound quickly. Down to 10 HP. Nightfall comes on in. Grimp TPing as well, but Happyway's been able to find one. Raga falling at the back of the site. Happyway still an elbow, still able to find the kill somehow, some way. That's ridiculous with 3, still surviving. Now cut down by Delby. But the advantage for G-Light Gaming just the same. Steel Garden ripped. Primary weapons taken out of the hands of the XLG players that are caught in the radius. And Kira, he's up close, personal with them. They've only been able to find one. Leaves Delby 1-on-2. In this situation, positioning himself towards Waterfall. Plant's not really there for him. Might be able to get something done here, Bolt.
He just wants to isolate one-on-ones. He's hoping that Coconut gives him the peek. Doesn't really respect the positioning. Oh, that was a crucial shot to land, and LB is figured out. The high-low comes in, and Shilai Gaming are able to put down match point. They're just waving to the camera. Yeah, guys, hello. You've forgotten about us, but we haven't forgotten what we're made of.
Yeah, it's a nice little double swing there at the end of the round from XLG. We're starting to see those pieces start to fit together, mesh together here. This is ridiculous from Happyway, finding the 3rd kill in that situation as well. Yeah, the high-low swing, doubling up. No Man gelling with this roster a bit more, you can tell. The communication is flourishing too. As yeah, like I say, you can sort of tell that they're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with each other when that sort of play comes in on the fly. That's not one that's going to be practiced. That's a split-second decision, sorry. It works out well for them. Like you said, XLG now on map point, 1 round away from sending us to Ascent.
Yeah, and I guess one of the best things about that, as he said, is that chemistry not really bought, and the Rockets are gonna find their spoils. No Man This could be the beginning of the end with that first kill. Shrimp claws it back, but there's a player in the A side, and Akira got the best positioning of all, but the rest of all gamers are stuck behind the angle. 3 players at the link. Akira, if they got the right timing, they should find the kill, but Coconut turns it around. And XLG are able to hold on to the A side. Shrimp brought down to half health, and here comes the coup de grace. Happy Way with 1 tap, Happy Way with 2 taps, and XLG will be pushing us over into that decider. We are bound for an Ascent.
That's so unfortunate from Kira in that situation. Maybe an opportunity, a gunfight where a Vandal might have been a better option. But even still, it's a nice flick coming out from Coconut. It's a nice map there from XLG. Something we haven't really seen in a while for them is just being able to come out. That what a shot that is.
One enemy remaining.
And they're starting to gel. They're starting to really play together. As we can see the full map highlights here. Things started out in a bit of a rough turn. I thought maybe we were destined for a repeat of that first map. A little bit still of that delay, that disjointedness between the players, but they've gelled together. They have glued themselves up for the rest of this map, and now Ascent is waiting for us. Vault, what are you expecting to happen on that map number 3?
Well, fortunately enough for XLG, I'd assume, is that Ascent should be one of those maps where they can play the defensive map comp, and they should actually be okay at the end of the day. It shouldn't be the end of the world for them. Something that they should be pretty happy about, because I believe that it's one of their like most played comps. You know, they've I guess tried around a bit before, but like against DRX, if I remember correctly, they played the Cypher Deadlock composition, but that is usually what you would want to see. I want to see them run that back, just, you know, get double-digit rounds on defense and try to, I guess, figure out the few rounds on attack, because that is the part of their play that clearly still needs a lot more work on. Their attacking play is just very disjointed in general, even in this loaders that they want, by the way.
Yeah, that's fair, but they were a little bit better. Let's listen to the team comms.
It should be Vice here. They played 3A. Hard take A.
They buy wall, we buy wall.
Okay, go back A again, go back A again, go back A again. Risk take off, risk take off.
I have no satchel, but I can take off.
Yes, it's okay, risk take off.
A push.
Listen, I'm gonna fake C solo. Everyone go A right now. I'm gonna fake C solo. Trust me, trust me.
Oh.
We need to give him a 1 waterfall smoke.
Yeah, I'll give you one waterfall smoke. You ready?
Okay, that is big.
No smoke.
Not gonna lie, no man coming in.
I peek already.
Oh no.
Getting to be a voice in the calling
I'm gonna TP drop, guys.
is definitely a big factor for XLG, because that is something that I feel like they got from YOU
Tree, guys.
with the mid-rounding.
Fall down.
Side.
Recon.
Middle.
Taking.
B push. Left side.
Kill him. Playing for outside. Curse there.
Early. Wait, should be help. Happy.
You go
we haven't, guys.
help. I watch city.
K City, okay?
I'm gonna change position.
KM，不读 KM。OK。
Go on city。
2楼能过的，小心，那个烟有点。我说实话。
Nice.
Yeah,
I
there you
mean,
go. I mean, you can, like you said, No Man being a bit of a voice in the comms, and again, that was part of that gelling together that we were starting to see throughout that map. Happy Way coming out as the MVP, though. 328 ACS is pretty ridiculous, especially as he was doing it on the Viper as well. The rest of the team, though, not too far behind. Raga, though, still actually not performing as well as we would have hoped. 10 and 11, still negative in the KD, but I mean, it's a better showing than on Sunset, but also he doesn't need to be the player to get all of the kills anymore, because you do have No Man as well as a duelist. And yeah, sure, it was Happy Way that ended up being the highest kills in this map, but it sort of shows you the sort of new dynamics that are at play here in this XLG squad.
Yeah, I mean, look, even at the top level, sometimes your controllers, your sentinels are going to have those pop-off games. Happy Way is a very competent player, and he definitely made things work. This time around, they get the better of almost every metric on the board. But realistically, the one thing that they got to understand is that it's not going to happen every time, Charlotte. Eventually,
Yeah.
Happy Way is going to have an average game. Coconut is going to have an average game. Viva's going to have an average game. And then suddenly it's up to the new debut of Noman and Rarga to step things up. I'm really excited though to what Noman will be playing in that composition. Maybe he'll pivot to the Sova, or do you really play him on one of the Sentinels? Because that is the tough flip up. I feel like Rarga is 100% going to be playing the Yoru on the comp. Maybe they go back to the 2022-2023 comp with the Jet. That could also be a thing, and put Noman on the KO. That's something that he's played before. But you know, a lot of question marks with Noman's addition, and like, what roles will he actually be fitting in the composition?
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, really, because I mean, I don't know about you. I'm certainly excited for Ascent Vault, but we are just going to have to throw to a quick break before we get there. So when we come back, it will be the conclusion of our match between All Gamers and G-Light Gaming.
Fortunately for Sheila Gaming, the case of the map won't be the same anymore. It's not going to be a 2-0 because All Gamers would have been the team that is victorious in that. It's a good bounce back on the Lotus, but we are still to see the dominant force that took 2025 Chinese VCT by storm. Raga is nowhere to be seen yet. At least the rest of the team are stepping up. But on the Ascent, you know, we had a lot of questions about XLG, at least I did, because of their compositions. You know, they're used to playing those double sentinel comps. They're used to being very defensive. It is actually All Gamers that have been playing a foregone meta. They're still playing the old comps. They haven't really adapted a new strategy, but maybe with their own new additions as well, that could be a different factor. Maybe Spitfire is going to be the, I guess, the card that will push them over the edge to, I guess, keep up with the time, because the future is now, old guys. You know, just get to the meta, play the comp, and that is going to be an important factor, of course.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And also, this is a map that All Gamers have banned quite a lot before. So we'll have to see where they decide to go with it. And All Gamers, like you said, very, very old comp. You got the KO, Jet, Killjoy, Sova, Omen, but XLG are bringing out the Yoru Chamber Vice. This is exciting me. I can't lie, Volt. I'm a big fan of this comp. I think Vice should be used a lot more than she is. I think she's a very, very strong Sentinel. Combine that with, again, what we saw on the first map, where No Man can kind of take up more of a duelist role on that chamber. Combine it with Raga's Yoru. I think you've got a really, really solid foundation there. And obviously Viva and Coconut, ever dependable in the backlines too. I'm loving this comp from Gili Gaming.
Yeah, and they're going to start on defense as well, so they're going to get max value out of the Vice instantly on the anchors. That is going to be a big factor. I guess the wild card has got to be No Man on the chamber. It is a double-edged sword if No Man is feeding it, and if he's firing on all cylinders. On his best day, he could just run the server, make it impossible for All Gamers to play. But if he cannot frag, then the chamber falls apart, and they would have preferred picking a deadlock, picking a cipher. We'll see how things go. We're gonna head into the map, and everything now is up to the players. The ball is much more in All Gamers' court.
Yeah, this is going to be a very important half for deciding the outcome of this game, because All Gamers, if they can win a pistol, they've been pretty good at their attack sides before. We especially saw that on the first map of Sunset. If they can deal some good damage here, which XLG, because XLG are expected to win big on this defense side, and already there's the opening kill going the way of AG. Like I said, if they can deal good damage here in this half, they could set themselves up for the upset victory.
Oh, yeah, that upset is great to get first blood to open up the A site. Raga falling down, letting the rest of XLG to try to play on the defense. They got the setup. Coconut dropping down. Happyway finding the first frag. They find the next on the door, and it's a complete massacre on that side. Each and every single kill going to XLG. Barring that first blood, exactly the way you want to start on the defense.
Well, that's not a fantastic showing from AG. Yeah, I thought, oh, they get the opening kill. They honestly put themselves in quite a good position. But again, it was the anchor players from XLG that come in big. Happyway and Viva combining, like I just said, they're the ever dependable in the back lines. It's a full house there for round number one. Get XLG, what I believe is their first pistol in the series.
First pistol in the series, and hopefully for them the first of many, because they'll need each and every single one until they can mesh with everything that's going on. For now, though, we will see if All Gamers can, I guess, do something with those 5 classics. Numbers is going to be the big factor. Larga, aggressive again. They line up, but instead, just a single kill. Delby is going to be able to find the answer. But Coconut should be in a pretty good position, especially with the support from Viva from Heaven.
Indeed. And actually, just touching on that point, didn't properly consider it that AG lost 13-7 with winning both pistols back on Lotus. That's not great, and that's going to weigh on the mental as well. Hopefully ED101 and the rest of the team, Delby, the IGL, have been able to pick the team up out of that rut, because if you start worrying about details like that heading into the next map, you know, thinking about the past, then it's really going to get to you and you're really going to struggle. Obviously, we're not expecting too much in this round, of course, just the classic some one ghost for Shrimp. And putting the time down low here, Happy Way, the Bulldog is just able to get a pretty quick cleanup. There might be just enough time to plant. No, it's expired for them. XLG get their second round.
Yeah, important one of that. At least they got the Bulldog, and they're going to get the extra money from that spike plant, but they're going to lose all their numbers. Never mind. Those are the guns gone. But no harm, no foul for all gamers. Anyway, they were going to get the buy in the third one. It is good, though, for XLG, you know, to keep most of their guns, to keep those outlaws. Warga seems like he's just been going overly aggressive, you know. That's the main thing that I feel like has been a difference from Warga that has been in stage 1 to this Warga. You know, like stage 1 Warga would have a setup, he would have a flash ready, they would have a trap play around it. This is a much more individualist version of Warga. One that, honestly, you know, still, mechanically Warga is very impressive, but I'm not a fan of this. Sure, it might work against all gamers, but in the long run, against the much better teams that they're going to face into playoffs eventually, if they get there, they will need to respect the power, and they will need to make those plays happen again.
Yeah, and let's face it as well. You say it's working against AG, but I mean, it's not really. Raga negative on both maps so far, and again, just peeks into the angle, the dry swing. He's going to get taken down early.
Shot back, and they're working their way into 3. Not just that, the fact that Kira is there towards A main can be a big nuisance. Everything is going to be on Viva here as they try to peek it. Good timing, but not the kill. Perhaps the shock dart that is going to push them back off the angle. They still peek it, thankfully. Stinger is able to find the kill there from Coconut as he's able to tame the SMG. Push all gamers back into the B side. Last time they broke the trap, they found the kill. This time is much more passive from the players of XLG on the site.
Yeah, these anchor players still need to come up big. Happy Way got the Bucky here, and it's gonna come up huge. No Man, though, not able to survive with his headhunter. It's Happy Way instead who deliver death from every which angle. A 3-0 start here for XLG.
My man taking a bow for the code right here. Exactly what they should do. It has been an excellent game from both Happy Way and Viva today, and they really needed some of those rounds, especially with No Man like dying early on, much the same as Raga. But at least I understand why No Man took that. You know, like, you want to buy space for Happy Way, and Happy Way made good use of that space. Now they got the lead. And, you know, you would hope that they're able to keep that kind of momentum running in. It's back to a half buy from all gamers. They got the Guardian. They got a couple of Sheriffs. It could be dangerous if Coconut does not respect it, but in reality, it still should be XLG's rounds anyway, even if they do the side early on.
Early pressure. Coconut potentially forced to dip away. The paranoia coming in. And the updraft dash from Spitfires onto Jenny as well. But the site is under the control of all gamers. XLG forced to respect that space. Oh! That's big from Spitfires, so Viva caught in the utility in the drone, and Coconut can't get the trade either. Coming up massive from Heaven, the shutdown by Raga with 2. It's now a 2 versus 2, and CEG is able to find the Sheriff, wrangles that into submission. No Man tap on the spike, Vandal now in hand. Both these players still only with their Sheriffs. He's got 1v1s. If he can isolate them, there's the first from No Man. But he's not cognizant of Kira's positioning. He might know it now. There's the tap. The expectation of the swing, but Kira wins it out. 5 HP, and all gamers are on the board.
What a push there. The timing couldn't have been any better from Spitfire. If it wasn't for that initial kill, everything would have fell down to the wayside. XLG had a pretty good retake from 3. It was just all about keeping that position alive, and Coconut being traded there. Lacking those smokes. Changed the round completely. You can tell XLG still feeling pretty okay about this, but yeah, like, you know, the players got to keep the momentum up, but the Voya is the true reflection of how you should be feeling of that one. XLG still looking pretty good. Still got the buys. An operator on No Man, but that is a crucial miss.
It is. Lockdown coming in as well. Will force the hand of XLG. They've got to evacuate the site here. The smoke stays up long enough to allow the entry into the site as well. Spitfires dashes on through. Now gets Blade Storm available thanks to the spike plant. I would say probably shouldn't use it in this round, but you know, if things get hairy, there's certainly the possibility. And oh, Coconut maybe just missed Kira there. Be aware of it, but as the push comes on through from Market, they are going to have to ignore that flank coming through for now. And there's the Steel Garden. There's the Blade Storm being popped. Spitfires! He's an absolute monster! And Delby's there to shut it down. What a round from All Gamers there, Volt.
Exactly what you were hoping for the side of All Gamers. He got the side itself, he played for the lockdown, and just relying on the right timing. I feel like, I don't know if that was XLG's arrow going wrong on the retake itself, because that could have been a big factor. But all in all, Spitfire just finding the right time, didn't care about the Steel Guardian, found all of those kills. And at the end of the day, Varga couldn't really take hold of the 2 players peeking him, one from the backside, one from both. And now XLG on the back foot. They're the ones that have to have buy into this one. Varga aggressive again, and once more, as always, is punished. And this is just become a mental game. It's just like, okay, I'm just gonna say this. This is like some TL shenanigans where everybody's playing their own game. They're doing the worst calls possible, but it's only Varga that's doing that, to be honest. But Varga eventually will need to be like honed in by the rest of the team, because he has become a liability now on a must-win defense.
Yeah, he absolutely has. You can't afford too many attacking rounds to go the way of AG. They will just be able to slog it out on their defensive side to win the series. I have to say, I'm really enjoying the IGLing from Delby so far in this game, and whether it was something they talked about beforehand or whether it was on the fly, that setup, you have the lockdown, get into the site, allow Spitfires to plant, get the Blade Storm, because they recognize that the Steel Garden was available on the other side. It's lovely work in the previous round, and here, just about managing things on the anti-eco. Happy Wave, 10 and 3, he's got the Guardian, he's doing absolute bits! There's the third as well! Delby, last alive. I was bigging him up in the mind, he's going to have to come up big with the gun as well. And the time's now run out, No Man doing such a good job, and all Viva has to do is Scarpa for XLG to win the round.
Exactly what you would expect here from the players on the other end. That is the kill that has meant everything for the side of XLG. The Arcrows coming up big as well. It was a blooming of sorts for Happy Way. Another time that he just comes up big in one of those rounds. But again, pretty good start from Viva. I feel like every time him and Happy Way have an impact on the round, it is pretty much always one for XLG. Still not away from the growing pains just yet, but at least they're containing their casualties. They got 4 rounds. The game is progressing at a good pace, but No Man hasn't really been the most impactful in the game so far. 13 kills from Happy Way. That's the kind of game that he's been having on the Sentinel role, and that is going to be added to 14. That is the lurk gone, by the way. Now they'll need to fully commit to the A side try to perhaps change things. Raga from the same position that Happy Way is from. It is going to be instantly spammed. Raga down to 23 points of health, but at least he will stay alive. but probably his role is going to be much more supportive than what he would have initially hoped for.
Yeah, and you've still got No Man on the Chamber as well, who maybe hasn't been having the best game so far, 1 and 4, but is still in that duelist position. Because let's face it, Chamber's more of a duelist, especially in the way that XLG are hoping to utilize this player in this position. The operator down mid has been able to take down Spitfires as well. So, all things doing well, and just to touch on Happyway, you said about the impact that he's been having.
剩余30秒。
The highest rated player for XLG at Masters Toronto was Happyway, playing those Sentinel roles, a 223 ACS over the 2 matches they played. That's pretty darn good. So, you know, we know him to be a player that
剩余10
is
秒。
able to come up with these big moments and is certainly the one to drag them across the line here. The rest of all gamers are waiting to save this one. Timer ticks away and XLG get their fair.
Hold the line pretty well, thankfully, and they'll be hoping to keep on that streak. Hopefully, though, for them, they just, you know, it's always the case of, can we keep Raga from dying in the first 20 seconds? If yes, then XLG probably wins the round. So far, it's been working pretty well, you know, Raga didn't die for the previous 2 rounds. And if it continues to be so, they should be having a pretty good game. It's just all about No Man finding the value, because, you know, we talked about the operator, for example, that was in the hand of Spitfire on the Sunset, and how much impact did that have. No Man really lacking the same kind of value here, but could actually find the proper timing. He set up Raga aggressive this time. Finally, he finds something, and when it rains, it pours, as XLG doubles down to clear off B main.
Back-to-back impact there from No Man and Raga.
锚点消
Two
散。
more duelist players. I guess No Man's kind of been flexing about in this match, but historically has been a duelist player. And just knowing that there was a gap in the recon dart as well from AG, playing it perfectly there to get that 5-on-3, the 2-man advantage. And AG, they're looking like they want to save again here, but they can't really afford that opportunity. So to a site they will go, and Shrimp no longer on the Omen, instead playing the KO here. Not had the same impact that we saw on, I mean, both of the last maps, but especially on Sunset. He was doing massive work, and they just can't quite even get the timing right to break the shear. And Shrimp just dies, even though through the flashpoint it doesn't work. Happyway, okay, maybe a bit too big for his boots. Raga now stepping into the fold as well. Come on, XLG, please stop giving this man kills. Eventually they do shut him down. But yeah, I want to see more from Shrimp on the side of AG, and I want to see XLG, instead of in that situation where, you know, they're 1v5 and everyone just started running at GG, just to calm it down a little bit, because I did start to worry there.
Honestly, it was the earlier 2 kills and Happyway there, no, fully flashed. He still had the wherewithal to adjust the crosshair. And realistically, this is exactly what you want. Happyway definitely making everyone happy right now. I am a happy person because as an XLG believer, at least I see the pieces that I trust in to perform are still in full gear. It's, again, all about how they'll adjust things, how will Raga play, how will No Man play. And right now, they're just keeping them on the correct course. And it is all about course correction. This is their first game back again in the domestic league. And they'll probably have a lot of things to work on in the coming weeks. But it's also, as he said, all about getting those early points to make sure you secure your path to champions, to keep that slot. That is everything for Shilai Gaming here, because they are one of the Ascension teams, and they'll be hoping that they can follow the path of teams like G2 and guarantee their way into champions, hopefully to get another year in the limelight.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, XLG, even despite, you know, even if they do lose here, They're still on 9 points already, so that does have them in 4th place for the VCT China point standings right now. So, you know, if 2 of the 3 teams above them get to the grand final, that's all they really need. First kill comes on in. That's a little bit brazen from Spitfires. Viva, well, he's certainly testing it. He's certainly being able to find a kill as well, somehow. That's ridiculous. He shut down the doppelganger, opposing Sova on the other side. Dimensional drift, giving the information, yeah.
Got the Varden steal as well. I don't know about that one from Happyway. They still caught most of them on that. Raga with 1, 2. That should be the round. Delby is nowhere near getting that one back. And with the operator holding the line, it should be a done deal. And it is 7 for XLG on the board. And now we are back to normality. XLG running away with the lead. All gamers feeling like the bottom seed of stage 1 once again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them because obviously they had such a good showing in map 1. But like we said, you win both pistols on Lotus, only get to 7 rounds. XLG now running away with things here on Ascent as well. So, there's still a chance for a 7-5 half. And realistically, with how Ascent is right now, you would absolutely take that. It would feel like a bit of a robbery to get that 7-5 half as Nomad goes for the swing with the operator, knows he has the rendezvous to dip out of there. They're able to find first kill. There's a trade on back as, again, it's Raga to fall on an island inside of mid. So the lurk from Delby has now been activated. I don't know if Happyway's aware.
He's definitely considering the fact that he might have actually made a play, but maybe not anticipating him to be on that side of things. Depression coming in. Viva might be pressured. It's a great paranoia, but can they clear the jet? That is a paramount question. Coconut holds down the line. 1, 2, 3, and 8 on the board for XLG.
Yeah. So it turns out Happyway did expect Delby on the flank, and then Coconut is just him, I suppose, on the site with the 3 kills. A nice opener from Nomad. I feel like we've been a little bit critical at times, especially in terms of the kills department, but that's a nice play, and it's a solid play. You look at XLG, very much the man of the moment is Happyway. 10 more kills than the 2nd place player on the team. Looking a little bit rough for them. If you can shut down Happyway, maybe there's a chance, and Raga doesn't expect Kira to be so close up, but there's a trade with the Hunter's Fury, of all things. Spitfire's going down into 4 versus 4 here, Volt.
Yeah, and that was pretty weird because you definitely should have heard the Strat step there. Sure, some of the utility could have masked the sound, but not really an excuse for Raga on around like this. Delby making the call for the rest of the team to rotate. No man on the angle. Got the tour de force, but he's looking at mid. That's not where they're gonna go. Eventually he will need to make a move. He's waiting for Happyway to be the first line of engagement, but I understand the reasoning behind that. The dark cover with that ultimate should be pretty much all the information XLG needing to focus all of their attention on the other part of the map, the lockdown. They're gonna wait for it. Might actually open up some space for Happyway. Shouldn't be detained for long. It's an important kill there for Nomad to find as they keep the numbers advantage alive. That will be, of course, offset by time now being in favor of AG. All onto Shrimp. What a powerful position that he has, but he could not control the spray, and they're falling apart piece by piece. Track by track. XLG get the map back in control.
That's unfortunate. I feel like for Shrimp, perhaps getting a little bit too antsy, a bit too eager to try and find a kill there. And then the rest of the players not really in the right position to trade. They try and get that answer back, and it just does not work for them. Nice work from Viva in the opening as well. Yeah, just Again, the word is disjointed, but this time the cracks are starting to show for all gamers. And when the first map on XLG's map pick, no less, they were looking so disciplined, so clean. And right now, like you said, starting to look like the team that was bottom seed in the group, winless in stage 1. No man just not allowing himself to get distracted by Spitfires there. He knows that Viva has his back. And that's Happy Way again, the man of the moment. The power player in the power moments. Selby, 2 kills in the round. Needs the final 3 as well. If he is to get a 3rd round on the board for the side of all gamers. Right now, just the taps on through the smoke. Vandal in hand, the operator as well. Spike surrendered. On the ground, on an island. Kept out, kept wanting from any of this position, and the shock dart does so much damage. They're just toying with him. Come on, give us the kill already. The 10-2 half is finally there.
Yeah, that was kind of the half that they needed, realistically. Statement, I guess, after what has happened on the first map, but it is to be expected by that kind of defensive comp that they were running. They got both of the Sentinels. They got the round on lock. Happy Way, of course, being relayed the information that there was a TP made into a dark cover that made things difficult for the other side. Now it's all about the pistols. As he, of course, as you said, AG won both pistols on map 2. XLG already found the one, and they got some time in the halftime, perhaps, to think about things, because they will definitely need to win the pistol if they have any chance of running a comeback.
Yeah, 10-2 is a very difficult scoreline to come back from anyway. Like, regardless of if you win the pistol or not. So it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a mighty old road. There's a reason why we see comebacks so rarely. And it is because it's just such a mountain to climb, especially, it's the end of I wouldn't say a long best of 3. The maps have been fairly short in and of themselves, but you're going to start to feel that fatigue, especially as you keep on losing here on the decider map. It's going to be difficult to get themselves out of that mental rut. You have, Shrimp still yet to get a kill. Got quite a lot of these players on a very low number of them. And you look at the other side, Happy Way's already found 20 frags in the first half. It just feels like there's nothing that you can do against that.
I mean, here's the thing, just to keep on with the discography, I guess. We said that there was a dark, beautiful twisted fantasy with all gamers and their stars. But right now, Happy Way got all the power. 20 kills in a single half, and a pistol round that could seal the fate of all the gamers. It'll be down to them to hold down mid. It's a big coalition from both teams, and they will reach the collision instantly. No man, find the opener. Spitfire almost fine in a second. Luckily enough, Frog and Happy Way are able to hold down things, but it's going to be traded back, and fourth, it is going to be XLG. That was a DM round. There was no strategy involved.
Yeah, that one was fairly quick. That's for sure. Understatement of the year, I reckon. But for XLG, I really like that. Honestly, I quite liked it for both of these teams, where you gear up for that heavy mid fight.
I told you they're gonna triple pick me, bro. I told you, bro.
And there you go. Viva has the read, apparently. So another pistol round for XLG.
I guess more importantly, they got the aim to back it up. Now let's see if they're going to play it out well. Love this from No Man. Using the trademark to clear off the angle. Now they know at least there's one player here at the side. The pre-fire, not finding that much value, but they got to respect the presence of the smoke, because those pistols, close range, they could be detrimental. Now all gamers is in the same spot that XLG was in on the sunset, having to force those sheriffs, trying desperately find something in this round, but the utility play really doesn't find much value. That's why they're risking the gambit towards middle. No man, got a safety TP, and they'll be peeking the angles. Raga caught off guard, they can't find the kills. Now No Man comes and chimes in, but it's too little too late because all gamers have actually found the better of them here. It's gonna be 2 players alive for XLG, but at least they got the 2 bulldogs and they got the spike down.
Yeah, there is an upgrade in hand, so yeah, like you said, the 2 bulldogs. Doable. Certainly is doable for all gamers. They're all grouped up together for now. Through the window, having the area of attack. And Coconut's on this off angle. Question is, do they expect it? Player down below is the one that takes down the dart, who has now been felled. Coconut is there, steady, ice cold.
Yeah, and you know what? Fun fact, the coconut is actually not a nut, it is a fruit. And all the labor will be blooming here for Coconut. It's been a beautiful time for him and Happy Way. Crucial round to win. Of course, a lot of casualties on their side means that the bonus could be an easy conversion for all gamers. But a necessary one to win, because if they lose it, we've seen all gamers run away with big runs of momentum. Voya surely not satisfied with that result, but for all gamers, now they understand the assignment. Just get this round across the board, hope for the best, because all you can do now is hope that your memes are not just dreams.
Yeah, that is the hope, and take a timeout. I feel like obviously you have to. You're down 12-2 on the verge of losing the series. It hasn't quite been as clean as we would have hoped for Gilai Gaming, but you know, the crowd's certainly still hyping them up, cheering them on, and they look poised to get the job done. And in the end, a win is a win, Volt. That's the thing that we need to remember. Yes, it was a pretty disastrous map 1. There's obviously things to learn from on both Lotus and a little bit of this map as well. Even in victory, you can learn those lessons, but you get the dub on the board. Check that column off. Hopefully, get yourselves to champs if you're XLG.
Oh, that journey starts here. Final round. They are playing for the bonus. They could have gone for an investment to this one. Try to finish it off with whatever upgrades that they can get right now. All gamers, though, they've laid off multiple mid traps. They've aggressed a few times, trying to play off of it again. They'll be spotting those players. They got the high-low, but the player from the stairs is the one surviving. Graga, allowing Viva to find that kill. Right now, all gamers are not in a good spot, but neither are XLG. They'll be in a single point of health. It's got to back off pretty quickly. They got the control, they got enough time, and that was just the one gambit that they were hoping it would work. Right now, hopefully for them, Spitfire sacrifice will not be in vain, as it bought them valuable time. Not a lot of time left for XLG, but maybe just about enough for them to win this round here.
Yeah, there's the chance, and Delby with the kill as well. GGE on the lockdown also. So 3 versus 3, but look at the HP for these players. And they know this player's up close. Delby not long for this world. No man. Oh, Shrimp! Hello! In the 1v3, made it a 1 versus 1! And clutches out the round! His first 3 kills in this map. And I don't think you could have 3 more impactful kills for this map, because it keeps AG in it.
A pivotal one there. You know, they needed to convert the bonus. I was scared that they wouldn't have been able to do so. Just the start looked so good for XLG. Of course, Shrimp just coming in there with those beautiful double headshots. Then finishing off the round, you know, ice in their veins. But let's hope that that ice will carry on for much longer, because once again, XLG, you know, that's the important part about this round, I feel. They never have shied away from those duels at mid. You know, they could definitely work themselves towards A main, B main, make some noise, try to distract that round, but instead every time they start off at mid, this time it will actually garner them a first blood. They spotted the other player as well, and Akira has got to make the move. Another shot from Raga. Beginning of the end is here. Spitfire with a pivotal kill, and that could be another one. Coconut is not aware, and out of nowhere, all gamers are back in the game.
They absolutely are. Ooh, a little bit of a spot there from Spitfires, but now into the more. Kira
暴龙器落在中
is
区，
there with one, and you've still got Delby in the backside of B. Boathouse is his abode for the time being. Happy Way here on B main. And Raga, they've doubled up now. The star of Toronto and the series so far, and the star of stage 1.
剩余
They've got to
30秒
combine here. And Raga, there's the first, there's the second! A lovely snap! And again, it's a clutch situation for all gamers,
已部署，
as Raga gets that spike planted. Clutch has to come on through. Paranoia in. Gonna reveal the position. Another smoke as well to try and take away. Gets the spot onto the player inside the boathouse as well, but there comes the drop. Happy Way is the one to shut it down. GLI Gaming, it might have been labored, it might have been close, but they're back in the winner's position.
And they find the win. They mirror the scoreline of the Sunset. 13-3 to their favor. This time around, that's exactly what we thought was going to happen. Perhaps map 1 was just a scare. They got the nerves off the stage, and now they definitely feel like they are in form. GG to the two teams. Honestly, though, this All Gamers have a lot of more potential than the one that we've seen in Split 1. This is a much more dangerous team, and they definitely do deserve an ovation because they gave us one head of a game. Despite the score on the Ascent, it was still pretty dangerous in a few rounds.
It's a pretty tough group that we find ourselves in, though, for all gamers in Group Omega. Obviously, XLG, they've already played and lost. You got Dragon Ranger Gaming, Fun Plus Phoenix, Nova Esports, and Wolves Esports as well. So a pretty stacked group, you would want to say. So those wins are going to be quite difficult to come by. You're maybe eyeing up Nova and DRG for those. Potentially squeak into the playoffs in that 4th seed. But as for right now, the moment is all about XLG. A great win for them, and while things got tough, I feel like in stage 1, especially in groups, we didn't necessarily see them get challenged all that much. So this will certainly be a better look for them, that they've started to struggle and were still able to claw it back.
Yeah, I just gotta say, we should all think about it shouldn't just be no man. Happy Way was the king of the series. He was the savior of the team, and despite some flashes from Spitfire, it just was nowhere near the kind of form that they had in map 1. Happy Way, the hero, the savior, I guess the father in the server right now. And they definitely needed somebody to step up. It's great to find that, but, you know, a bigger discussion to be had. As we said, you know, some tough teams in the group, of course, Wolves being one of them, that this run of form from Raga is not gonna cut it once you face the big dogs.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, but again, this is a good start. It's a good platform to launch off of, and, you know, they've got to play in Saudi Arabia as well, and that could be another opportunity for Raga to hopefully find some form, come back into stage 2 for the 2nd week with a bit more pep.
Yeah, Omen TP, Sova, Recon. Hail Flash, 3. Omen Sova.
didn't say
I'm a bit intrigued in if they have a planned comp or
We
a
actually
planned
have
strategy.
we have good guns for retake.
He can go short, okay? He can go short.
Yeah, the short's open right now, guys.
Okay. There's still no smoke.
I don't see him in yet.
I don't think they're freezing him yet.
One mid.
I would tell me.
I want to go check
Raga
out
didn't
Devender,
comment
right?
anything. They just had
I
no
recommend-
idea about
if
it.
No one, chamber, go happy, okay? Yeah, short.
I need help, I need help.
I go help. Pure short.
My side kill
Short.
Double short with you.
Killjoy hasn't crossed KB main, so
He's running should be.
droning.
I try break. Wait, he joining market.
Joining me.
我可以推 wall 打
Low.
Oh. I play close.
Get B
Aiming cannot.
Get B in. No man.
Aiming
One
cannot.
more.
Jump down mid.
Jump down mid one. Play together.
No aiming.
If
I was
they
They're
go B,
running
they
around
fuck,
mid.
okay? If
I
they
don't
go B,
know where
they
they're going.
Mark it to B.
I smoke B main. 那我捡枪了。
好。
Only jet.
Only jet. I was aiming. How many?
Two. Omen mid.
Nice.
Nice happy.
Two. Last two. Bingo.
我来了，你推一包点枪，
Nice. 3v1.
把打死了。
Nice.
Happy way!
Take back on.
So
Wow.
calm from XLG.
Yeah.
You can tell they really settled into things in this map, and Happy Way again the MVP with a 382 ACS is ridiculous, and a cast of 94% as well. That means in 94% of the rounds he either got a kill, got an assist, survived, or his death was traded. That's some incredible impact from that player, especially across an entire map, and I'm pretty sure his cast has just been high the entire time as well. So definitely the player for XLG, as we've been talking about all game, really.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to catch out here, or I guess like take a notice too, is that Warga's second highest on the ACS, but definitely because he's been really trying so hard to fish for some of those frags. Again, there's a limit between confidence and just accepting that maybe today is not my best day, and there should be more resources devoted to Warga. Right now, that has not been the case, and I feel like that could have been a big factor. That, you know, maybe while you and Varga know how to play each other so well, that they are still can't really bring the best out of Varga that much anymore. But, you know, the big part is
9 assists though.
still, yeah, you know,
Which is-
like they're
which is
still
pretty
leading
good.
in a lot of important statistics, and that is going to be pretty strong. You know, for all gamers though, you know, we talk about how Group Omega is a rough one. I feel like they should actually have a few matches that could unironically just ruin the entire group, you know, because when you think about this group, you think about, okay, the two powerhouses should be Shilai, should be Wolves, and then it is actually
FPX
a
as
toss-up
well.
for the third and fourth spots, and that's are like the tougher spots to fight for when you're talking between Dragons, Nova, and FPX. We're gonna get Wolves and FPX pretty soon. They're the next matchup here.
Yeah.
But, you know, all gamers, they could definitely still cause a couple upsets in Omega, and if they do, everything could be up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a situation where, you know, it is kind of wide open, but I feel like for most people, you're expecting XLG and Wolves to kind of be the top two. You're expecting FPX to kind of be up near the top as well. I feel like Stage 1 was a little bit of a drop of form from where we'd expect from that squad. But we have the interview now, so we'll send it over to Beatles for the translation.
采访 ，Hello Viva，好久不见。
大家好，我是 Viva。
欢迎 Viva。因为其实先从今天第一张地图聊起啊，感觉第一张地图 AG 的发挥还是可圈可点的。有没有感觉他们在日落之城这张地图上哪些方面会做得格外好一些，才能在你的自选图上给到你们比较强的压迫感呢？
首先他们
What do you think AG did really well on Sunset to like stop you guys from getting any points?
反应过来，然后再加上第一场比赛会比较紧，对。
会比较紧一些。那面对他们这种可能不太常见的，
And they say that they've had like kind of a very tight schedule, and they didn't expect AG's comp.
纠纷的时候，其实我们也想过了，但是可能方法并不太奏效。对。
并不太奏效，但相信你们之后复盘过后会有更好的解决方法。因为其实可以看到，即使第一张地图大比分失利，但是你们还是展现了十足的韧性，就像我们之前看到的 XLG 那样。场间你们都用了哪些方式去调整你们的状态？
And even though you guys were down, you guys still came back.
主要靠 Norman 吧。
And how do you guys manage that mentality?
他的加入给你们带来怎样的改变？在氛围上？
And he says that no one really brings like very good energy.
好的，确实也可以看得到。那来到了第二
And their team atmosphere is getting better.
冠军，更多人的目光会放在你们身上，而且包括之前版本可能铁月湖的削弱，而且你们有一个人员的轮换，其实对你们来说都会有一些不小的挑战嘛。那目前对于整个队伍的信心是如何的？
And then there's been so much pressure on you, like as an IGL with the version changing and the team changing.
我们也不可能站在这个舞台上。
也相信你们可以在这个舞台上接受。
And he still has a lot of confidence in the team.
心态面对后面的比赛呢？
And they can handle everything.
希望能用连胜来增强我们的自信。
是的，那其实今天我们可以
And they hope that they can continue winning to build up the confidence.
最后也想问一下 Viva 有没有什么话是想对刚刚毕业的同学们说的？
祝大家学业有成。
And VCCN is running a graduation themed like ceremony today. Is there anything that he'd want to say to them?
接下来还有狼队对阵 FunPlus 的精彩比赛，不要走开。
And that should be about it.
奥峰电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续5年中国电竞椅销量。
Okay, thank you, Vitos. I love that. You know, I love seeing people still having the confidence. I mean, obviously, mechanically, the power is still there. The confidence should be still there. It's just all about, again, you know, converting that back in the server because the potential is there, and definitely No Man brings new dimensions. You know, we've seen them pop out the double duelist. That is a viable thing that they can definitely pull off. It's just about how much further can they pull that, and what can they bring back that was lost. Because, well, you know, I feel like I've harped upon this for quite a while. So maybe I'll focus on No Man himself, you know? He's definitely a new addition. And his biggest contribution, usually in most of the teams that he joins, is just getting first blood, setting up first bloods, opening up space, and we've seen him do that plentiful of times. Even if the scoreboard maybe not the best indicative, but the space creation that he's been actually, you know, aiding into with, of course, Viva and Coconut and Rarga has been a big factor. I feel like much more for Lotus than the Ascent, but even on the Ascent, the op itself really held a lot of value when they were on defense.
Yeah, for sure, and for No Man as well. I mean, we certainly were able to see it and comment on it in the game, but it's nice to hear Viva sort of mention as well that he seems to just be bringing the vibe up. He's sort of hyping up the rest of the team, getting that energy high, and you know, they credited him as one of the reasons that they were able to bounce back after Sunset, was just sort of keeping the emotions in the team high and good, and everything working around that. So you know, I think that's a really, really good sign of things to come as well. If you can start to, you know, work on the more strategical things, like they said, they've had a fairly tight schedule. Can work on the more strategy, work on, you know, getting No Man and Rarga to set each other up a little bit more. You have a really big recipe for success here, and with that first win on the board, they now go up to 3rd in points as well. So it's kind of them and Billy right next to each other in the point standings, and it should be, you know, a fairly good way for them to, in this group stage, you know, start to work on those things a little bit more, get their way through, and by the time they hit playoffs, really get into a solid position.
Yeah, it's all about rediscovering themselves from here, but you know, definitely they got the time. They're gonna get tape on pretty much each and every other big team. We've seen Bitty play. It's the time to get everybody ready. Get your coffee pastas in. Get your chants ready. Everybody better be set, because FPX will be taking on the Wolves. But just before that, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for supporting Project Horizon and our English coverage of the Chinese VCT. We hope to see you more around here, you know, and we hope that you will be enjoying your time for the next matchup, because it is going to be a cracker, and it is going to come out right after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second half of the VAL CN, the VAL Chinese Network. As myself, Mad Dante, and joining me, I believe, for the first time ever, at least, we have been debating if this is the first time ever or not, but it's been long enough that it doesn't matter, is my very good friend, Echo. How are you doing, my guy?
Yeah, doing very good, thank you. It's nice and hot in England right now, so I am sweating, but I'm very excited to see how this game goes down, especially after what we weren't expecting to be a banger, but what ended up being such a banger of a first matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and while some of the map sets, of course, not exactly the closest, the overall series being incredibly tight was actually really fun. And we got to see quite a different showcase of how the China Network are starting to adapt. I want to quickly just point out that I think every team is now having to work under the fact that Neon is slightly worse. And we've seen that some teams can't quite do that because Neon has been changed quite a lot.
Yeah, we saw some of those relay bolts coming out a lot slower than players were used to, and you could see that muscle memory being affected quite a fair bit, especially on Sunset on that last map. You could see when the stuns were coming in, or that wasn't the last map, sorry, Ascent was the last map, but on the Sunset map you could see the stuns were coming in a little bit too late. People could often get quite a little bit past it and run into the Neon unexpected and win out from there. So like the nerf is definitely affecting how China is playing right now, because you know that they love playing Neon.
They have adored playing Neon since the absolute start, but now we'll get a bit more specific. You look below us, ladies and gentlemen, we have an absolute banger. I certainly hope to be the case. It is none other than FPX versus Wolves, our third place Masters Toronto run finalists. No one had really expected Wolves to do what they had done. I kind of accept me, but that's because I'm an underdog story, and eventually, statistically, you'll get lucky. Like, that's not in any way my capacity to suddenly read a team that is very much more to do with, I believe, and eventually copium pays off, and Wolves absolutely made that work. So having not only that, but a big rematch back in December, it was the finals of the FGC Invitational, I want to say. It was 3-0 to Wolves, but some of the maps a little bit close, Ascent being the defining with a triple overtime, still going the way of Wolves.
Yeah, like you say, Wolves won that out in 3-0. Abyss, we don't talk about it. It's out the map pool. We forget it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Haven is a map we could see today, depending on what Wolves do with their pick bans now, if Haven's kind of finally left their permaban position. Because obviously, they did not want to play at Toronto whatsoever. But Ascent, the overtime map, we were talking about this a little bit before. We could see Ascent come back in. It really depends on if FPX want to pick into that double sentinel, because it's a tricky comp to go into. And whilst even with Tejo back before, Ascent was not a good map for FPX, so I'm expecting them to lean somewhere else, potentially into that Haven if Wolves don't ban it.
Yeah, because like kind of running through both Wolves and FPX, they haven't been doing anything like leaning towards that Ascent, just to kind of build off of that. Wolves and FPX have been doing what I think we've kind of just called the bread and butter comp. Anyone that has watched any VAL at any kind of high level knows that composition. Those 5 agents are almost kind of a fever dream, a little bit of a kind of scare. Life, Yosemite have been running kind of the Jet and Killjoy respectively. Life going 34 and 24 on the Jet the last time the Ascent. It wasn't enough to make it work, unfortunately. Lysor actually had decided to opt for the Cypher, and Echo and I had been very much debating Cypher's position. The map pool maybe quite not giving him as much love, despite the fact I would say, and I'm sure it can get debated with like Vice and Deadlock really starting to find their footing, which is fantastic to see. But I would still say Cypher is a very top tier pick on even a lot of these maps that don't quite suit him as well as maybe the previous pool did.
Yeah, it is absolutely up for debate. We disagreed on it before the cast started. I think Cypher, the map pool right now just doesn't agree with him. But there are those maps where, especially with like Wolves on that Ascent with Cypher Deadlock, when you pair Cypher up with someone who's got that little bit more of like, not necessarily initiator, but able to help initiate those fights, have some kind of catalytic utility so that you can go aggressive, take those fights off of the back of something like the Deadlock with the nets, all of that kind of thing. It can work very well. And for FPX, this is a very interesting time for me because we've got a new map coming in. The map pool has changed quite drastically, and agent changes, massive nerfs to Tejo since we last saw them, nerfs to Neon. Reyna was changed a little bit. seeing what comps that they might run with now is going to be a very interesting point, because everything we've seen from them so far this year was with that Taeho.
Yeah, because like looking back, I was just having a quick scan through there of the previous kind of runs that we've seen. Yoru isn't really someone that we've been seeing FPX kind of pick up voluntarily. They will obviously do it because Yoru has incredible capacity, but I would still stand by that while Neon can occasionally show off some really disgusting movement that completely aggravates people, and it deservedly so, Yoru's still the highest skill ceiling agent in the game, I would say. Maybe once Waylay is worked around a little bit more and she's actually got some space, maybe that can change. But for the moment, Yoru just has so much that he can do. The dimensional drift and everything, it is such a strong piece of kit. And FPX don't quite seem right now to want to pick him up so much as they're kind of forced to, because he has that capability. And even at the highest of highest level, we have watched teams pick an agent due to meta, you know, kind of a capacity, and then fall short because Yoru's hard as hell to play.
Yeah, although you know they did pick up Yoru a couple of times in the evolution.
Yes,
very recently. They played on Pearl. They played the double duelist, the T1 composition there, the Neon and Yoru, and on Sunset. Not many teams are running that double duelist, but both the teams that we're seeing today, they are both running double duelist on Sunset, and I think that's a very interesting proposition of how they're going to be playing that. Because if we do go to Sunset, that is going to be a very interesting place to go. We can see here Wolves, we know these clips, we love these clips. Toronto was outstanding for them, 3rd place. They're going to be looking to push this and at the very least look to try and guarantee themselves a place at champs to try and shine out in the world again.
Yeah, and if there's one kind of person, especially with what we've been seeing, you know, going back to that initiator statement, Sufat BB has been absolutely a showstopper, despite the fact not going anywhere near the duelist role and staying further away from Reyes even there. But the show stopping very much down to Sufat BB. The initiation has been solid. Even after the Taeho nerfs, a lot of people were actually a little bit concerned, because I think Sufat BB's timing was a little bit unfortunate, where he started to kind of make a name for himself right when Taeho came out, and we started to see kind of the replication of how people, when Chamber came out, some people were going, oh, like this person's an insane duelist capability, and then Chamber got reined in, and some people actually started to go, oh, never mind, you were good, but Chamber was damn strong.
Yeah. And like, it is one of those issues, but we saw nothing of that at Toronto. And I think that's exactly what Sufat Baby is going to be looking to bring forward back to China again, is showing both the passion on stage, the incredible mentality that he has and he helps to bring to his team. The interviews that he's had with, or the team have had even, with the interviewers have said that everything that he does helps to bring the team up, make them feel better, make them feel stronger to fight against opponents that everyone would have expected they would have lost against, because they beat so many teams that most people didn't think they had the right to do. And it showed that the mentality aspect and the flexibility has a huge impact on how this game goes down. But to flip the table a little bit, let's look at FPX, because they've not had the best year so far. And are they going to be able to flip that mental up for themselves and keep strong against a team like Wolves that when they get the momentum, they don't lose it?
No, they don't want to let go of it. And like very quickly as well, even the desk over are kind of mentioning Wolves' confidence is their second weapon, which we've pretty much covered in full. FPX though, on the other side, they are still kind of struggling, I think, is maintaining that 5th. They've been having a couple roster changes. They've been looking more at, you know, how do we actually get a team that is fully cohesive? And from the playstyle that FPX has had, you can, I don't want to say it's been very clear. Like sometimes they have had still a bit of like a fairly strong showing, but it has occasionally come down to, okay, there is that one little gap, that maybe slightly weaker link in the chain. And that's not necessarily down to like any one player's, you know, single performance, but that is down to, you watch teams that have played, you know, on the same roster for, you know, goodness knows, a couple of years. They play telekinetically, they play holding angles without even needing to comm. Like the comms are actually quite basic, because they are so used to who is holding this angle, who is going to be pulling out their utility next. And when you've got one player that maybe hasn't quite got that timing yet, you can see, you know, even in the highlights that we're seeing here, there are some times where you're the one pulling out the utility and someone else is pulling out a sheriff. turns out Sheriff wins.
Yeah, no, exactly. And like that teamwork, that coordination is so important. And I think a key player that's coming back into this roster is Berlin, right? Having Berlin come back in again, obviously he wasn't here for most of this year, but him coming back is incredible. And their new head coach, Legija, we saw how good Legija was with Bleed, right? Bleed stormed the world for a while. Their Ascension run, incredible. And then obviously whatever happened with the org, we don't talk about. But Legija is an incredible head coach. And the fact that he can now come into this roster and work with them both strategically on their communication, like you were saying, on their synergy, this is what he's good at. This is what he's been good at in the past. So this could be exactly the final push that FPX need to get back to the international stages again, because they've been there, right? We've seen this FPX roster do very well at tournaments again, where people weren't necessarily expecting them to. So now this is just time to try and see it again.
And it could very well be, as you said, Legija making that final point. FPX as well don't have, you were the one to actually mention it, the potential Toronto debuff that has been happening as well. Teams have been, obviously, for anyone that is maybe confused as to how, you know, reaching a Masters can be a debuff, you're playing in a different region. You are adapting to the playstyles of other teams and things. You maybe don't have quite the same capacity to practice a team that you should in theory already know. FPX has had a lot more time to study Wolves than vice versa, is probably the easiest way to kind of summarize that entire point. FPX have been able to look at Wolves and see exactly how they're playing, exactly how they operate versus, you know, on that, or versus teams on that Toronto stage, and they go, right, we can see how you adapt, we can see what you maybe can't adapt to, let's play it.
Yeah, and not only that, but we also get the meta change, right? The Taeho nerfs changed everything going into Toronto. FPX haven't shown a single map post that change.
No.
So they've got all of that hidden. Whilst they've been studying Wolves, Wolves showed a lot of maps at Toronto because they went so far. All of that footage is up there for FPX to study, to counter, to anti. And I don't know if it's too early. I'm going to go here anyway. Prediction-wise, I think FPX, I don't want to say that they're maybe the favorites, but I think they've got a real chance here.
FPX, to me, I mean, FPX were a team that I'd only kind of started to hear more about, you know, kind of in the last year or so as well, where a lot of people, like, as you said, favorites. FPX always seem to just have quite a lot of love behind them, and very deservedly so. They definitely had more love behind them than Wolves initially did, you know, in terms of that just overall support. But Wolves, again, the confidence is just something that you can't really match if you can't take it away. Obviously, off of the back of this, I would love to see Wolves try and force out Corrode just to say, look, you've seen us on all these other maps. Let's play a map neither of us have played. Let's play a map that neither of us have really had the time to study, because that is the map of adaptation. That is the map of, okay, we're probably, okay, these teams have had enough time, but any one of us that hasn't maybe been able to play Val quite as much, we're still looking at the minimap to get our bearings. You know, absolutely. That is how new Corrode is. And it would be lovely to see if that's something that can be forced out by Wolves to give them out. And finally, we are starting to get the walkouts here as well. It will be starting, of course, with FPX. And the one thing about FPX, I don't think I've seen as many rows of teeth on a roster as before. The smile is infectious and it is basically always present.
Yeah, they are a team of smiles, of happiness. They are happy to be here, but I think for most of them as well, they're happy that they are potentially getting back, right? They want to get back to their international stages. They want to prove themselves against the best in the world, not just the best in China. And you can see, just look at the energy they've got. This is the energy you need to be able to get there. So I don't know. I think they're going to be doing pretty well. And Autumn, you know, he's been shining on this team since he joined, a mainstay of this roster. And now with Berlin back, the synergy, it should still be there from when Berlin was on here before.
To be honest, FPX are kind of, maybe the term may not exactly be fully accurate, because some people would argue there was never really any kind of like true glory days to kind of speak of, you know, some teams, but it very much feels like we are getting closer and closer to a rebuilding of that glory days, of that dynasty, maybe, where FPX did kind of feel like they were ruling the world, even just in terms of vibes. The performances were solid, but FPX purely off of just as you said, cohesion, that synergy. Legija, I mean, has very much done everything in his power to drag a lot of teams that maybe some had considered, you know, kind of B tier, C tier. Legija's very much dragged them up in terms of, okay, they have a name, they deserve respect, they deserve everything that you see from them. But I think with FPX now kind of walked out, I believe there's going to be a lot more noise for the next squad entering the stage.
Yeah, like Wolves' popularity has just shot up since Toronto, and like, you can see why. They've got the same passion. They're maybe matching, potentially at some points beating the passion for the game that FPX have, and you can see it when they're coming out here. They look so excited, and this is their first game back on home soil, right? They got to come back, run it down. Okay, maybe they lost their last game in Toronto, the last two, but they still have that momentum of getting third place when no one predicted that.
No one really could have. Like, I get what a lot of people were kind of even mentioning in Toronto, and it was kind of both heartwarming and maybe breaking at the same time that Wolves were on a master stage so kind of unknown, where Wolves were showing up like quarters and semis, and people were kind of going, so who are Wolves, or who? And I'm sitting there screaming, going, put some respect on their name. You put some respect on their name. They have absolutely deserved that respect being put on their name. And every member of Wolves, whether it is Juicy, whether it has been Spring, it's almost kind of fitting as well that you get Spring versus Autumn. That is a storyline that definitely should be told throughout the ages, because even the roles do kind of line up for them. They've always had very much kind of surprise 1v1s that let that storyline even flourish without anything else needing to be done. Everyone else from Wolves and FPX could just sit back and let those two battle it out, and it would still be an absolute vibe to witness, I must say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we're finally getting everyone out there. Fade coming on out. And now we're going to be getting to look at the maps soon. You talked a little bit before we started the cast about what maps you were expecting to see here. Do you mind sharing that out with the class?
No, I'm embarrassed now. I don't want to. I'm gonna throw a straw. Of course, yeah. I was mentioning, so we've seen a lot of Ascent. You, Echo, were the one that actually pointed out that Wolves had pretty much a permaban on Ascent, kind of going into Toronto, and makes sense, definitely. The way teams play on a master stage in Toronto, especially, is kind of scary. So it completely makes sense. Bind being back in the map pool as well now means you've got two big maps that I almost consider kind of the gentleman's picks, and I think a lot of people do, because one or the other, you never really see both unless there's just, you know, a big change, like a map that teams are suddenly less confident in. You'll never really see both. And speaking of my prediction, at least there it is, FPX, and if I'm right, that second map, which we are guaranteed to go to, okay, this was already hype, but this is now on an entire other level, ladies and gentlemen. Spoiler alert, I don't know the callouts for Corrode that well, so we're gonna have to make it work.
Yeah, no, this is super exciting. Sunset, we get to see that double duelist coming out between these teams, which is going to be super exciting. High octane, high tempo gameplay, as long as they're keeping with their compositions on there. And then Corrode, you mentioned Wolves might bring it up because it's a question mark. It's question mark, right? There's no footage. We don't know what's going on here. And well, we're gonna find out in that map too. And Bind, you mentioned it, the gentleman's pick. It's been floated by both teams. Bind is a very interesting map because historically neither of these teams, it's not been their strongholds historically. So it is very interesting, but they've had so much time. There's been so much meta changes as well over the last year since it was last in the map pool. Seeing what's going to come out and seeing how that goes, if we get there, this could go either way if it goes to map 3, for sure.
Please get there. Please get there. Like, I'm not joking when I say please get there. We did have our prediction stuff. I also just want to quickly point out, I believe, unless you've kind of changed your opinion, I'm going for more a 2-1. I'm actually going for a 2-1 now, far strongly than what I was going before the maps were kind of going for. So I was going 2-1 kind of more as to rep the underdogs. For anyone that's joined me yelling about stuff, I'm very much an underdog enjoyer, but now I'm seeing 2-1 to Wolves, but Corrode could easily be the thorn in the side here to kind of shush us up. But at the meantime, I believe, Echo, your predictions just before we talk about these agents?
Yeah, I've got to go with Wolves. I think Wolves, they showed how good they are. Yes, FPX are good. They could come out here. And they're coming out with that double duelist composition, but it's no longer the old Fnatic one. They've switched out that ISO, bought out that Jet. So it's a little bit different, but mostly the same. We're going to be expecting to see Life with that operator, pulling it out on that defensive side. On the other side, though, double duelist, it is high tempo, high octane on both sides. And your favorite agent, Cypher.
It's nice to see. I have very much said never say favorite agent again.
Okay,
never ever gaslight me in front of everyone. Cypher is. I've always just kind of made a point that Cypher just still is incredibly strong, despite the fact that we started to see obviously Vice and Deadlock come through. We were mentioning it even earlier, just in the set. Cypher, I still genuinely believe in a lot of these maps. Echo, you made a great point that this map pool maybe isn't his strongest, but honestly, all three of these maps with Sunset, Corrode, a lot of people have been very much floating that Cypher will probably need to be picked in the same way he was pretty close to a necessary pick on Abyss. Map is just big, and there's quite a lot of angles to really go for. And then Bind, the B site used to be very much never played because Teho used to just nuke it, and he didn't even need his ult to do it. He could just throw utility to do it. Now Bind's a lot safer without the D. He may still come back. A lot of people are still very much trying to force Teho to work, but again, that is all in the potential third map right now. It is Sunset, which we just seen in the previous series go through pretty convincingly. I believe it was actually AG that took it, despite it being XLG's pick. I may be mixing up on that, so someone can correct me, but I believe that was correct.
Something like that, but at the very least, Wolves starting out here on the attacking side, wanting to make the most of this Raze and the Yoru, but Autumn starting out with mid control. This is going to be a fight relatively early here.
Everyone just happy. I really like the space control there. I really even respect the no fear on the Sova Dart. Absolutely happy just to sit on that angle and wait. And this is a very aggressive hold. We've seen Berlin try to get at the Raze. Boombot has cleared him out. The paint shells to try and fight him through. The amount of utility, the amount of information just being thrown down on this mid. Finally, a frag going each way, though the smoke's still up towards that mid, and it looks like Wolves are wanting to pivot towards this market. And we see, though, towards that A site, Yosemite getting a little bit antsy, wanting to try to get the space. He gets the angle, but he doesn't quite get the shot, and now the double swing from Yuika is absolutely enough to clear up that A site, essentially for free.
Yeah, Yosemite a little bit over eager there, just threw away all of that A-site control. Maybe a little bit early, but still the spike should go down. But a quick wrap here coming out from Ayang, looking incredibly strong. As long as he can stay unnoted, that's all this counts to.
That's all it ever counts to. We're seeing the double swing come through. It's a beautiful first pick from Autumn with the backup of Berlin. Meanwhile, towards that backside, A is now getting crunched upon by 3 different members, and it's that man himself, Suifat BB, who we've already mentioned being quite a experienced player getting the shots down. Autumn, though, still behind you, living in your walls, and the push out from the smoke is not going to be enough. Berlin is able to get the angle. He finds himself the frag and gets the defuse pretty damn comfortably.
Yeah, a very nice retake there. You can see, although they weren't exactly in the best of positions, they still had that little bit of an advantage, and the wrap coming around was huge. It was such great awareness as well from Ayang to flip around, take the person coming out of main before going back over to elbow. But like you say, Autumn always in the walls. You can see the coaches very excited, getting in, getting hype for this game. FPX starting out strong. Now on the defense, they're going to be able to make the most of these better weapons. They've got the Outlaw as well. 1 tap to the body for everyone on Wolves. Only classics, not even... Oh, no, okay. No frenzies, never mind. That would be way too exciting.
That would be too hype. Again, both teams are still absolutely 1 FPX. A hell of a good start taking that pistol round. That's the momentum you want to see from them. It is, of course, their map pick, so you would more be expecting of that, but I don't think either team was fully expecting that commit to mid that we've seen. Was very much wanting to keep the pace started fast, and maybe we'll see that continue onwards this time, though. As you said, with the Outlaws and the better buy coming from FPX on the defense side, you essentially have life on the operator, and if there's one person you do not want on the operator in the side of Wolves, it's very much life.
Yeah, an absolute demon over there, but Ayang could potentially be taking this first contact as we're looking for a split towards market, but beautiful headshots there, and retreats shock darts and goes back into the smoke. We'll see a fight for sight here.
Yeah, Yeah, here we go. Meanwhile, the paint shells come through on that BB, and it's Autumn sitting there just waiting. So if that BB just kind of fidgeting, jittering, waiting for the double swing, the market control as well. But Autumn causes the fall of Wolves. Yosemite bringing down another, and it's just all there for Lysor. The classic is not, unfortunately, going to be enough. The right click has done dreams beforehand, but unfortunately, that's just a bit more of a nightmare.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a risk to jump out there with a classic, but when it does work, that right click, like you say, it can be a dream. And there's moments I'm sure we can all remember with jumping right clicks over the boxes.
It's a free gun. It's a free gun.
It's a free gun.
It's a free gun.
But beautiful work here from FPX to keep their distance, take advantage of the fact they've got these better guns, and just not risk too much. A little bit of risk, but you know, you've got a good buy. You save hopefully all of those guns as long as that last one was picked up. Yeah, it looks like it was. And it's just Yosemite with this Sheriff. Immediately, the Yoru TP used. Only one more of them for this round.
One thing I want to point out, and hopefully I'm going to be given some time, depending on how explosive Wolves decide to be, but Yoru's teleport, we were actually mentioning it off stream just a little bit, that having a character that can rotate kind of without teleports, and we've seen how fast FPX's rotates have been. Yoru is very much, at the moment, just... You may as well just wait 30 seconds for his teleport to expire. That's not the case, though, this time, as Juicy and co try and get it through. Despite the wall hacks, the bullet tracers are enough to find the smoke. The Yoru clone's now coming out and actually still manages to get the flash on towards Yosemite. The trades all coming through. The positioning very much working out for Wolves, and they look confident to take their first round, which we would hopefully expect from them.
Yeah, obviously this was the buy up for them, but this is going to be almost an impossible retake to come in. FPX, they do have that paranoia. They've got the dash, so they can look to try and make an entry past Lysor here. But then once they get to site, they've got 3 more ready and waiting. So exits might be the plan. Bullin holding up nice and close, and it's probably going to take this peek into Lysor, but the trade should come through from Juicy.
Meanwhile, as you said, you wanted to talk about exits. Life is sitting there with the Outlaw. Berlin falls, but meanwhile, again, Sufat BB has just always had this awareness to find it, and Life very nearly getting that quick flick, but this time now, the aura being farmed, the crowd being played, and we mentioned it before, the minute Wolves get that confidence, they get that momentum, FPX have had a good start, but Wolves may very easily just start running away with a single round, which sounds super, you know, early to call it, but I think we've seen it before.
Yeah, we've seen it many times before, and you know, the way that they are peaking this, they lost the first 2 rounds, but they're still confident here. And I mean, Sufat Baby, like, reminds me a lot of Com back in EG's run at Champs. The way that he has such an awareness of flank timing is because he takes some absurd ones himself is incredible. But this is going to be an early fight as the swing, the flash come on in, but Spring with the spray control takes down 2 and immediately calls the team over to come help out. A site looking very weak. It's just Autumn here.
Now we get to see the capacity, why that high skill ceiling does. Autumn swing in. It looks like it's going to go his way. He's only going to go for 1 and then get the TP out. The neural theft comes through to give all the information possible, but still seems to be going the way, despite the fact FPX can be seen through those walls. Their bullets are coming out just slightly faster, and now with no real information anymore, FPX have repositioned perfectly to try and take these fights and these reswings for the A site.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky now, but you can see Wolves, they're just waiting, pausing, playing patient, putting a little bit of doubt into FPX's mind, but Lysor was spotted, so they know that Sufat Baby is going to be here as well. Ayang holding this angle, going for the spray, but it can't work out. Lysor actually gets a pick onto Autumn. It's a 2 versus 2. This is possible. They're running over to the B site.
Oh, the delay as well. A is trying to find it. The step is going to find Lysor. Phenomenal work, actually. Really nice on the delay. The gun timing, the shots just not quite hitting their mark. But now, Sufat BB got quite a bit of space to work with. That Cypher utility, though. This is why you pick this man, because even all the way over towards that A site, you've still got the cam. He is being scanned more times than he could possibly think. Yosemite and A dropping down to deliver a very, very commanding retake and a very, very commanding defuse for the side of FPX.
Yeah, and you talked about all the teeth on FPX, and we're seeing the smiles from them already, right? They are building up that aura. I've got to say, though, that was... The rotates from FPX on that defense was so incredible. Yes, they lost out on that initial engagement, but Autumn, that the discipline coming out from this Euro play is not something you see from a lot of duelist players, but allowed them to keep 3 alive, to look for those picks one by one, with those rotations coming nice and quick. Yosemite obviously catching out the person running up through main as well. This is what FPX are good at. Ensuring they've got the right people in the right place at the right time. And it's so consistent, but now we're seeing a little bit of a rough buy from Wolves, and they're going for something they've not done yet, a full B hit by the looks of it, unless we see Lysor finding something in mid, but he's only got a stinger.
Seems, yeah, pretty likely we're going to just be dealing with that B site. But again, you're walking into the Cypher setups have honestly, despite the fact B site is easier to hit, the Cypher setups have only become a bit more nightmarish. You're having to see Yuikon get the satchels down, trying to get all the space, actually tanking the dart from the Cypher cam to allow the spike to get planted. But with 2 frags already going the way of FPX, this hold could easily have ended before it starts. Lysor, another member to fall. That Cypher cam is more than safe, and everyone from Wolves is certainly not. And every time you see FPX get that diffuse or get that cover, you see that hand, you see the aura being farmed, and all the smiles and happiness from FPX. Wolves looking quite locked in fact, looking exactly how we've seen them in Toronto.
Yeah, they know that this isn't the time for celebrations at the moment. This is the time to focus, to work out what's going wrong, and a lot of it is just they're not getting into these post plants with enough people alive. When they get into the post, they usually have 3 people, 4 people. So this is the perfect time to take a timeout, to talk to your coach, to think, and to work through how you are going to win out from here, because you need to make sure that you are taking enough space. Since that rework on Sunset, it's not acceptable to just sit back in main and wait. You need to be pushing, you need to be watching out for the Cypher cams, you need to be breaking them immediately, and you need to be looking to take a little bit of control over towards Marco or over towards Boba, and we've not seen that from them yet.
No, and honestly, I'm really glad you brought it up, because that perfectly kind of brings up to what you were saying earlier in terms of FPX's rotates. Wolves, when they get the initial, even when they get the initial opening pick, they rotate from the remaining team. Does come through a little bit slow, or the members of Wolves are waiting for the rotate to fully complete. And by that point, we've seen how confident FPX are. You get 2 frags against them, cool. The other 3 are already, on their way, rushing down, ready to take another fight, ready to take another engagement, making sure you're not able to get that space or that control towards Boba, towards like upper market, even towards the back of A site, close to the defender spawn. As soon as Wolves believe they've got any time to take that space, FPX have got it first, despite the gunfights even going in the way of Wolves. And now with no real guns to work with, we've been seeing an uncommon amount of thrifties, but FPX with the paranoia beautifully played, and Autumn and Yosemite with the positioning absolutely flawlessly. Doesn't look like this will be one of those thrifties.
Although CFR Baby was waiting over towards B from the very beginning of that round, potentially wanting to use this as a fake over towards B, but Ayang already sniffed it out. The recon bolt won't get broken, won't get spotted, but the drone will announce the presence. So now this is all about how do FPX, what do FPX think is happening here? Do they rotate the Cypher over, or does that cage give them indication that they shouldn't all move towards B? The smoke comes out though, so information denial. And now FPX, they're sitting waiting, but this Cypher cam is perfect to spot what's happening.
This validates me. I've got to continue ranting about it. Cypher and his capabilities are absolutely rad, and I do love to see it, because it is very much just down to how he is played. And Sunset as well, we talked about a decent amount in terms of the pick, in terms of the agent picks and the selection, but I would still say Sunset is the most volatile map in the entire game. Corrode could easily take that spot once we see more of it, but for the moment, Sunset, we've seen like even things like 11 and 1s, 10 and 2s can still very quickly get swung back around just because of the capacity to play it. But right now, the capacity to play it is this push from the side of FPX. The Hunter's Fury as well, though, to shut that down. Yuikon at least good for 1. Soifat BB is known. The Sheriff is finding another one, but Autumn will cause Soifat very fittingly to fall. A decent buy or a decent save, I've got to say, from FPX. You burnt out a couple ultimates, you did get a few frags, and the spike has gone down, so it's not the end of the world, but you really need to start finding your footing.
Yeah, I think that was actually really good from Wolves. They pulled out that Sova ult, which can change the game. It's, the second most powerful ult in this comp because you've only really got 2 big power ults. So that ult coming out now is actually huge and it sets Wolves up. Now they're going into a bye. They've got a good ult advantage. They've got more power ults because they've got that raise as well. This sets up their economy both monetarily with the plant, with the kills, but also with the ultimates in a huge way. But they've still got to watch out for Autumn because Autumn has that dimensional drift, one of the best ults in the game, and now Life has the operator. So will this get noted? Will this get spotted? And how do Wolves react off of noticing this op?
Depends if they even get to hear it echo. The smokes right now being played around pretty solidly. We see the flash actually equipped. The flash comes through. Juicy swings, but not looking the right way. They still don't have the information on that op right now. The Yoru clone comes through, but it's not swung off of in a way you would hope. The flashes are being turned excellently, but Yuiko manages to take down not only Berlin, but finds Life in that backline. And now, Wolves, you have the positioning, you have the momentum. Please just walk onto this site and prevent FPX from retaking the space that you have seen them do so clinically these last, basically every round.
Spam not finding too much, and we're going to have a moment's reprieve here as this smoke goes down, but the retake, it will be coming any moment now, and Surfire Baby needs to keep himself safe because he's got that final thing that can help them win with that ult.
He's stuck. Him and Spring, it's a 3 versus 2, as you said, the pivotal ults, but FPX actually looking, you know what, we've got the economy, they do have the Blade Storm and everything basically coming online from Life, so there's a lot they do still have to work with next round. They seem confident that, yep, we'll just take these guns. Wolves have finally managed to get their positioning, and you know what? We'll give them it. We'll let them have it. We'll let them keep their 3 guns. And now, with that, Wolves have put their second round on the board. The Sonar Dart more just to maybe throw away some information. We do actually see the lurk from mid from IA is maybe not quite going to find something. No interactions are going to be had as now we move on to the 8th round.
Yeah, and a great round. You can see the adaptations coming in from after that timeout as well.
Now they're out of the seats. Now they're celebrations.
And it's just the standard A pose. You know, what else is he going to do? And these opening picks were actually great as well from Yuiko. He needed to bring back this confidence because we saw how good he can be when he's got the confidence. But being able to swing into that op and get those kills, you can see FPX, the coaching staff, not feeling good about those adaptations coming on in. But the op is still on live again for Life. And now Autumn has one too.
And Life staying on that angle, finds Juicy, sees the barrel, gets Yuiko through the smoke. Spring though just dancing around, does get tagged by the Sova, but not enough to get the frag. We see the control from Lysor here, gets the wall bang, not respecting the op from Life Berlin, having to get that shadow step out to try and prevent the shock dart zapping him into the afterlife. As the positioning here, again, it looks like it should favor Wolves, but FPX have worked off of this time and time again. The spike isn't down just yet. You've still got more time if you're FPX, and with that frag going through, Berlin following up as well. You've got the neural theft to wait out. I think FPX forgot which hat was on which corpse. From the shadows finally coming through from Spring to get the plant into this 1 versus 1 post plant situation. It's just an omen off, but Berlin is already there.
Berlin's already there. Honestly, Berlin getting half, running over to get the op, and then going back could be the play. But besides that, if that was a scrap on site, and you can see FPX, not only do they know how to rotate into the right positions, not only do they know how to get there at the right times, they are spamming exactly where Wolves are through the smokes, even before the Cypher ult came through. But Life, this won them the round. That shot, seeing the barrel of the gun, yes, he does fall because he doesn't have that cloud burst anymore. But you can see just absolutely incredible play. And then Berlin getting there in time, knowing where that ultimate was going, knowing where the Omen was, shutting it down. A good round from FPX. They did buy 2 ops though, and they didn't manage to pick up any of them.
The economy hurts. The economy hurts. And this setup towards the mid yet again. Berlin actually just wanting to opt for the box yet again. The Blade Storms came through. Juicy deciding to pull the trigger on the teleport this time. And the scraps are just 50-50. Red, then blue, then more red again. And it actually is going the way of... I say go in the way of either one. It's 1 versus 1. It's gone the way of whoever can land this next shot. Spring has been doing phenomenal with that Sheriff. He's going to try and get himself an upgrade. He swings on that left corner. Doesn't get his shot, He doesn't quite land the shot right now either. The shock dart comes through, the teleport. He could be anywhere. This is as tight can get.
It is. The recon is also not going to see him, so he's going to pick up the spike, go through the smoke, and ships in the night. But Spring has the idea. Ayang turns around at just the wrong moment, and Spring with the 4K takes the round. The thrifty for Wolves. Incredible work, and yet the aura is back.
Oh my day. I had a point. I was going to say something about FPX's rotate on the previous round. That's all gone. That's ridiculous. That was no, I do want to actually say very quickly to meet a from the shadows by rotating to the site and essentially beating it there. That is what you want to see. Berlin's ability to play the Omen, but Spring here matching it. It's maybe not quite from the shadows in terms of the ability usage, but from the shadows in terms of map, in terms of positioning, and it wasn't quite enough for Aya. Very close, but Wolves got to be feeling themselves now. Got the Dimensional Drift as well, got the Hunter's Fury that you had mentioned. Life is back on the ultimate, but if there is one thing that counters, it is a Yoru coming from the 4th dimension with a Shorty.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that this could go, but FPX, they just want to, for a while at the very least, keep Life masked. Don't let Wolves know where Life is, because at some point they're going to have to contact. They don't have a ton of utility to get into space, right? They only really have the Euro ult and the drone, because the Raze, the Boombot, not in the pocket at the moment. So if they can keep Life hidden, then Life can late in the round appear with the op and take them down. Posted towards mid right now doesn't really work, so we're leaning over towards A. The ult comes through, and Berlin just getting out of there.
The body block for the Hunter's Fury, the most annoying, frustrating thing to deal with. The Dimensional Drift gets popped. Berlin has no clue that awaits him is Juicy. The judge had been spotted out as well. That is the power, that is the capacity of the Dimensional Drift. AI trying his best to keep the positioning is good for one, will only be good for one life now. The op not quite working out. The swing from Yosemite getting immediately found out by Spring, and with this Sova drone coming through, it has to get through quite a bit of fog, quite a bit of Cypher utility, but it will find its mark. They know Life has the operator now, and surely Wolves just hide in fear, but of course they do not. The confidence is there. It's Soifat BB, one, if only one, to try and stop this op being saved, and that he shall.
Yeah, and that is huge. Taking the operator out, you know that they can't buy it up next round. Life is going to be back on guns, potentially on the knives if he's still got them. But not only that, you're probably now pulling out the timeout from FPX. It's about time for them to sit down with their coach, work out with Legia what is going on, how they can fix it moving forward. Because they need to try and keep as many rounds as possible. Once you have such a good start to the half, you can't let it run away like this. You have to try and bring it back. And you can see already coming in there with ideas. 2 rounds left. Probably a thrifty, probably a buy. Can they make the most of it?
And they indeed. And now this is when we really got to start talking about like individual players and what they are doing. So Soifat BB has been phenomenal, as we've said. We have seen a lot of work come through from basically every member of FPX. There's one player right now that I want to point out who did phenomenal work that round. We haven't seen as much, and that is the Yoru player on Juice for Wolves on Juicy. Just not been able to quite find the entries, not quite been able to take that space that Yoru can so easily do. But that last round very much pivoting, showing that, okay, Juicy's either warming up or he was maybe giving FPX just that bit too much respect, because the double duelist, while it is phenomenal, while you've got a different character to try and get into that space, let's face it, if there is one king of the space, it is the man who can enter into an entirely different dimension to continue taking space, and we've seen exactly how powerful it is from that Dimensional Drift alone. Meanwhile, Autumn, top of FPX's scoreboard, that 10 and 6, the ability to rotate as fast as he can. He is putting on a show with that Yoru.
Yeah, but he's got to be saving up for potentially a double operator again next round. He's not bought anything here. So, you know, it's almost a throwaway round, but we've seen thrifties from Wolves. No reason we can't see it from FPX, and they're going to swing out into B main to try and find Yuiko. Oh, what a headshot.
That might be the best shot of the series so far. That was double as well through the wall. That was clean. And you'd actually been the one to mention that FPX seemed to know where Wolves' positioning were. Maybe Yuiko starting to develop himself that little sixth sense, not even needing the Cypher hat to give him that positioning. Beautiful shots. Only one position though. I don't think anyone else actually even managed to get the swing out with life. So Wolves not as much information as they'd maybe hope. You can see how tentatively they're playing this. Meanwhile, it's only Yosemite and a Cypher cam on this A side.
Yeah, obviously Wolves, they sniffed something out, whether they only saw one or two. They think, you know what, no, let's go over towards the A side, but somehow, again, they just have the exact reads. And, you know, Wolves, they're showing that actually, you know what, you can take your time out. We'll miss a satchel. We don't need it. We're still going to win the round in this post plant. It's only Sheriffs coming at them as well. 3 versus 5. The rotates are slow from FPX in this round, expecting Wolves to be pushed up. But there's nothing there. Yuiko now going hunting a little bit. Will he expect the Euro peeking around that corner?
He does, but he's a little bit slow on the trigger pull, so if that BB equally as well. Yet again, though, who needs to see your opponent just shoot a wall? If you fire enough bullets through that wall, statistically, one of them's got a hit, and that seems to be the case. But meanwhile, Lysor not only gets the headshot onto Berlin, making sure he is dead, gets the double tap, and Yuiko not trying to hide behind the wall either. And now they are going hunting for that last member. The Cypher trip now getting shot. They have the information, but the spike just beeping and beeping away. Aya makes sure he dies to the spike. You do not want to be saving a Sheriff into the last round of the first half.
No, and as we go over into round 12, I want to talk about the fact that Wolves, they have had a comeback here. To be able to get this to this point, I mean, some amazing shots have definitely done it, some amazing predictions as well. But the fact that their macro has improved so much, they've been able to react quicker, more bursty off of the mark, and they've almost been ignoring mid fully. They're now going back there again. Maybe this was potentially the call for FPX as well. You know, in that timeout, Wolves coach trying to encourage them to go explore mid a little bit on the next spy round. And this smoke, this is relatively new. They've only done this in their scrappy mid fights on ecos. So this is a new thing that Wolves pull out on a buy. What happens here is you can see it now messes with the rotations that little bit. You can see at the top of mid, Autumn now holding an op against a smoke. Not ideal, but Life has all of the presence on A.
That's what I wanted to bring that up as well. Maybe Wolves are starting to realize that they are going against that double operator setup as well. They are confident that the smokes are going to create quite a bit of pain. And speaking of that double operator, the timing could not be any perfect as both Autumn and Life find one. Both actually corpses on tiles. Aya finding that last remaining member of Lysor in mid. Yosemite getting the perfect timing onto Yuiko. And unless Soifat PB can work an absolute ministry of magic, that will be 7-5 FPX's half.
Yeah, beautiful work from FPX just to sustain their lead on that final 12th round, keeping themselves ahead, not allowing Wolves to match them in score. And this double op, it's a very expensive strategy. They managed to get it out in 2 separate rounds here. That's impressive, and we saw why it works. Because we're running double duelist on both of these teams, you don't have enough information gathering tools. You don't have prowlers. You only have 1 drone and 1 dart every 40 seconds to be able to get around these corners. If you don't have, you know, KO, if you don't have anything like a fade with prowlers, you can really struggle against these ops. And that's probably why they pulled them out, and that's why it worked. But don't forget, when it flips around, Wolves on the defense, they can do the exact same thing to FPX.
They can indeed, and one thing that you want to very quickly, mention, we are just going to jump to the crowd, so we'll let them kind of talk away themselves, but just as we do, very quickly, 5-7 when Wolves picked, they can still be confident with it.
我觉得是第9小局的时候，小川选手的操作令我印象非常深刻，就是当时是狼队的一个存前锋，但是小川起了一把正义，就是一开局就接了2个人，然后最后1v1的残局的时候，又就是在烟里躲了。
But it's only Sunset. Sunset was FPX pick. They're not going to be super concerned with losing this map. They're going to want to win, obviously. They want to win in 2-0. They don't want to risk going to bind. But their mind is going to be on Corrode.
我有2个小愿
They're
望
going
吧。
to be
第一个
focused
就
on
是找到
how
一个
can
心仪
we
的
win
工
out
作，
on Corode,
然后
how
第
can
二
we
个
win that
是
map.
摆脱下三
rather
段。
than looking specifically for Sunset. But their Sunset looks very good, and double doorless on defense. You've got the quick rotates. It can still work very well. The Raze, you're going to be looking at primarily with those floods to knock FPX out of their post-plant positions, as opposed to the Jet, who's going to want to try and get in there a little bit quicker, like FPX were doing.
Yeah, exactly. Very quickly, so just in terms of what was being chatted about, it was just a memorable first half play, and Spring's Sheriff comes to mind immediately. And to be honest,
Incredible.
the flowers bloom, and thus so did Wolves. A phenomenal showing, but we've got a lot still to really talk about. You know, you've got now that it's Juicy and Yuiko. You don't have the Blade Storm to kind of cheat the utility, so the double op is even harder for Wolves to run on the defense. Meanwhile, Yosemite showing how an aggressive Cypher can be run, just making the Cypher camp very difficult. The swing, the flash is absolutely perfect, and this is why I was saying that Wolves maybe don't mind as much that now they go onto the defense half. Ego, you did say, you know, it might be their weaker half, and that is absolutely the case, but again, Sunset, I think, has shown time and time again the most volatile map, that it can look like it's going one way and then oh so quickly, whether it is just a small adaptation, whether it is a complete flip on your playstyle, on your script, that you either, you know, go towards mid or you completely avoid mid. There's a lot of decision making that such a small map, I must say, really forces out. But now we've got that plant down, it's actually all the way towards Boba, and the sides have immediately flipped yet again.
Yeah, they have. FPX managed to walk up through top mid and take control of the site, like they're acting on the defense once again, but they've got to watch out for Surfat Baby. The knife in the back. Looked like he was watching for anyone lurking, but Berlin shutting down Juicy, and now the retake is going to be so difficult to get working.
Especially if it's already over. Unfortunate for them. And FPX, again, a masterclass on how to force that positioning. Don't aura farm us that hard. That is, it's a pistol round and it is definitely important, but that is a ridiculous level of aura farming. And you know what? I absolutely do respect it. But yeah, we've seen this initial play. But meanwhile, while that was happening, FPX getting control of the rest of the map, getting control of how they want to run this. I mean, you've got Soifat BB there rotating through the top, you know, close to that defender spawn. The spike is even planted for Boba, and FPX don't seem to even still really care. They've got that control, they've got that angle, and they worked off of it flawlessly. And now the util spam towards A, we have seen this time and time again. It's just Autumn trying to dance around it. He's got himself the Marshal to try and find anything, but the timing from Spring, now it's the Wolves who smell blood.
Yeah, and it's a great first pick. You know, the jump peaks coming out there from Yuiko just to distract, allow Spring to swing out with that classic, get that pick. They're not wanting to push for the Marshal correct decision. You don't want to overpeak. You've gotten that advantage. And now you want to explore the map a little bit more, find out what's going on in mid, see if anyone's going towards A, because if not, you know they're heading over towards B. And now we've got a 4-man exploration of middle. I love this from Wolves. It's so proactive. They're going to be on this flank so quickly that FPX cannot expect this.
The Cypher cam as well is going to give them all the information. There's a little bit of a split off. In fact, you can see Yuiko, there's actually, you know, kind of delayed all the way over towards the A side, but it's everyone from FPX is already on that B side. Again, planting towards Boba. They really did not want to give up that defense half. They are fighting tooth and nail to still play on defender's side, which, to be fair, they did a solid showing of it. So FPX maybe actually just playing to their strengths phenomenally so, and they've already seemingly kind of got this read that it is that flank. Lysor finds one. FPX Life is trying his best to hold down that market. It is shut. The shutters are down, and Yosemite meanwhile on site, picking up 2. Nearly, there we go, gets his 3rd. Can't quite pick up the 4th just yet, and it might be down to Life. No, Life is giving him the 4th. He's trying to chase after it, but there is still a spike to worry about just at the moment, and Life rotating around, making sure Soifat BB can't even die to it. If you're gonna die, it's to that barrel of Life.
Yeah, no, and a great round. I love the idea there from Wolves on their defense to do that proactivity over towards mid, but you've only got classics. There's only so much you can do. But at the end of the day, getting 2 picks there as Wolves with only classics, nothing else purchased, you're pretty happy with it. At the end of the day, it works out well enough. Cleaning it up, Life, you know he's a safe pair of hands. And now coming into this round, Wolves, they're going to get their buy. And because they killed 2 members of FPX, one of them only had a Marshal, but we are going to see the Guardian and that Bulldog out on the side of FPX. A little bit of a weaker buy. So now Autumn, he got taken down here before. Can he survive yet? He survives nice and easy, heading over towards B. But I think this is going to be read relatively quickly because the reclear has already happened.
It's not quite as quick as FPX would read it. I think all of them would be on the attacker side by now. The flash comes through, the same strat from Lysor and Juicy. Still good for one. The Yoru's trade out the Silva drone as well underneath the Cypher cage. Wolves need to be faster on this. They really do. You've still only got 2 members trying their best to fight their way through it. Lysor's going to fall because of it. Soifat BB as well. And there's still only 1 member towards Boba and 1 towards that mid. FPX know their positions, they know their executes, and Wolves do seem to be respecting it just quite a bit much.
Yeah, Wolves are not playing anywhere near the same speed, and as you know, as Yosemite and Yuriko fight it out here, Yuriko's probably going to look for a save. You don't want to risk losing this gun at this point. You know you can't win the round, so save the gun, take it into the next round, and see if you can do better. But the main thing to do better, you called it out in the moment, it's these rotations. Wolves, they cleared A main very quick, but they used 3 people. They used a paranoia and 3 bodies to clear it, which meant that they could not rotate over towards B quick enough. They left 1 person lurking there, which meant when the retake came on in, they were going in 1 by 1. There was no trades. They weren't acting cohesive as that team. And that's what we saw FPX doing incredibly. So now FPX up to double digits, and Wolves are going to be on a very low buy.
FPX on the defense side, it just seemed so... They seemed so willing to fight the retake. If they made a comm that was wrong, or if the rotate was a bit overzealous, they appreciated that, okay, it maybe puts them at a slight disadvantage, but they respect that it doesn't in any way end the game or end the round. Wolves now maybe not realizing that quite as much. The coaches having to come out, that is something that maybe can be clarified. It is a big mountain to climb, but definitely doable. I mean, Wolves, again, they had such a showing. We know they have the capacity to just come out swinging and suddenly change the storyline of a map. FPX, though, seeming so confident. Even the chatter from FPX doesn't seem that serious right now. FPX, just do more of what you guys are doing, because it's absolutely working.
I mean, this is essentially a start of 4th round, end of 3rd round timeout, right? It's so early. There's not a lot that FPX can really do. What they're probably going to be looking for is calling out what Wolves will improve on here. And it's probably going to be those rotations. They would have noticed that the retake was coming in 1 by 1. They were filtering down and getting taken down at the same time. So just be aware of that when you're in your post-plant positions. Nice and aggressive as well from FPX in the post-plant, which is great. Taking that aggression, especially against slow rotating teams, is incredible. But Wolves, 2 rifles, 2 sheriffs, and a classic down there on Juicy, who's not had the best game of it so far, and this classic is not going to allow for it. You mentioned before, Yoru, not seen a lot. Maybe we're starting to see why.
I mean, again, highest skill ceiling by far. The flashes can get turned. The teleport isn't exactly the most consistent in terms of just capacity. Sometimes people just do have the flicks, have that. You have to decide whether it's a fake, whether it's real. There's a lot to it. You've got the thing. But actually, speaking of, do you want to see something I've just noticed?
Yeah,
let's go. Juicy is both his gate crashes, and we're 30 seconds in. Why is the gate crash not on B, or even towards mid?
Yeah, and it's these little micro things for Wolves that, it's finally coming out. It's looking like it might be a lineup to go into market there, but it's still just that little bit late. The TP should come on through. There we go. He's able to be a part of this flood. But now you've still got Soifat BB all the way over on A by himself.
And at the moment, he's certainly saying that there's not much going on at A side, but meanwhile, it's being radioed in that there is an absolute war for this B site. And finally, FPX actually, what I like to see, this is the first time they've planted default, which you would, it's default. You would think it's been planted there a few more times, but no, they've very much, the plant's always been towards Boba. It's always been towards that space. This is the first time that Wolves haven't given them that space to do so, but it doesn't even really seem like they mind. They know they've got the stronger buy. They know they've got the positioning, and even a risky teleport their life, making sure his buddy gets towards that B main absolutely safe and sound. And yeah, Juicy on the Yoru, I think that's really something. It's not, of course, a one-man show. There are other developments, but again, that is why Yoru has, I would say, by far the highest skill ceiling in the game. Where you use the gate crashes, where it ends up, how you decide to pivot off of them. It's his rechargeable piece of utility, and it's arguably, dependent on use, the strongest piece of utility.
Absolutely, but now he's got the operator in hand. He has pied, but we're going to ignore that because the op is now in his hands, and maybe he can do better from here. Nothing found over towards A. He's on the line, and now we're seeing Wolves, although mid has been taken by FPX already, we're seeing Wolves leave. Is Yuiko going to expect this? Knife is out. He does swing, but Yosemite is there, ready, waiting. And okay, C5 Baby does get the eventual trade, but now we're just looking at FPX. They're now a little bit stuck here, and they're just going to take some time, relax, work out what weakness they might be able to exploit next, because mid is still a question mark for Wolves. They don't know what's happening there.
They really, really don't. I would like to actually see as well, depending on how... We'll wait to see how the rest of this plays out, and then depending on it, Juicy's got the swing. The op shot is, unfortunately, a whiff. Autumn barely stays alive. Of course, Yoru does have a new haircut now on the side of FPX, but it's still enough. As long as you've got that player up and kicking, you can make plenty of things work. The spray comes through. It's a teeny bit of damage, but nothing major. It does give Juicy a bit more information, but this op has to be cocked every time the bullets fly. So in theory, he's only good for one, and then he's going to have to leave. The collat is nearly there. The dimensional drift will at the very least allow him to get out safe and sound.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Just it gets you out over towards Alba. You can clear it, and you know exactly where everyone else is. The operator now, not the best gun on the retake, but Ayang with the just late lurk and bull-in aggressive. This is the combination from FPX that is so difficult to beat, and now Juicy and Spring left alone. Juicy gonna look for something, but no such luck, and at this point, it's probably a save as FPX are going to manage to get 12.
At least he gets a consolation prize, but 300 credits for a kill versus 4,700 lost for the op droppings. The smoke comes down from Spring. He's going to stick it. There is no way this is allowed. We see the steps from Berlin trying to prevent it, and the swing comes through. He's good for one, but the man himself, Aya, who refuses to let go of any sort of positioning. He understands the spike is taking him. He may as well drop the guns beforehand, and now Wolves 7 rounds back-to-back, and that's just to get you to overtime.
Yeah, a lot of chances set up here for FPX. This map, it was their pick. You know, they were going into this wanting to play it, wanting to play around, and you can see that they've got an idea of how they want to play both the defense and the attacking side. And now Wolves, the money is going to be in the bin. It's not looking good. They've got a couple of rifles, but some of it's Guardian. The knives come out immediately. Aggression from both sides, and Life does find one, looking for another as well. This is not good for Wolves.
You're in Life's kitchen, and we see the flank try and come through, but both Yosemite and Aya are just vibing in that back line. Lysor able to pick up one with the Guardian, but now they have the information. Life is easily able to take him into his kitchen, show him the knives, and carve him up. FPX 13-5 on their map pick on Sunset. An absolute clinic, to be honest. The positioning, the aggression, the defense, everything that you could have asked for from FPX, they did absolute flawlessly.
Yeah, you can see the time that they've had to practice, the work that they've put in over the last couple of months since Evolution, which didn't go too well for them either. You can see how good they're looking live with this play. Absolutely incredible. The recon as well helping out. Just pure aggression, it works so well, especially when you've got other people on your team, Ayang, Yosemite, who can back you up to allow you to push as much as you want. We're going to see the map highlights, a lot of incredible plays here on this map. But FPX coming out on top. Maybe not expected for all of us, but this is kind of what you called.
It's very cool to see, and I just wanted to have a quick point out here. For the last time again, the Wolves and FPX played against each other. It was the big best of 5. Sunset was map 5. FPX very much learning that and going, okay, no, we want to play very, very comfortably what seems like a map that they have known, that they have been born, raised, grown up on. Just a phenomenal showing from them. So to get that map in first in such a decisive manner, 13-5, and to go to, I mean, we've said that Corrode hasn't been around for too long. Wolves, you better have a plan for this, because if FPX can keep you from going to bind in any capacity, the upset may not even be the word.
I mean, I don't know. I think as soon as we see the map pool, like you said, it might not be an upset. This map pool is leaning very heavily over towards the side of FPX, especially at the beginning, because of that question mark of Corona. but you can hear here all of these comms, amazing team.
Nice. Guys, keep mid look, keep mid look. 我黑呀，过来。
打70，打70。
Cypher mid， kill Cypher。
我们1 HP，我们 half HP，我们 half HP。
Cypher 在这说说。在3个。
我们 AT，我们
AT。Do you have ammo plan?
No, I use it.
Okay, I can see what guys.
有 Marco Polo。
把腿。
Polo。哎，我
加一下。我加一下。
我们 AT，
有实体对吧？我开大。下。
Nice。
补枪。Nice。
打70，打70。
Apple。
AT。他没黑了。打70，反正。打78，打78。Nice! Let's go! 大家，老草。
I want to point out very quickly, of course, actually before I can, Yosemite showing up there with the MVP, your Cypher from FPX, not really too big of a surprise. Yosemite just kept showing up, even if the shots weren't exactly there, the positioning, the information relay, very much Cypher in real life and on the server.
Yeah, no, Yosemite absolutely popping off, showing why on Sunset Cypher is there and is likely there to stay until we see some more, Vice Deadlock and interesting comps like that. Yosemite popping off, and you can hear there from FPX in their comms what you talked about before. The synergy is so good between that team. They don't need to comm every swing because they know exactly what is going to happen every time. Lysor on the other side, 15 kills apiece for both Cypher players. Cypher on top on Sunset, I guess.
I was right. I'm gonna bring this up on Twitter for the next 4 years that I said Cypher was okay and I was correct. But I do want to very quickly point out as well, it is a bit more of a kind of silly comment, but I think it's something important that you even heard FPX go Omen 1 and then Omen half very quickly. It happens on the highest of high stages. But what that should tell anyone here is if your comm is wrong, you're allowed to correct it. Just because you say someone's won and you lie about that, you can just say it was a miscomm.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we can see there so many ways that FPX have worked together to push everything to the limit and to take that first game, or to take the first map at the very least. Now, it's all about Corrode, and FPX, although they didn't pick this map, they've had more rest time, more time to watch since we got teased that map at Toronto than Wolves had, because Wolves had to travel home, right? They had to come back on, which FPX, they were already there. They were already able to start cooking immediately. So we'll have to see if FPX, if they've cooked up enough to counter Wolves there.
If the Wi-Fi was good on the plane. If the Wi-Fi was good on the plane. That's absolutely what it maybe comes down to. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a phenomenal first map. Very, very nicely done from FPX. We are going to just cut it to a short little break while we let the teams, of course, get ready ourselves, get the waters and all, because if that was map 1, I can only imagine how bad our throats are going to hold up for map 2 and 3. So we'll be back right with you in just a moment. Please do not go anywhere. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We do in fact return, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. I should in fact say we do in fact return. It is FPX versus Wolves, and Echo, if you want to just give us the rundown on how the map went, and then more importantly, what we can expect to get into for map 2.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we saw from FPX they knew that map. They picked Sunset. They've been working on it because it's never been a bad map for them, but their defense was always pretty weak. At least at China Revolution, it was not their strongest side. Their attack was very good. Now we've seen FPX, they've pulled out that double operator on the defense as they've switched their comp away from the ISO into the jet to allow for that. And you can see with Wolves having to contact into most of their angles, it worked so well. And Wolves, they've struggled to deal with it in any fashion. So now moving over to Corrode, our new map, people aren't going to know the angles. People aren't going to know how to play around it so well, as we're seeing these amazing fan arts in the crowd. I think that's Wolves in Boss Baby suits, which
yes, it is. Yes,
beautiful. I'm expecting to see more operators coming out. Maybe one, maybe two, because Corrode has a lot of off angles for the ops to play on that can be completely unexpected.
I would very much agree with that, and honest, build off of that. I would expect to, honestly, we may start to see on Corrode here. My bet would be a potential double Sentinel setup, and the double Sentinel, even triple if you want to say that Chamber isn't one, which let's face it, he's not. Just to kind of run, as you said, that operator. FPX, we've seen that they're more comfortable running that double operator even without the Chamber. You know, they're happier just to do it with Jet and the econ flexibility that Blade Storm allows. Meanwhile, Wolves, of course, we haven't seen really anything from them on this map, so that is very much going to be purely adaptation, purely, honestly, like, composition here can make or break. There may also just be down to, okay, you know what? We will not respect you and let you get set up on anything. If FPX want to play this the way they played Sunset, which was incredibly defensive-sided, again, even forcing themselves back on defense side on attack, post-plant, that's something that they live on. So it's very much down to Wolves here to make sure that they have studied this, that they have at least got a plan for FPX's defense, because right now it is airtight.
Yeah, and I think a similar kind of storyline in terms of how they're playing the map that follows through to Corrode is Corrode. It's even more important than Sunset to have that post-plant aggression. You need to be taking elbow on B. You need to be pushing up into spawn and making sure you hold a yard if you go over towards A. You have to be keeping all of that map control. And we're seeing some exciting compositions. The Vice Chamber over for the side of FPX. Like you said, at least one operator on Autumn there, completely expected. But the Vice, I think, is a very interesting pick.
It's going to be absolutely bonkers. We're seeing it. It looks to be, you know, the Viper setup from Spring. We've obviously seen quite a lot of Viper kind of work through, and this is honestly, I would hope, is reflective that Wolves have done some studying, because everyone I would hope knows that Viper wall again cannot be picked up. It needs to be placed down, and it needs to be worked off of flawlessly to very much work, especially on a map this size. We started seeing, you know, Viper obviously started coming through on Lotus because she dominated so much of A, or she could maybe dominate a lot of that kind of B side. That's what you would want to expect to see on Corrode as well. Honestly, surprised by Juicy still locking in the Yoru, especially with the little bit, and that's not, I don't mean that as any kind of thing. That is purely just you know, a non-biased setup. It is Juicy was seeming to struggle to get the value with the gate crash. There was a little bit of kind of late usage of it, whereas on the other side, that wasn't the case at all. It really wasn't. It looked a lot more fluent from the side of FPX. It looked so much more kind of confident from you know, from, I believe it was Autumn that was on it, if correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, Autumn just seeming quite a lot more confident with it. But that was then, this is now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very good to say this. Let's get into your first pistol round on Corrode.
Yeah, let's see. A main control coming up immediately from FPX, starting out on their attack side. This will be noted by Lysol, and already you can see Juicy. The rotational TPs are already better on defense than they were before, but Autumn over towards mid, taking Zero Fat Baby away from top mid. Beautiful work from that chamber, and the Viper Wall immediately goes up to allow for now two people to peek out there and make sure the chamber is no longer there. But FPX now waiting, patient, hoping for a mistake, another one from Wolves that they can capitalize on.
We're already seeing, I mean, we did say, you know, Chamber of Mid as big as that. I mean, that's arguably maybe one of the biggest angles since Breeze, or at the very least Abyss's Library, to kind of follow through on it. So phenomenal first shot, and as you said now, patience, just waiting. But look at this control towards the A link here. 3 set up, 2 Sentinels and Omen. Meanwhile, you've got the Satchels online, the Fade Haunt, the Prowlers come through. There's a lot of capacity to push here. Autumn and Co are getting that angle. It's Lysor finally able to pick up one, but Yosemite and Co are through that main, and now all of a sudden everyone has collapsed onto this A site and all the control for FPX.
Yeah, the control for FPX, and if you go through spawn this map, the rotations are so incredibly long, so you've got to go through mid with at least 1 or 2 people on the retakes, but they'll be walking in to the Headhunter of Autumn.
Not quite able to find just a body hunter this time, but he'd already done his work there, and this time he's actually playing off of himself pretty flawlessly. Spring clearing that angle. If there is one thing that everyone has mentioned about Corrode, and I don't actually think we've brought it up really, or we've maybe hit home, there are so many angles on this map.
Yeah, and this is why a lot of teams are leading towards the fade in some of their plays. Oh, I love this over the top of the Viper wall. A slight weakness with Viper, obviously. That wall, it does go up and down, so you can see over it sometimes. But Autumn, like I said, played that round incredible. And now I want to talk about Fade, because Fade has the double Prowler, which is incredibly useful. But when you're trying to shut down an Outlaw or an Operator, you don't have that true sight drone. It's, you know, the Prowler only works relatively close. So now, mid-control from Wolves, this is a scrap similar to what we saw on Sunset.
And it kind of has to be. There's not really... There's no Sovas as well. You know, you'd already mentioned that drone, but the Prowler versus Sova drone is night and day. It really has to be said. It's absolutely ridiculous, just that level of utility, that level of visibility, those 2 different pieces of utility give. So it's all down to that Viper. You did mention it, Soifat. It's trying to find Aya as well, trying to get as much through the Viper wall. And the Viper already doing a phenomenal showing of you basically have to walk into A. It covers mid pretty clearly. It covers all of B getting in. And Aya is trying his best to take down an entire army with just a Ghost, and unfortunately not able to do it quite as much. It is a first pick, but it's a lot of information for FPX.
It is a lot of info, and now Autumn set up nice, and the crossfire is incredible. Yosemite pushing aggressive as well with that Guardian. Autumn spamming away quite a few hundreds of credits. Don't really want to be doing that with the Headhunter, but it's now just down to Surfat Baby and Spring. Spring already so low on health as well, and this post plan is almost finished already.
Quickly, you're getting to see how strong it can be, how much once one angle of Corrode falls, you can very easily capitalize off of the rest, and it seems to match FPX's playstyle. It very much is the way they were reflecting on that Sunset. And depending on how these next couple of rounds go, in theory this is FPX's, but the sun could easily set early for Wolves if they cannot adapt to this. They've got their buy coming up. Of course, this was going to be their weaker one. They are going to die to the spike to get themselves as much economy as possible. FPX, though, you take this round, you could easily use that to take the series.
Yeah, especially because now that you've shown that you have the Outlaw from Autumn, you force almost completely a full shield buy from everyone on the side of Wolves. Because, yeah, and you can see Yuiko actually only is able to get that light shield because Cypher, they want to be putting the trips down every round. Costs a lot of money if you're doing that at the start of round as well. So now Autumn set up into a really good position to try and catch out the Lurk, that solo player of Cypher. But a pretty standard setup, mid-control now coming out from FPX. They've got the slightly weaker weapons, so they want to take these close fights as much as possible, as they are now setting up a lot of pressure. Wolves almost being split in half across the map.
Interesting as well that the Viper wall has been changed. The angle not quite as deep onto B now, this time very much coming back towards B towers where that initial starting point begins, and FPX maybe either respecting it or completely just ignoring it, and Juicy not able to ignore the first shot from the Outlaw. Does put him down, of course, with the shields that you had mentioned. It's not enough to take him out of the round just yet, but that is quite a big amount of damage, and it really has to be said, I was about to say FPX's patience as Berlin walks in to get his head taken off by Juicy, but they are happy to use that timer, to use that limit, to wait for a mistake, and Aya and Life absolutely capitalize on it the moment the heads are shown.
They do, but FPX seem to think this site is empty, but Yuriko is here, and we've seen what the Cypher can do. They've got to play around the trips, play around the cam perfectly. This is going to be very rough.
1, 2. Only 2 could have been more, but it's still something for Yuriko. It is Lysor, it is Juicy. They are rotating towards each other now. The spike is going to go down. You've still got the Arc Rose online, but Autumn has 5 shots of the Headhunter, and more importantly, has the trademark to get out. Doesn't even need to. Finds Lysor, brings himself into a 1 versus 1, and now Yosemite. The angles here are being played perfectly. They know that Juicy's not on the highest amount of HP. They know that outlaw shot hit, and they are playing this crossfire to absolute perfection.
Yeah, great work there from FPX, and they are looking so strong. Like, already, just the fact that, like, how they are playing this just shows me that they've been working on this map. They were cooking from the beginning, and because this isn't a comp that you play. You don't play Chamber Vice unless you have a great idea of how you want to play it, because it's not an easy comp. Yes, you can use the wall for flank, but it's better used in the post plant, nice and aggressive. You can use a Chamber Trip, the trademark, but you've got to be relatively close to it. It kind of locks down where Autumn can go, which means he can't have that map presence that you want someone like Autumn to have. So already Wolves, another end of round 3 timeout. We saw this over on Sunset as well. This is a weakness. These pistol rounds and the follow-ups is a weakness for Wolves that they need to start to overcome. But we've seen them have a good comeback before, right? They managed to get it to 7-5. We could see the same thing here.
Even more possible. Again, Sunset was volatile. Corrode still has the possibility to be even more right now. It's down to how Wolves... Honestly, they want to play, off of that. And I do want to, you'd mentioned the Vise and Chamber being a difficult composition to play as is. Do you also want to point out there's not exactly much in the way of FPX that can essentially deal with like that additional lockdown, in the way that there's no like raise nade, except like Life has it, but Juicy's not really going to have it. Life has got it, but the way Autumn and Yosemite, they've been playing pretty far away from Life, that they're not fully relying on Life working off of like the C's or the sheer, that Vise wall. There's quite a lot of utility there that very much Life at the moment has been just purely taking the gunfights. Meanwhile, once that utility starts coming through, you've got Vise's area denial, Chambers, fades. There's so much to build up for Life, and he may not even need it if he can find shots like that.
I mean, all of the shots through the smokes from Life are just perfect. They're head on every single time, and I love the fact that even in pistols, Wolves, they are still fighting for mid.
Yes.
They are still looking to take that little bit of extra control. It didn't work out for them very well there, but the fact they're putting that pressure in, this map is so easy to flank if you don't have people ready, waiting and watching. So putting that pressure in now is great, but the Cypher Cam spotted a lot out, and Wolves, they're slow on their rotate again, but they've got pistols. The Cypher Trip is beautiful, but the shots in the air just not hitting, and the spike is going to go down. Wolves, 2 people to retake. This is going to be tricky.
You'd mentioned it on Sunset that it seems every time Wolves and FPX are having an encounter, it's always a 2-for-1, and it's always for the side of FPX. FPX always seem to pick up 2, and they lose 1 in the process. And it turns out when you've got 5 members on a team going 2-for-1 every time, the numbers very much fall into your favor. And this post-plant scenario, again, something you had brought up, how important it is in Corrode. You've got 4 members just sitting there towards A. You don't really have to worry about Tower, where we see Aya currently working at. Lysor can't even really have the backup of his team due to that really awkward smoke. FPX are playing this map like it has been out for quite some time.
Yeah, no, like they're looking really good. They don't want to go too aggressive on that round into elbow because they've got the better guns. They want to be playing these long angles, and you've got 4 alive. There's no point risking 2 people to go down to a 2 versus 2, but it all started from here. Life, that wasn't actually a shot through the smoke. The beautiful angle around these smokes just before they pop is great awareness. It's talking about that map, that this is a new map. You shouldn't be able to know all of these things yet, But Juicy now has the operator online. Finally, Wolves have the economy to be able to do something like this. And we're going to see an immediate fight here over towards A main with 2 ops.
Autumn's is free. It's a free gun. It can be said to the classic and the operator, well, the upgraded operator from Autumn that it is a free gun. So now, who is faster on the trigger pull here? It doesn't look like there's going to be much in the way. The Prowler and Autumn fall to a single shot. But meanwhile, Lysor unfortunately trades with his life. It's still a phenomenal start, but losing your controller, losing one of your smokes for the rotate, for the retake post plant, which if you look towards the A site, FPX already looks seemingly ready to commit, especially if Yosemite is going to keep that mid control completely locked down. Juicy, you gotta find more if you want to get your team back into it. That's a start. Still gotta do even more.
Yeah, gotta do more, but honestly, Juicy's been on fire in FPX. They are all trapped right now into this elbow location. Great ultimate from the Vice to take away the guns. And now we are potentially going to see the dimensional drift. That's a risky investment into a 3 versus 2 retake, but they're going to go for it. Sufat Baby does get seized up there, and everyone's spotted from Juicy. We'll have to see if this retake can even happen, because this is going to be so difficult.
Yosemite actually gets the angle as Juicy's expecting Yosemite to come through. Doesn't. We see the C's actually managing to find a frag on it. Juicy gets his third. We said he has to do more. Berlin hearing the steps coming through, though. The wide swing super quick. Is he able to find it? The transfer's not quite there, but the headshot is close to enough. The smoke goes down. The right click is there as Zufat BB and Juicy alone are able to finally put Wolves on the board. I'm not going to lie. It was looking scarier and scarier that wasn't as possible. A lot committed, though, for the Wolves. I'm sure FPX are still more than happy.
Although that is a great round, they keep the operator as well. And FPX, they show a lot of their hand. They show how they want to be playing around this mid, with the Vice playing very late, poking a bit towards B, and then getting back towards mid. But a great round from Wolves. The retake was absolutely incredible. And Juicy, not the best map on Sunset, but I think that's because Juicy's just been grinding Corrode the entire time. That's what it looks like at the very least. 7 and 5 on the Euro. Only person on the team positive. And I mean, you can see why he's now moved over towards B. Autumn with an operator on the attacking side over towards mid. A little bit of a different look, but Juicy taking so much space on B that he has the entirety of the line. Everyone else can just walk away at this point and head towards A and mid.
And I wanted to point out as well, not only does he have that control all the way towards B, the gate crash did just unfortunately fizzle out, but it was all the way towards Crane, which is the back right, that top right, for anyone that's still learning the callouts along with ourselves. And let's face it, maybe with some of the teams, that top right corner gate crash was still there ready to go. Of course, it has timed out now, but still having that set up. And now, speaking of the setup, the showstopper comes through, the paranoia, and the Viper, the snake bite as well to find something. The rocket comes through, not going to find anything. Forces a little bit of positioning have to be given up by the side of the Wolves, but they've set up pretty confidently to try and fight this back. The Nightfall comes through from Aya, but maybe the gun is what should have been out, because it is Night that falls on FPX. Only 2 members left, and with 3 still alive, one of them being that operator, it's a tough hill to fight back on.
It is, but a good pick from Life. The spike surely eventually can go down as Autumn just double checks yard is completely open, make sure no one's coming over towards Link, but Life takes another shot at Juicy. Juicy does see the spam, but Life again wins it and Autumn peaks. FPX, they had no right to win that round, but Wolves just crumble under the pressure. And FPX another round on the board. That looked like it should have been Wolves' round.
That's not an operator. This is an operator. It's exactly what Autumn is saying there. This initial encounter from Lysor here, the positioning, just the perfect play, but Life here, no fear at all. The swings are flawless. The paint shells had come out, but the operator finds its mark long before it is ever painted. A beautiful set of rainbow colors. The timeout's not coming through just yet. PRX not even close to needing one at the moment, and Wolves looking like they need that lifeline. Anytime they've been trying to keep that control of mid, as you said, Echo, while we respect it with pistols, FPX have shown that you might want to bring bigger guns to this gunfight.
Yeah, but there was a nice little timing there taken by Juicy. Just managing to get over towards the front of top mid. It's a nice position to be. A little bit of an off angle as Corrode is completely full of them. The Wolves have no clue what is happening. Complete silence from FPX as they're exploring, as they're finding their way up through mid, and they clear where that Euro just TP'd out from. But I think they might have just spotted Fat Baby doing a jump peek there. And the Prowler will spot out a fair few. So it comes down to, are they going to split here? Are they going to push over towards B?
Cross good, Spring's good, and finally now Fat Baby having to get called out. The Haunt does find him, and what I want to see, meanwhile, actually, never mind, we'll talk about it later, because Lysor's picking up another with the Classic. It's only 2 left. They're having to try and get these guns all sorted out. The Yoru clone a bit tight, not pulling the trigger, jumping himself out. Yosemite, no fear at all, finds the head of Juicy, and yet again, Wolves maybe clawing it back, and FPX snatching victory from the jaws of defeat yet again.
Yeah, Lysor peeking out a little bit aggressive, and you can see Autumn holding a nice and close angle. Fat Baby being taken down, but although that was a win from FPX, Wolves, they did incredible with their classics. The call to go up towards top mid, play around those crossfires and play off of each other with those classics. A brilliant call and really well executed. FPX, great work great work to counter it in the end with Autumn. But it all came down to Autumn and Yosemite. Great peaks, great teamwork. The communication in that 2 versus 3 was perfect.
Yosemite's lurk is absolutely phenomenal. This is what you really want to see. FPX, every time they have a lurk, what FPX are managing to do is they're forcing that lurk to gain value because they're positioning around the rest of the map to kind of force Wolves where they want to be. Wolves don't seem to have that confidence just yet. Of course, once they swing around to attack, they could easily show us that they do have. But at the moment, FPX is very much dictating where Wolves are going to go. And people like Yosemite are exactly, you know, that they are the bear trap, and those jaws are clamping down. There's still so much now the FPX are working with here. The op versus op. Juicy at the very least is able to take those.
Yeah, Juicy's won every battle against Autumn in those situations with an op so far, so it's looking really good for this guy on the defense. He knows this map. But FPX are still 6-1 up. This is a mountain to climb from Wolves, and they've got to start with their yard because they are hitting this site.
Very fast, the paranoia, the satchels coming through. I believe a little bit of a mistake from Life. Lysor actually kind of taking the frags. We've seen a little bit more difficult to land those shots when you have to flick off yet again. And now I would hope to see, of course, they do respect that mid control a little bit more, but the Wolves are very slow on this. We see the angles, Aya and Co. They double swing. Look at how they are playing. They know what off angles exist even through those double smokes. It's absolute. Just the effort that has been put in to study this map is nothing short of phenomenal to see.
But now a 1v2, and we've said FPX, they can't win these postparms and, you know, disadvantageous situations before. We've said that, but Berlin could do wonders, being picked up again by this team, but he's got a lot of work to do in spring. Ooh, the timing. Just missed out. And now it all comes down to, does he take the fight? He does, but the Cypher wins it out. Yuiko getting Wolves their 2nd round on the board.
I don't think there's really much you need to say. Look at these two teams. They are more than happy just to stand up and just... It's like playfully trash talk each other, but there is a lot more trash talking than there is playing right now from both sides. The executes have been there. I want to quickly point out, I think it was 2 rounds ago, FPX, it was the big classics when Wolves kind of popped off with those 3 classics on top mid. FPX knew that the Prowlers were coming through from the side of Fat BB, but they didn't even hold the smoke because that smoke is a drop. So even when you push out of that, you're going to struggle. It's the same way, think of it the same way as Bind. Hookah is the exact same way to think of it, that you don't necessarily need to hold it immediately because that drop makes your shots difficult. This time though, Fat BB very much pushed up, not even letting them get that control.
Yeah, no, just a nice and slow round from FPX again. They're playing this kind of into the 2nd cycle before they really decide where they want to hit. As, you know, they know about the Euro, they know the gate crashes, they're going to expire at about 110-ish. So if we can look to hit a site after that, then Juicy is stuck, or at the very least his rotational TPs are not going to be as good because they can't climb stairs. So now they've decided they want to head over towards A. They've got a feeling the stack is over the other way, and immediately the Vice ult comes in. You just have to see Lysol backing off as the split comes in over towards the A site. The site will be theirs, but the rotation from Wolves, very good. So the retake should be quick.
The gate crash, you did mention it, just times out, it looks like yet again, so not quite able to get there, but the timing with the utility is enough to kind of kill or prevent the spike being planted just long enough, as you said, the rotate. Now, perfect. It looks like Knight has fallen, or at the very least it is just going to be that sees quite a lot of members seen through the Hon. One flash, no swing. Second flash actually comes through on the other side, and it's just a naked swing, and unfortunately it's a naked swing into the Wolves' demise. They're good for one. It's enough for the Viper's Pit to come online. The op shot, meanwhile, from Autumn towards the other side is perfect. The stick is coming through from Spring, but FPX are there. The Viper's Pit is open, but they know how to mosh.
They do, and they come out on top, and it looks like FPX, they're scary. And not just in the way they're understanding the map, but they're shooting right now. Anytime anyone from Wolves is peeking in, they have two people watching that angle. Or it's Autumn, and Autumn only needs one shot, and Autumn's always going to hit them anyway. Like, FPX are just looking so clean, whereas Wolves, their trading is not there. We saw incredible fundamentals from them on the big stage at Masters Toronto. But we're losing a little bit of that, and it seems like that synergy is not as good as it once was, at least on Corrode just yet. But Autumn, the jump peak from Fat Baby, it's a dangerous thing to be doing when you know Autumn is on the map and you know he likes to control mid. I doubt we'll be seeing that again, but now full mid control being taken by the Wolves just to try and stop Autumn from getting a lurk. But this leaves both extremities open.
FPX looks so comfortable and confident kind of playing off of these angles, playing off of this patience. Even one frag isn't quite enough, and oh no, someone has been spotted. It is Lysor, it is Juicy. In fact, both of them in that corner are stuck. They can teleport out, but if you look, FPX off of that one, they're happy just to sit there. They have all rotated down just to meet up with the Wolves. You're all in mid, you say. The party is more than ready to go. We get a little wave from the coach of FPX just in the background there. And yeah, I mean, the party invitations were absolutely sent out, and FPX more than accepting.
Yeah, no, like, and you can see that Autumn is, he gets this first pick, great, okay, smokes go up, uncertain what's going on, and then he spots the body of Lysol. And that tells him if an Omen is pushed up that far, that everyone else is going to be there too. So he can call the rest of the team over, because if there's 4 people in mid, they're going to be pushing out. They're going to be walking through their Viper smoke to be looking for picks, to be looking for preferably a pick on Autumn, if not a flank. So calling all of FPX over to shut them down out of that completely. Great awareness of the map of how Wolves are going to want to be playing. And now a timeout, the second timeout, their final timeout used, going in to round 11. And this is very early. No more moments will Wolves have with their coach unless they manage to force FPX to do the same. This needs to come out strong.
It does, and you were meant, you know, that mid push as well. We've been talking about it since the start of the series. FPX's rotates, there's no one sitting there trying to play an anti-flank. There's no one kind of delaying the rotate because we don't want to give up that position. FPX are more than happy to say, look, we will trade positions. You are allowed all of A main, you're allowed A pocket, A elbow. That you can take all of that because we're going to go to mid, and even if we can get one frag and then use that positional advantage from mid to either burst onto A using link, burst into B using link, they have that confidence and that self-assurance, that belief in themselves. And with the paranoia coming through, Lysor gives himself away as the show, much as it begins, has already stopped.
It has, but the fight continues over towards A. Knight falls onto site. Yuriko does get caught out, does get noted. But the retake, actually, it's going to be very quick as Yuriko does go down, but the A link has already been taken by the defenders. They can go over towards this spike, and you can see FPX, they change where the spike is planted, but Autumn is there, ready, swing, Yosemite off of the back, and it's just down to Juicy. The op, he wants to save it. That's it, the round is over as quick as it started. And this is going to send FPX up to 9.
If you look up at the stage, the curtains may actually be falling. They may already be closing down unless Wolves can do an equally solid attack on this map when it comes down to it. But yet again, if there is one person especially, I mean, I mentioned FPX had been essentially born and bred on this map. Yosemite seems to have been the mother hen laying all those eggs. This time, though, he's not going to get it. He believed just a bit too little in himself, and the other two actually falling towards the spike. They know they've got the economy. I mean, 2-9, I don't think that hurts.
Yeah, they don't really need to save there, so it's fair enough. They might not be able to buy a sheriff as well as their primary weapon, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. Yeah.
Oh no.
But we're seeing some of why Cypher can be picked here, right? These trips can be very annoying, especially when you've got, you know, Razes, Neons that want to be going through them, and they might struggle with that. But now we're seeing pretty much the standard setup from FPX have you know, Autumn over towards mid, have Yosemite over towards B main, and now Ayang has an Odin on the attack side. Not 100% sure what's going on here, but A-Link already taken Ayang. Taking down Spring with the Odin.
That's what's going on. You died it, and I am immediately showing what can be done with it. Juicy as well, finding a shot with the AWP. The Judge not going to find us. The Guardian that shuts it down. Autumn, meanwhile, though, towards that mid, finally wins an AWP off against Juicy, and the Odin finding its mark. For anyone that doesn't know, this map is essentially made of paper mache. Everything is wall bangable with that gun. Some people have mentioned, you know, the capacity that Sova may have because of it. Both teams not needing it. They're just happy to shoot you in the face with the rat-a-tat-tat. Now Lysor tries to swing, but Autumn causes him to fall.
Yeah, Autumn, great awareness there, and Yuiko slow in, the last in. A whiffed shot from Autumn, but FPX, they win out the round. The Odin spam getting 3 kills. I'll put my hands up. I guess that's the way to play this map. Sorry to everyone I play ranked with from now on.
Adapt or die, as Vice says, and very much it looks like the option is die. The shots here are just absolutely phenomenal. It's like, look at that. A friend of mine did say that this may very well be the map that convinces or that causes the Odin to get nerfed. I wasn't sure, but it's definitely a possibility, as now it looks like, yeah, the halftime comes through. The players are just having to count their lucky stars. It's not over yet, but Wolves, I don't know what you can do, but if FPX can do it, you got to convince yourselves you can do it too.
Yeah. What they need now is to work out how they are going to come back to this. When they switch sides, do they have what it takes to actually go against it? As someone actually went for the... Wait, we got most people going for the Brimstone emote here? Come on, no, the neon one is so cute. Come on. No,
I like both, but I like to imagine the Brimstone one gets put down right after your orbital strike someone who's trying to like defuse a spike. Like, and that adds to it. Maybe that's just me adding a bit too much context. Like, the neon one's good if you're running away from that spike explosion, but it's toxic to
yeah, no, okay, yeah. I guess it's got more trash talk you can do with it, right? That's
especially for both these teams.
Yeah, that's very true. These two teams. I'm loving the passion and the fact that Wolves, okay, maybe not so much passion on this map, but on Sunset at the very least, we saw them showing the same level that they were showing on the stage at Masters Toronto. And now on Corrode, they're going to need to bring it back. We know Stuart Baby is such a good leader, not just a good IGL, not just good strategically, but an incredible leader of people. And that's what it takes to come back from these round deficits. And we know Wolves. If Wolves can get any momentum, if they can win out on this pistol and then win out on their bonus as well, it absolutely could go to overtime. It could go all the way to bind. But they're going to have to find that because pistols and follow-ups have been very rough from Wolves so far.
They have indeed. One thing you'd like to point out as well, though, is really at this point now, Autumn is okay. Was going to say Autumn's really focusing more on that duelist than Sentinel at this point now, just due to that. But if you've got the headhunter shot like that, absolutely have him. I was going to say Wolves' saving grace maybe. You've essentially only got Vice to worry about, and a solo Sentinel in this like level of a map and this size of a map is something that can easily be adapted around. But it's far harder if you've already got your entry in Juicy, you know, waiting for the next round.
Yeah, but I love that we're seeing Yuiko baiting out that Vice wall over towards B. Wolves slowing down the round as soon as they lose Juicy out there, that first pick, they're slowing it down. And they're trying to work out what they can do. Are they going to peek out towards mid? Because you can see Life is itching to go out towards mid. But this Viper wall is so difficult to deal with as a defender because you just have no idea where you can go. When the wall goes down, you could be open to 5 different angles in mid. So you have to be so careful. But Wolves, they've worked up their way past it, looking like a B split here. But there's 2 people for the defenders ready and waiting.
The shots, the paranoia comes through, the sprint, the frenzy though doesn't actually find its shots as Sofat BB and Yuka. The seize, but it doesn't matter. You still walk into the trap that is Aya. The shots have been nothing short of phenomenal. The lurk from Spring finds 1, finds 2, looks away from the 3rd, and now, I mean, there's one man who has consistently brought us into a new season, into new heights, already takes down Spring in a 1 versus 2. There is no Headhunter online. It is just this Ghost, and 1 headshot will put him into the afterlife. And Wolves, you need to hit it.
They need to hit it. They need to win out on this round as well. But this plant is absolutely devastating. The post-plant positions are so good as well from the side of Wolves. Taking both Heaven and keeping main, the crossfires are going to be incredible. And Autumn does peek in, looking for it, but Sufat Baby taking him down. Wolves with a pistol round. The aura is coming back out, and now they just need to continue on. They need to win out on round 2, and if they can, they need to try and secure the bonus afterwards.
I don't know if maybe, but this gives me, I don't want to jinx it. That shot, oh my
It's
God.
a nice shot.
That shot, you know what, it doesn't matter what I was going to say, that shot. But genuinely, I don't want to jinx it by saying, but I really hope, because again, underdogs want to go to a 3rd map. I really don't jinx it by saying, and so it begins. The comeback. We've seen the setups already, the post-plant, the smokes, the fade haunt, you know, as you'd mentioned it, the post-plant positions were absolutely perfect. I really hope this is where it truly begins for Wolves.
It could. We want to see them taking it a little bit slow again, because it worked, right? The way you can play around this Viper wall is you need to look for something at the beginning, whether you're looking for a main control or mid, and then let your toxin regen, and then put it back up and explore again. Now Autumn forced back, the haunt pushes him out. He's got a couple of bullets in his Headhunter, so he could do some damage, so it's great to see Wolves respecting that. But now they're leaning over towards B. And there's 3 people here. And now Wolves have the better guns. Absolutely. But we've seen damage with Classics before. We've seen rounds so close from Classics before that I'm not feeling too secure here.
It's not a guaranteed way. I mean, it's a free gun. It's a shotgun. Essentially, you know, again, the lower buys are there. Autumn's positioning, dancing around. The sees he only needs 1. He needs 2. It's all he's going to find. But as you said, the low buys, it could be enough. The Bulldog, though, released from the pen as much as the Wolves are themselves. They pick up the 3. It's just 2 Classics left. Aggressive push-up to try and keep the control. Aya is not expecting it. The double swing. Yuika brings them both down. And you need to be winning these rounds that convincingly to build up the economy and get yourselves back into this series.
Yeah, and back into it. Autumn was trying to do what he could. Those 2 picks, incredible. The presence of mind to sit there in the seas and be, you know what, I'm just going to hold my crosshair placement and tap heads. And that's all he's got to do. But what I want to mention here is Yuiko. Such great post-plant. Wolves, they've got the basics of this map on lock. On the attack side, that's what you need, is to understand how you can play around your post-plants. How aggressive can you push? But Odin online for Ayang, we saw damage from it on the attack. It's now on the defense where it's even stronger, especially over towards a yard. So now, mid control, Wolves. It's great, but Autumn is on the other side of this smoke.
And waiting he is. There's actually 2. It's not just Autumn, it's Life as well. He sees 1 in Juicy. Flash comes through, the paranoia too forces him out actually. Life is somehow able to keep it away. The flash, Juicy, a pixel too early, flashes himself, and Life punishes him for it. Has to push out. It means all 3 members of Wolves now have to give up this main space. That is quite a lot committed to walk away with nothing more than a lost Yoru. Seas comes through, and actually, yeah, Life doesn't pull the trigger, but Wolves' presence of mind finds him anyway.
Yeah, and now it is just down to 3 from FPX. You talked about it, this could be the start from Wolves, and it looks like it might be 2 people left for this retake, and immediately the rotation halts. They think, okay, let's explore towards mid, let's stick together. And they might decide to save going into the next round with this Odin, with the Phantom. They've got time. They've got a lot of rounds that they can give away. But this is how comebacks start. And I'm not going to get on the train yet. I'm not going to agree with you yet that it's happening. But this is how they start. And the confidence from Wolves, we talked about them, their momentum. When they get it, it just keeps on pushing. And that is where my concern lies now for FPX is how early do we see a coach timeout? Because they've still got both for this half. Do they use that to try and stop the train from starting?
We'll have to see in a moment. One other point as well, probably should have mentioned it far earlier, let's face it, but maps that are this new, a lot of people are always kind of, oh, is a map attacker defender sided? What we are almost already starting to see is very much maps become defender sided when they're a bit more solved, when the setups become a bit more consistent, when people know how to play off of them. But in a map in this early stage in its lifespan, I would very much say it's attacker sided purely off of you can take more space, you can just kind of rush in and grab the sites. You don't know how to defend completely effectively. And FPX, even with the double sentinel, they are still crumbling a little bit with their defense. Still plenty to work with in that Odin and Phantom, otherwise, and a Headhunter from Autumn, which has done more than enough already this half. It might do more. It might do more.
But again, the Haunt is perfect to push him back. And one thing I'm noticing from FPX, and this is a relatively consistent pattern we've seen on their defense so far, is they're taking ones. And they are good at it. They are great at taking those ones, don't get me wrong, but if Wolves are building up their consistency in trading, their fundamentals again, which it looks like they are, that could be the death of FPX. And Autumn looking for something, he's a chamber, that's fair enough, he's got to. But now, the TP bait, Life now in action with the Sheriff. This position didn't go well for him last time, but it won't again as Wolves. They run over towards B. It's completely open, just a Vice flash and a Vice on site. They should be able to get the spike down here.
No shear either. There's no wall to cut it off as well. There's nothing to slow them down. That paranoia comes through on that box. We've been seeing that as such a just consistent setup. It's very smart to do. Just prevent that angle from being safe. And look at this. You'd mentioned actually the map is paper mache. The map is paper mache. It's not quite enough to find its mark, but very quickly as well. FPX also working off of that mid control with just pistols. Nightfall now comes down to try and gather as much control, and the Wolves are coming off of it. I say that as the frags, as Berlin starts to frag out himself, starts to pick them up, and a 2 versus 2 now as the spike ticks down.
But FPX, they are split. This smoke is potentially going to allow Berlin to walk through, but there's a slight gap there that Yuriko might be able to exploit.
The timing? Okay. They know. Too early? Okay. I thought the swing was too early. The spike not going to get diffused in time, but Wolves losing everything for it, and the Nightfall down as well. It was a half buy. And they are still standing to meet each other, regardless of the situation. These two teams, absolutely. If there is nothing else, they are just fun to watch off the game. You don't even need to have them in a server.
Yeah, no, exactly. But now, surely, we see the timeout from FPX. They want to put a halt to this. I'm imagining their coach will want to step in and see what he can do, because, no?
Not happening.
There's still no timeout. And this might be because maybe the IGL, maybe they've called something perfect. Maybe they've called the exact read, but Autumn going aggressive. The Prowler, it doesn't get him in time, but the shot misses as well, and he has to back off. He's only got 4 bullets left in the tour de force, and now he's in a much worse position to use it, as all of Wolves, they are ready to exec straight onto him.
Does have the backup at the very least of Aya there, and there's plenty to work with. You've got the Siege, you've got the Haunt, and again, if anything is going to see you through those walls, there will be a flurry of bullets coming immediately to meet you as well, to greet you. The five wall goes up, the Yora clone goes through, and Spring falls the no-scope as well. The juicy teleport is not going to do anything other than get blended. Unfortunately for him, that execute you'd mentioned, Autumn seems happy enough to shut it down as everyone else has rotated. Life follows it up, and the Headhunter, look at this man. He is filthy with it.
That is an Autumn round, and like there's there's so many things you could say about Autumn. He is an absolutely incredible player. Some Chinese fans call him Ultraman, as far as I am aware, and you can see why. He's so good. The awareness to wait. That's a Euro clone, and even if it is a real Euro, they're not going to shoot me right now anyway. Wait for someone behind them. Then the no-scope, the twist, absolute perfection, and this is where the Chamber can run away with it. 23-8 is Autumn. Most of the reason FPX are winning, and that is potentially looking to continue. But Wolves, they take mid-control again. Life, Juicy, they're going to be fighting.
Trades are good. The Haunt gets shot. The Odin matches up. Doesn't quite get the frag, but puts Lysor on very, very low health. He can get wall bang from anything. Now the Judge comes through, but the shot from Spring is good. And now the frags very much leaning the way of Wolves, but with a HP deficit that does look pretty brutal for Wolves. It's not much better for FPX. Aya, not wrong with great, but with 2 Odins and this map able to crumble like a sand castle, there's still quite a lot for the Wolves to do before they can count this in the bag.
But Wolves are in a great position. They've got 2 ways of going out of this. They can look, they can wait. Think about what they want to do. That Haunt finds nothing, so they're going to head over towards B site. The smoke's still up behind them. Like I said, it's a drop if they want to peek out, so Spring can hold it. But Autumn, oh, he was paranoid. There's no way he could see them.
He doesn't need to see. He just visualizes. Oh my days. Yuriko trying his best to pick up one, but it turns out Autumn can just close his eyes and do the exact same thing. And it looks like he might do it again. Spring just hiding in the corner. We hear the From the Shadows for the post-plant scenario. 3 versus 2. There is that Viper's Pit. Spring actually not opting for it. A interesting decision, I would say. But again, with being stuck in the middle of the map like that and the angle being found, it's still anyone's game.
Potentially, but it's going to be so difficult. The Odin spam is good, but the Cypher Cam tag is huge.
Got time. Oh, the shot from Yuriko. Ooh. I got scared. My heart is going. I can only imagine how the players are feeling.
But now we are seeing the back and forth. Wolves' momentum halted for a little bit, but again, Wolves' trades, their fundamentals are so much stronger here than they were on Sunset. Other than Autumn, who, you know, he's a Chamber. He's allowed to peek solo. Everyone else is peeking together with someone, playing off of each other beautifully. And that's how they get down to those situations. Despite the low life, you can see the coach stressing just a little bit. But they're still confident. They're still going into this good. And again, Wolves, starting with the same standard over towards mid, the wall, the smoke, the fake TP, and the Prowler, just to put some presence there. But this is being countered now as, actually, Yuriko, he's been going for that Vice wall so much, the punish is huge from FPX. And losing that Cypher, they've got to exit, because they have no way to watch what's happening on B now.
Especially if Spring is trying. If only that was an Odin. If only that was an Odin Spring. But it doesn't matter. Autumn swings out, wide swings, knows that he's got the low HP. Yosemite swings off of him perfectly, and that's the difference there. Yuriko getting picked up completely for free, trying to get that Vise wall out. Meanwhile, if Spring goes, if Autumn goes down, there is absolutely the refrag and Spring goes down. Meanwhile, though, it's Plant already down, already ticking away, and FPX looking a little bit slow. 3-man towards the backside there. 1-man in the form of Yosemite. The paranoia goes through. Lysor's trying his best to kill as much time as possible. He finds one and TP's right out to keep himself safe. Yosemite on the other angle shuts that down. Life immediately sealing in the Steel Garden to kill as much time to take as much space as possible in this 1 versus 3.
Yeah, but the C's, it hits. Oh, pulled towards the middle. Ayang shuts it down. Juicy falls, and the retake over towards Yard, going 3 people in main. It's beautiful. This is artwork, the way they are playing this map. And, well, I've got to say it, I think Wolves' chances of even going to bind are corroding.
Wait, love to hear it. Love to hear it. Yeah, it was a start. But look at that, like that split there. Like that Omen teleport. You should be able to get out safely as long as no one is there. As long as no one has that angle, has that control, but Yosemite has been doing it so pivotally, so cleanly, and it looks to me like FPX have called, okay.
Now, this is very interesting to me because you are halting your own momentum by winning. But maybe, and this is something some coaches do, is, you know, the hype gets a bit much. We've got to bring it back down, bring the players, focus them back onto the final solution, because all you've got to do is one more round. And FPX, they've had time to build a massive playbook of individual plays, strategies, ult rounds, and if you can take them into this round, that's it. You just need one of the next 5 to work, and you're done. You win. You beat Wolves, the 3rd place team at Masters Toronto, in a 2-0.
Who 3-0'd you last time you played?
Yeah.
Who 3-0'd you last time you played against each other? Like, this is a storyline and a half. And there is also, to be honest, like, as very much as you said, you know, keep FPX, you know, calm and collected, keep them focused. There is also the idea of just Wolves were maybe going, okay, you know, we want to get into this last round even just because we have this idea. Let them ruminate on the fact they just lost that round. Let them sit in it and kind of go, you know, what could we have done? Let them get in their own heads.
Yeah, but we'll have to see if that happens. Autumn taking the same position he did in that round 1 with the Headhunter. Doesn't find anything, gets pushed back. And this dimensional drift is huge. It forces everyone back, and Juicy looking for Yosemite coming out. The shorty, oh, blinded! And nothing found.
The utility, the spam, and everyone's shaky. It seems Juicy falls. Berlin finds his one, and they... What was that? Oh no. Oh no. Spring finds another. I think that was through the smoke, or he just found a good angle. But now there's one person. Ian looks terrified, commanding, running them down with the Odin like that. The spray comes through. Lysor, it's all on you.
And this is all.
Oh no.
This is how it ends. The jumping Odin, but the showstopper to end the match. A 2-0 from FPX over Wolves. That is an incredible showing and completely unexpected. Even you who loves underdogs, you weren't going this far with it.
No, I couldn't. I had to show the respect that was very much deserved from FPX. Their Wolves a good showing. Like, the smiles are even still there. You know, there's very much an understanding that, okay, you know, it was one, but we've beat them once. We can do it again. We just got to practice. We got to, you know, respect them as much as they've clearly studied us. And I am sure we will see these teams back on this stage sooner rather than later. And ladies and gentlemen, count down the days in your calendar until then, because it will be a phenomenal showcase, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Wolves, they did play well. They had the comebacks, and they showed that, you know, they can bring it back even when the momentum is taken away from them. But the Masters Toronto curse, okay, maybe it wasn't so bad for XLG, but for Wolves, it is here, and they've not had the time to prep that they might have wanted. Whereas FPX, they've been cooking. They've got that new head coach. They've got Berlin back. And look at them. The team of teeth, the smiles are there, and they win out this in 2-0. Absolutely huge.
People were even trying to get Leiju just very comfortable in the middle. He's not taking the middle spot, but yeah, the work that has been put is absolutely incredible. FPX 2-0 indeed. And you know, even the desk were saying, I think we brought it up as well, there was, you know, a lot of discussions of if FPX were struggling with filling that last spot. That is still ridiculous.
Disgusting.
That is still so stupid. I love it. But there was a bit of concern, a bit of discussion. You know, FPX trying to find that kind of golden child, bring it all together. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like that's the case. As we, oh my, like that was round 1. That was the first shot. That was the first shot of Corrode.
Well, I think that round, that first shot, showed what this map was going to be. It is Autumn. That is it. You put Autumn on Chamber. This is his map. This is his domain. And okay, Juicy got the better of him a fair couple of times. It was very even between the two, which is great to see from Juicy after Sunset. But Autumn is just unstoppable when he's on that Chamber. And hey, Chamber Vice, it's looking strong when you've got the game plan behind it.
Absolutely. I could maybe see, like, once we did see quite a lot of work from Cypher as well. There was quite a lot of work coming through on that side. So the Wolves may be something too, but yeah, Vice Chamber could be the solved way. It depends if once again, we're much more comfortable with Corrode. I'm sure there's going to be some really cheeky Cypher setups, and the cams will be somewhere that you can't even shoot. Sunset, I mean, has a couple of them already, so it may change. Like, we are in this map's very early stages. There is so much time to develop, so much time to see what can get set up, what can get sorted, and right now, as you said, he was flashed during that? I didn't even... I thought he was just slowed. I didn't realize he was flashed.
Viper outside B.
换了 Viper 的
tree B
separate all separate。
separate tree B 啊。You shoot. I holding for you.
人家有烟吗？
两秒。I go heaven.
分大烟吧。
对 walking 有 walk。我下这 wanna go B， they wanna go B。
那边打 B 了，B。
张木你给黑。没有，我没道具给你们。给烟，没有道具。我黑包点，黑了。
来。
逼将。
And that's what you love to see, right? Autumn absolutely deserved MVP. 85% cast, 188 damage around. But what I love there is the way Autumn works around the communication in Chinese, right? As a non-native Chinese speaker, the way he works around the language difference is incredible. And you can see why he's right up there at the top of the leaderboard. Everyone else on FPX actually had a brilliant game themselves, but it was all the Autumn show.
It was. I want to give a bit of credit to Berlin. You know, again, as you said, you know, they've got him back as well. 12, and 11 on one more, and it could have been a full little 12, which would have been actually really sick to see. But unfortunately, we don't quite see it there. And now, I mean, we see the first bloods and everything go the way. Look at the spike conversion for FPX.
Yeah. And like, it's all because FPX, when they get that spike down, they are going aggressive, right? They are getting the spike down in 11 out of 12 rounds. And then when they get the spike down, they win 2, or they only lose 2 of those rounds, which is absolutely incredible. But it's all about that post-plant aggression on Corrode. And I mean, this was a showing from them. 13-5 and 13-7. Just incredible. Like, that's all you can say. That they are just so good, and they looked so strong. Sad we didn't get to see Bind, but at the end of the day, we get to see an FPX that is absolutely on fire.
As absolutely unstoppable, and Wolves seem to have defaulted back to that kind of permanent Ascent bind, that permanent Ascent ban, I should say, which kind of shot them in the foot. I mean, it was 17-15 the last time they went against FPX, so it was close, and maybe that was where they kind of thought that, okay, if we get it banned, maybe FPX have been doing a little bit more studying, but yeah, it was just absolutely bonkers. And Wolves, to their credit, the only clutch in the entire map on Corrode was by them. But let's face it, that was because FPX didn't need the clutch.
Yeah, they were there in the early, just consistently getting the first picks, converting those first picks into map advantage, people advantage, and then getting the spike down. And their retakes as well on their defense were beautiful. The way that they were taking yard if they were retaking A was perfect through main and through link. It's beautiful work overall from them.
Overall, indeed, and it looks like we are just going to be getting into the interview, so with the players and such. So we will throw it over to Vidos just whenever that does come through as well, our lovely translator. But
赛场，我想这个机会对你来说一定是意义非凡的，同时也给你的第2赛段首秀画上了完美的一笔。那回到这里感觉怎么样？
How do you feel like after coming back from retirement and coming back into the stage for stage 2? And then he's like, oh, nothing has really changed. Feels like that.
因为这也是张比较新的地图，所以大家也都不断的在摸索，到底哪个阵容会更合适一点，没有所谓的版本答案。我们之前见过双先锋、双烟，但是双少还是第一回见。
And then we've seen so many different types of comps in Corrode. And why do you guys choose Chamber, Vice and Chamber? And he says that Autumn's understanding of Chamber this map is pretty good, and he really had a very good performance even at Scrims as well.
非常的出色，而且我们会发现，其实，在今天的2张地图上，你们对于中路的控制和渗透都是非常有讲究的，是有针对这些方面做一些特殊的准备和设计吗？
And do you guys particularly prepare for like a lot of mid plays on both maps today? And they just adapted according to what was happening in the round.
因为第一赛段其实你们的成绩可能相对来说没有那么理想，没有进入到季后赛，同时也一直在不断调整换人，可能没达到一个很好的结果。但是现在你回归了，同时有新教练 Lagia 的加入，你认为现在的 FunPlus 和过去相比有什么样的区别？
我的感受其实蛮多。
What do you think the difference between the FPX now and the FPX Ascent stage? And as a coach brought a lot of new content.
我指挥前就队友讲出我心里的想法了，对他们可以提前一步跟我想的一样的东西，所以我觉得现在大家都打得非常好。
And as the team's like more willing to like speak their minds during the rounds.
一直陪伴自己的粉丝朋友们说的呢？
我觉得放炮的粉丝。
And what do you want to say to the fans?
担心吧，我回来了，我就没走。
And then they say, "Oh, don't worry, I'm back."
烟尾指挥发挥的非常出色，再一次感谢柏林选手接受我们的采访。
谢谢。
And that's it for the interview. Thank you.
然后接下来让我们把镜头交还给解说席。
If you pick it up.
If I ever get the opportunity to say, "Don't worry, I'm back," we'd met. Oh my, that is.
Yeah.
I'm hot under the collar. That, oh my days. Whew. And insane stuff. Well deserved to have that confidence.
Yeah, like, and you could see, right? Like, why did you pick Vice Chamber? Because Autumn is good on Chamber, basically, right? Which you could see, but just the whole of the team looked like they could work around that as well. Berlin slotted back into this team so smoothly. It looks like the team that we knew from before, basically, right? Like the OG FPX, well, not the OG FPX, I guess the OG Chinese FPX, and how they work together, their communication, the way that they play around Autumn as essentially their typical top fragger, and then the rest of the team work around to support and back him up. Just incredible work from the whole side of FPX.
It really is. And one thing that I want to very quickly kind of touch on, which some China teams have very much had this, I have mentioned it before, where they kind of get the star player syndrome of they work around the player and very much if the player is doing hot, then you're done here. Everyone might as well just pack up and leave. Some teams very much when that's not the case, if there is a little bit of shakiness, then you can actually see the foundations falter. Even when Autumn wasn't exactly doing an impact, which I know was hard to see. I know it was pretty difficult to find rounds where Autumn wasn't doing things. But even when Autumn wasn't doing things, you were seeing like a Yosemite and stuff come through. There were a lot of just showcases from FPX there from every single team member, and the stats really showed that. Like again, 12, 12, 11 from Omen there. That's absolutely something you look at and go, okay, everyone here is on fire. It's not just while it was the Autumn show, in theory, it definitely was supporting actors involved.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I think we've got to say the same for Wolves as well. They've always been a team that has 5 players that can just pop off and win. And you saw a lot of pop off. You saw incredible clutch moments. You saw so many good things from them. But it just wasn't enough to overcome FPX with Berlin back in the roster with a new head coach commanding the lead. And it wasn't enough to overcome the synergy that FPX somehow have still got, despite the fact that the roster's been shifting. And now it's back to the original one and it's working. But Wolves, they've still got plenty of chance. They're not going to be anywhere near the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of champs points, so they're feeling pretty confident at making champs, even if they don't go the whole playoffs run like they did last time. So they're still feeling okay. They can come back next week and try and do the best they can. But FPX, it's got to be said, is this the comeback for FPX? Are we going to be seeing them at champs?
Anything Wolves can do, we can do better. Like, seems to be the vibe right now. And honestly, best of luck to them. And I'm sure whenever we get to see the rematch, there will be more aura, there will be more fun. I mean, we get to, have a look at these, like the top performers. You see Happy by XLG, but the man himself, Autumn, right behind him. And actually the strongest, a 2k DA on this stage on Chamber. Come on.
Like, it's just consistent. And because Autumn's always been this, right? He's always been this good. And if that does continue, I think they're making champs. And I think they're making it to the top 8 at the very least. Because this FPX roster, they look revived. They're called Fun plus Phoenix.
Fun first, and then you can add in Phoenix later on. It's the key.
And look at them. They are rising back from the ashes. They are coming back. Like, I cannot wait to watch this team thrive the rest of Stage 2 and show up in the international stage once again.
Yeah, indeed. So we just had a quick schedule there. That will be tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is everything actually going to be from us. It has been an absolute blast. Just before we do kind of close out anything, by all means, shout outs to everyone that does everything. You know, we get to yap, but the behind the scenes and such are the ones that keep our voices clean and make sure that we don't deafen you or that you can actually hear us. So a big shout out to like Magnum, Fran, everyone like that. You also can, of course, by the way, now, and I believe this is an update from last time we ran this, you can subscribe now. To support us, which we would very much appreciate. Of course, you get your ad free, you get the adorable emotes that have been made. So they are absolutely adorable. I know I'm absolutely, you know, eyeing them up and probably will be supporting. So if you do as well, you know, it means the world to us. Again, it's a community thing, so all that support helps as well. There is just a direct donate as well that I'm sure is somewhere on that page. So if you do, thank you. It means the world.
Yeah, like, we are all volunteers, so we are here for the passion to bring everyone English, Chinese, Valorant, because at the end of the day, I think the more eyes we get on Chinese Valorant, the better it will become, and the better it will become known, so it can finally get the respect that it deserves. EDG showed last year what China can do, and now Wolves, FPX, all of these other teams, XLG as well, coming up and showing it's not just EDG, it's everyone else too. So let's get more eyes on it. Let's get as much as possible on it. But thank you everyone for watching, because at the end of the day, even just watching is supporting. So if you can't donate, if you can't subscribe, just watching, sharing everything, that's great too.
We appreciate you all, and I'm sure we will be back sooner rather than later. Again, we've got the schedules for tomorrow. This is our Echo. It has been an absolute pleasure. Castaway yourself, it has been an absolute bop. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you very, very soon for more VCT CN action. Please do not leave us too long. We'll be back more than soon.